It's your favorite time of the week when EGC TV goes live, and they go live with some of the top content you're going to find in the category. One and all. Welcome back to EGC Masters Winter. Of course, I'm KP. Joining me is the wonderful Lidicor, as always, looking... Dude, did you just get out of the oven? Why are you so red? Whoa. Okay. Yeah, so I'll just transcribe for those that didn't hear what he said. Lidicor was like, "Oh my god, my skin, it burns. Sunlight outside. Close the blinds." That was pretty much what you guys didn't hear. But while we get that sorted, let's address the elephant in the room, which there might be actually in this first series. We've got Deli already picked. We've got 4 series, and it's my favorite kind of day because I am cruel. Elimination series. That's right. 4 players were left battered and weeping by the end of the day. We've got Scarlet Devil versus Mahodo, Dumu versus Miyamika, B versus Corvinus, and Baltoon versus Core. Some exciting series in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get 1 or 2, shall we say, upsets, considering on the group stage so far, I think there's been some shocker results, some things that people simply didn't expect. I think, do I have a Lidicor now? No. All right, well, I mean, this is why you learn how to do sign languaging, to be honest with you. So remember, guys, we are going to have Elimination Series today. Tomorrow's going to be Decider matches. So it's going to be elims into, not so much elims. I believe we still qualify players through, but they will start in a lower bracket round already facing elimination. So pretty sweaty. Interesting as well, because I think in terms of people that were expected to just flat out make it through, for a lot of people, they had BC Peg to just make it straight out Group C. He needs to wait until tomorrow to decide a match to see if he's going to be able to qualify through. Then we have the death group of Group B that has B, Vortex, and Puppy Paw in it. Oh, wait. I'm still not really sure who's going to be going through it.
Oh, hello? Are we good? I don't know. If production tells me, then we're good.
Yeah, but production tells me that I should invest all of my real life currency into Chaos Orbs and Po2. So you have to be careful what they tell you. But yes, looks like we can actually hear you. So fantastic. Welcome, Lidicor.
Well, it's been a rough start, but you know, what would an EGC stream be without any tech difficulties?
Yeah, you know, and that's why we need to make sure people are always aware that they can show their encouragement and support of the hard work that Cal and Vodka do by spamming T-Tours in chat, as is an esports tradition.
They can also spam subs in the chat, but KP, we gotta start discussing this upcoming matchup here because we only have 2.5 minutes left to go. Some big day here, and quite a few names that you don't commonly see in, you know, the top level competitive AoE 4 scene. But one of these 2 players, Muhodo, Scarlet Devil, they will not survive today. On the bright side of things, though, KP, one of these 2 players will make it into the decider round of the group stage.
Yep, those are the 2 outcomes. The bright way I look at it is this series matters, right? We want to make sure we have as many series where there's something on the line. An elimination makes it sweaty, Betty, even if it isn't one of the top 5 players. However, within that, you know, you got Scarlet Devil, who I think actually shocked and surprised a lot of people in the qualifier. He came through in the first qualifier in storming fashion, 3-0ing Corvinus. A lot of people actually had Corv favored to take that series. And then on the other side, you've got another interesting fellow, actually, because Mahodo also, I think, surprised a lot of people. 3-1ing Lash. This boy has been on the rise, a player from Poland. He's joined the VES org. And I've been kind of shocked at his rise. He came to my attention in team tournaments, actually, where, you know, I think he's pretty much usually the French spammer, from what I recall. But his rise in the 1v1s has been impressive to see. And I think this is a matchup that should be close. But I want to lean Mahodo here because Scarlet Devil's kind of had gaps in his 1v1ing more recently. I think he's been leaning a bit too hard in the 2v2s. I think you can kind of see signs of that in last weekend's games.
You certainly do. Just to kind of highlight here, we're going to head into Hill and Dale very shortly here. That's going to be game number 1. But yeah, I got to agree with you, KP. 2 players that are definitely on the rise. And again, one of these 2 will be able to challenge Anatan in the decider match. We have Wham at the top of this group. He is going to have a bye today. And then Anatan is going to have to face the winner of this series here in Group D. What do you think about the draft real quick, though? Because I think we just got to have at least a little conversation about this before we head into game number 1.
Yeah, HRE and Juji are the prior picks. The Delhi one, I don't rate it as highly this early on. I think Delhi's fallen down the echelons. Really, when you're opening the draft, you're looking to see if China and Juji are available. If they're not, you can discount yourself into something like HRE. Roos is another favorite pick. We have a very interesting ban where Scarlet Devil has apparently banned Roos twice. Very, very clearly stating how much he hates that Civ. But, Delhi so early, they struggle against some of these Civs, especially HRE in particular. But luckily, we don't have to worry about that Lidicore because it's time for game one. We are heading into Hillendale. Scarlet Devil, the HRE. Meanwhile, Mahodo has gone for the Iobids. And keep an eye on this lad because remember, he's in VES. That means you've got Dragavan on the team. One of the more creative and out there Iobid build orders.
2 players in an elimination match, KP, and none of these 2 have ever made it into the main event of an S-tier 1v1 event out there. One of these 2 will actually make it into the deciders of the group stage. So very exciting series coming up here. We kick things off on Hillendale. We have the Iobids for Muhodo in blue, and Scarlet Devil is going to be in command of the HRE in red.
Yeah, and you mentioned that neither of them in S-tier tournaments. It's not entirely true, right? We have to remember Scarlet Devil was part of the Louis MT team, right? For the team tournament, if I remember correctly. He was their third. But you are correct in terms of like the main runners there. It was CSO and Louis MT. Mahodo, on the other hand, 100% on the ball. This guy has been rising quite rapidly in like the last year. I'm curious to see what he can do. You have to remember they also have kind of that scrim bubble of their own on VES. You've got Matisse there, you've got Dragavan, you've got a few other members. So they do have their own kind of like brainchild that they work out between them. I'm curious to see.
I was gonna say, when we look at the S-tier event performances, both of these players made their debut in S-tier tournaments in Winter Team Championship 2 just a month ago. So this is why I highlighted this is their first appearance in a 1v1 setting, but they've definitely been on the rise, as we kind of discussed in the pregame. This is their real first challenge, though, in a 1v1 setting.
Yeah, and we don't have one of those off-the-cuff Pro Scouts builds coming from Mahodo. You'd know if he was going for that with the Iobids because he would have went for the advancement wing. Pro Scouts is a possibility here. I've seen a few people do it on Hillendale. I'm not entirely crazy about it because you do start with a safe deer and your opponent starts with a safe deer, right? So that pretty much halves the value of the play. So we'll have to see if he wants to lean into that. But HRE has definitely been one of the leaders of the pack for this particular type of build. Iobids versus HRE is a particularly interesting matchup, though. For a long time, it's felt like close to a 50-50 matchup, a slight edge for HRE if they play H2. Logic being that Men-at-Arms, one of your strongest pumps later in the age, doesn't do very well against IU. Early on, you always have those pesky, fast-moving archers as HRE boys.
Yeah, I wonder how Scarlet Devil is going to open this game here, because on the other side, I do expect some level of aggression from Muhodo. Iobids are just so good getting some early game units out and doing some harassment. I think that's part of the reason why they are so well set up for that mid-late game style play. They can delay these booming civilizations with their initial units, the Desert Raiders, maybe some early Castle Age Camel Lancers, and this buys them time to really get set up economically, secure the relics, and once they have those, they can start unleashing larger hordes of Camel Lancers or just start working towards later portions of the game.
Yeah, Gung Desert Raider opening is quite interesting here from Mahodo. I think he's convinced this has to be Pro Scouts, and judging by the amount of gold being gathered per minute, it looks like he's going to be on the money here, right? Scarlet Devil, do we have a mill drop? We do on the berries. So the mill drop is almost a guarantee. If this was about Wheelbarrow, he would have got it. So the call to go into Desert Raiders is actually going to be the jackpot for Mahodo.
Yeah, that's a very nice and tight base here for Scarlet Devil, but the gold mine is very much the front, and so is the stone. So there's definitely at least some level of opportunity here for Muhodo to do damage, to harass. I don't think he's going to be able to accomplish very much, but being able to push away villagers from that gold mine could come in very handy.
Well, I think the big thing you look for here as Mahodo is just kind of accompanying with a stable quite quickly and going into probably just a few horsemen here. The interesting part is, like, we do have the option for Scarlet Devil to begin Horsemen. He's already primed the Pro Scouts, though, and I've got a feeling he's just going to try to be greedy and start getting out those Scouts ASAP. Cool thing he can do here, by the way, with this Scout now returning, is just go around these close deer and push them in. That way, you can rush Pro Scouts into the middle of the map instead of wasting time on the closer deer.
Oh yeah, this deer pack back at home is something that players always push, regardless of the civilization. And that's actually pretty valuable. The fact that you can go to the other side of the map, take away that second deer pack from your opponent is valuable, because when you look at Pro Scouts, you want more value than just, your own 2 starting deer packs. You want at least to collect 3. 4 is next to impossible because, as you see, Muhodo is just going to use that Desert Raider to push in this deer pack. But if you're Scarlet Devil, if you can secure a deer pack to the north, the second one belongs to Muhodo, then you can definitely justify the investment into Pro Scouts.
Looks like Scarlet Devil is going to be going into Spearman. So, tricky thing about this for Muhodo is you'd think, Desert Raider just kite out, killed the Spear. It takes so long to get that kill. There's also a big risk. It's the same reason why Camel Archers can maybe kind of be a double-edged sword sometimes against H3 Spears. The gap close is insanely fast on these units. So, Muhodo is going to have to be switched on when it comes to the micro. You can already see switched on when it comes to the plan. It is going to be a fast castle build. Judging by the amount of gold he's gathered here, should be the growth wing. So, no rush with advancement. I wonder, actually.
Yeah.
Does he maybe try logistics here?
I would love to see some dervishes. Like, I think, considering that there is little map presence right now from Scarlet Devil, that could be an option. Now, Scarlet Devil is actually doubling down on this feudal age investment into army. He's getting spears, he's getting horsemen out, so you really get the feeling that Scarlet Devil anticipates his opponent going for the relics, and he's trying to deny that as much as possible. Muhodo did scout out the fact that Scarlet Devil is going for the tier packs, though. If you're Scarlet Devil, if you've got a few horsemen and spearmen out there, it's going to be difficult for Muhodo to pick up all those relics.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a mobile comp because the spears move quicker. The horseman, of course, just so dynamic anyway. And, he should be aware of what's happening, considering he's seen a Desert Raider and nothing else. It's pretty obtuse, pretty obvious. And looking at the relic split, it's not that hard to imagine one which Scarlet Devil does guard 4 of these relics, right? Like, you got 2 close on the east side together. You got that central bound area on the west side. And you already want to be going to west side anyway to pick up your deer.
Yeah, one thing we haven't discussed yet is Scarlet Devil doesn't just need to deny these relics from the opponent, he needs to actively secure those. He is playing the HRE, so it's not just about the fact that the Ayubits can pick those relics up quickly with the Dervishes, it's also about the fact the HRE needs those relics if they want to play the Ragnitz build.
And you see how awkward it can be to try to keep your distance away from those spearmen. They're ridiculously fast, and that's without them having the active charge. There's going to be a charge towards the berries on the backside of Muhodo. It's a bit of idle time there, but he does have the deer plus crap tons of berries, sheep rather, and it is indeed going to be the Dervish wing play. So, the worry I have here is Scarlet Devil's close enough to the base. I don't think he's scouted this. He might be suspecting the play, but the weird thing is whenever someone does pro scouts, they forget the second part of that word, Lidicore, right? Like, you might as well rename the units Deer Gatherers because they stop getting used to gather information.
Yeah, they are. And critically, Scarlet Devil spotted that Muhodo went with a range. So he knows fully well that there is a range to produce units out there. But as you said, one worrisome detail here for Muhodo is that he's so low on army. And all that cost age advantage he has, it's going to be gone by the time he has enough to break out of his base. He's at 2 military, one of those being a very low HP Desert Raider. In fact, so low that a horseman can just kill him. And look at Scarlet Devil. He's aging up to Castle Age. But compared to his opponent, he's got all that map control with that army that he has.
Yeah, H3 economy for you, right? Like 40% buffer really goes a long way, and you're seeing exactly how far here. Especially when you consider that all the Desert Raiders were for free anyway. Muhodo didn't actually forcibly produce them. He put everything into this tech play. And, the other thing is, even if you get the Golden Age in a rush here as IO, it's a little bit worse than ABBA. So the gap is still huge at 30% efficiency in favor of HRE.
I love the positioning from Scarlet Devil. Most of his army is posturing in front of the enemy base. That's probably the primary direction that Muhodo wants to break out of his base. But there is just a couple of units to the left side. Scarlet Devil is doing a really good job keeping track of what's going on inside Muhodo's base. And he just wants to make sure that Muhodo cannot leave his base unnoticed.
Now, we do have archers coming from Muhodo, so that should be the golden solution. But Spear Horsemen still actually realistically win the fights they're heading towards here. Dervishes have at least picked up one of the relics. These other ones just feel illy positioned for him to grab. In fact, the scout has just spotted that move out on the east side. There's already been one relic pulled back from there. And apparently Muhodo's sneaking the west as well.
That's actually big. That's huge. If you're Muhodo here, if you can come away with 2 relics, that is a good deal, considering the circumstances and considering how little map control you have out there. Scarlet Devil kind of lost track of these dervishes. There are 2 spearmen chasing this one. He might actually get the kill there.
Yeah, he's got troops wrapping around, although unfortunately Scarlet Devils rallied them to the south side of the tree line, which means this relic is, even if it doesn't get in now, close to home. The other interesting part, we've got a Warlord coming in, which is going to be long enough of a deterrent to get him away for the time being. On the east side, Mahodo wasn't very efficient about this. I think he's got his Dervish, he got sniped, right?
The relic.
Yeah, he's picking it up now.
That's huge.
A bit weird, actually. I think Mahodo, there is a risk this east side one could still get intercepted because he spent so long waiting to pick it up. He actually ran past the relic into the tree line.
This is huge, though. Mahodo is able to yoink that relic away from the right side, just next to Scarlet Devil's base. And again, Scarlet Devil has been building that army up for a while. His whole plan was just to secure map control with these troops, but Mahodo was able to overcome the deficit in army and just kind of sneak in a couple of relics. There is also this one right next to his base, which he should be able to secure now with the archers, with the camel lancers coming in. It really looks like Mahodo is going to have the relic lead in this game.
Yeah, but it's not a full lead, remember. 3-2 still decent for Scarlet Devils. Not exactly where you want to be, but with Regnants, it doubles the power spike there. And, you know, the awkward part for Irobids is for a tempo-based Civ, at this type of position, you don't really feel like you got the big win, right? You stopped H3 from just default winning, but HRE are constantly in flank Civ. For IU, now the player's meant to be leverage and economical advantage into either attack or greed. I think here you want to lean on attack, which can be difficult with how defensively oriented HRE can be on Hill and Dale.
Oh, that's a great point. And let's not forget, Scarlet Devil did ferry in a lot of carcasses. Apparently there are still some left out there on the middle of the field. But Scarlet Devil has a huge eco lead here right now with, you know, the Regnitz Cathedral. You also have, of course, the Aachen Chapel. Now he's actually picking up quite a few kills here. Camel Lancer need to be cautious running into all these spears.
He just brute forces it. Knight's going to peel back. We'll actually just try to pursue on the flank here. Looks like the spears are going to end up getting mopped up. The Camel Lancers will stay alive. Remember, with the Dervish, he will be able to heal them off, top them off. And you're already seeing Scarlet Devil. He doesn't want to play into this kind of brute force Knight comp. We are getting that crossbow switch. That's why the Mahodo Archers are going to feel good. If he goes for Sultan's Mamelukes here, he has the potential to still quick wipe these fights.
This tower is so late, though. We've been talking about this since the beginning of the game. This gold mine is just so exposed, but you got to pull back those Camel Lancers. Mahodo really doesn't have a juggernaut economy, just 500 food per minute compared to 1100 on the other side. You really need to heal those expensive Camel Lancers back up. Relics are now back at home. 3 versus 2 is the split. But you feel like if you're Mahodo, you got to start leveraging this force here. You got to start getting some eco damage done and start throwing Scarlet Devil off.
Yeah, well, the thing for Mahodo is position-wise on the map, like usually with Camel Lancers, you want to be looking for these flank opportunities, but we mentioned Hill and Dale, a very defensive map. The walls are already coming from the flank, so you're going to have to brute force the center. A center that should eventually be guarded by Spriggan placements for the time being. Scarlet Devil hasn't actually moved out to the stone. A little bit of a missed trick there, because actually just 1 or 2 emplacements can easily stop Mahodo from getting on the high ground at all. What Mahodo needs to do now is get Devil off of the high ground. While doing that, you can pressure, but your real goal here is to capture those sacred sites to force his hand. This is a bit of an awkward fight.
This is a terrible fight. If you're Mahodo, I really dislike this fight for you. You still have to brute force your way through this tower. There still are some crossbows out there, and you've lost the backbone of your army, the Camel Lancers.
I mean, I think that was more a terrible fight for Scarlet Devil. His horsemen spent the entire time attacking Camel Lancers, while the archers just ran past him.
It's funny you say that, because at the same time, the spearmen were beating up the Camel Lancers. So I guess, you know, we have differing opinions about what was good and what was bad. At the end of the day, it looks kind of like a status quo. Army numbers remain the same, positions remain the same. But Mahodo is not bringing up the dervishes, and I think that has been a missing ingredient in previous fights. He really needs to keep these Camel Lancers in good condition.
Well, it's because you need the sacred sites, right? Like, you're kind of on the clock here. We mentioned you need to control the tempo, and that's exactly how you do it now. You're playing against a comp that doesn't really want to come out. You can see Scarlet Devil's intent is just to clump loads of crossbows. Mahodo has a cool solution for that, by the way. He can build siege. He can build it flexibly as well, because even his camels can construct it. Maginiques are actually super effective against large bulks of crossbows in Castle Age, because you can't actually dodge the shots.
Yeah, I love the walls being set up for both of these players, though. When you have Camel Lancers roaming the map, when you have the option for Scarlet Devil to go for Knights, you gotta secure those flanks, because if you are clumping up all your troops in the middle, you're leaving those flanks exposed, and you see Scarlet Devil is actually sending a horseman to the north. He's looking for these wall-offs. He's looking to see if there are any opportunities to flank and hit the eco.
Yeah, another thing that would be nice though is Mahodo, if he really sees the Sacred Sites as win condition, two of these are very easily wallable, the east and the west side. Now, you're not Delhi, you can't just use your infantry, you have to walk villagers out, but they're in tight enough positions that it would delay just a free decap here, and it would let you focus on archers and siege around that center Sacred Site. So, hoping Mahodo is thinking about that. It is a trade-off, you're losing some economy. The reality is, if you see Sacred Site victory as your win condition, you can't leave the map this naked.
I am very worried for the food income of Scarlet Devil here. I actually touched on the fact that he left a couple of deer out there, both close to his base and to the north, despite the fact that he had pro scouts for quite a while. And now, he's kind of frantically going out to those berries to the south, trying to get some food for himself. He wanted to go to the berries in front of his base as well, but that was contested by Mahodo. For a player that had pro scouts for quite a while, and for a player that still had access to all these carcasses across the game, that's a little sad. You don't want to run out of food as the HRE here.
I think maybe he was trying to snatch the deer from Mahodo's side and just have the safety net later. But yeah, when you're like so low on scouts, it takes way too long for the food to arrive, especially with the buff gathering rate, right? Like you're just going to run out of resources. So kind of an unfortunate state. And you know, because he went for the pro scouts build, you're not really looking to rush farms. I imagine he's got a handful added in at this stage, but not enough to carry horseman crossbow. That's a very food dense composition.
And let's not forget, you have a finite amount of resources on top of that hill, and if you're the HRE, with the gather buff you get, you deplete those resources super quick. So it's not just about the Sacred Site and map control victory condition here for Mahodo. If he keeps his opponent pinned inside his base, he could easily starve him out of resources.
Clash coming in here. Looks like Scarlet Devil is posturing because he wants those berries on the front side. It is a lot of crossbows to fight into. Angelinic shots are going to be a whiff. Mahodo not switching to the incendiary shots is kind of interesting here. A line formation makes it a perfect choice.
There is not a single scout here for Scarlet Devil. I don't think he saw those Manganiques coming in before he engaged in here. Camel Lancers tanking up a lot of damage, and that's where those Dervishes come into play. Beautiful Manganique shots out there, but it looks like Mahodo is thinking about pulling back.
Scarlet Devil is kind of questionable the way he's microing these horsemen. Didn't go around onto the Manganiques. He just gets around kind of pseudo-flank and attacks the archers instead, which means his crossbows are still just getting completely squashed by the siege. I think Scarlet Devil needs to kind of reassess. That's the second time in a fight where his horsemen have been targeting the suboptimal unit in the engagements.
He also tanked a lot of Manganique shots on those crossbows. He had like 4 direct shots hit his crossbows, and that's part of the reason why he's kind of falling back right now. Silver lining is that he also thinned out Mahodo's forces, but let's not forget, we're at an 8-minute timer in terms of the Sacred Sites, and we always talk about this, KP, 8 minutes, it's a long time, but if things remain as they are right now, it becomes a legitimate victory condition for Mahodo. Plus, I think Scarlet Devil has pretty much depleted that forest to the north, and that's where things will get, you know, pretty ugly. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. He's going to start running low on wood, and that's going to potentially cripple a farm transition as well. Of course, he can always expand to the south, but that leaves his flanks open, and I don't think he fully completed these walls just yet.
I don't think that the problem, though, is like you can't really stop the wood gathering to the south. Mahodo has set his win condition in motion. If he shifts south side, he can get backstabbed. He'll be overextending, right? And the other worrisome part is the food. Like, Scarlet Devil might not be doing the cleanest execution of the horseman, but what he's doing is just out-ecoing, right? So you can kind of afford to ego chow the fights in a really questionable way, simply because he's kind of sustaining around the 1800 food at the moment. Meanwhile, for Mahodo, you know, even when he gets those farms in, they're not going to be that impressive. It's not like you're a Civ that gets specific farm buffs. Flash coming in, the horseman. Archers have to make their way through the archers, but the crossbows are way too clustered on the back here.
Same thing again, and now the flank comes in with the Camel Lancers. This is a slaughter. One Manganique went down, but these Manganiques are just paying for their price so well. And you touched on the food income. It doesn't matter when you can just butcher these crossbows with just a single Manganique shot.
Yeah, I'm losing faith quickly in Scarlet Devil's plan. Like, you know, in theory, the whole idea of my economy better, me A-click, you UG is good. But what you're pretty much saying is my opponent won't micro. And Mahodo has been on point so far. Lancers starting to poke this even further back. That's now going to delay any gathering on the food on the front side. And Double Mango actually should be able to easily clear the outpost. The other awkward part is without a Spring on placement, this outpost isn't going to kill anything courtesy of the Dervish.
I just feel like unit retention is so much better for Mahodo. The Manganiques have been alive since the very beginning, and they've been killing crossbow after crossbow. The Dervishes are healing those units back up as well. He's just losing so few units compared to his counterpart. And Scarlet Devil, sure, he's got an insane resource income, but at the same time, he's also losing a lot of expensive units. Very few food-heavy units, and again, look at the farm transition he had to make. Means that he basically spent his last bit of wood reserves on essentially building up that farming eco.
One thing that does worry me is Mahodo might be going a little bit over-aggressive on the Mango count right now. Needs to get a little bit more front line here. I mean, he's close to kind of even with the Horseman Camel Lancers. If Scarlet Devil just slows down a little bit, though, and bulks properly for a minute or two here, the Horsemen should be able to just break on through. They are going to be able to snipe one of the Mangoes here. Looks like he should better find the second, but he actually neglects to finish it off. The half-constructed ones, he doesn't kill either, so there's still a Mango in play. He lost a lot more crossbows here. Once again, Scarlet Devil is not respecting the rules of the jungle here, right? If you want to be the weak, fragile monkey in the engagement, aka the Horseman, make sure you bring a whole pack of chimpanzees.
Oh man, that just hurts so much. Scarlet Devil cannot really concede freebies like that. And I think that one damaged Mango was pulled back for repairs, and if that's the case, we're once again looking at 3 Manganiques. And let's talk about the ecos here, KP, because the whole idea for Scarlet Devil was to essentially out-eco his opponent. Look at the food income, look at the wood income, the gold income. Mahodo is now ahead in all of those. All right.
And you can tell he's been practicing with Dragoman. I mean, this is, I think, the biggest ego chow you could have made bar building an actual siege tower, because you're building a siege tower against Horsemen, which is the actual counter unit. It's a little bit funky, but it's always just like Mahodo saying, look, Scarlet Devil, this is the third time now. I'm not convinced you know how to use these Horsemen, so here's an even bigger target for you to try and A-click.
A decap attempt on the left side coming in here, and one thing I want to say for Mahodo is that it's a little careless not to have walled in the left side and the right side sacred sites, because he lost a 4-minute sacred site condition to a single scout. Now he needs to break the enemy's defenses.
Oi, 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 oi. Gulam's being added in, Spearman as well. I mean, Scarlet Devil has at least got archers on the way, which is going to be the correct call against the spear play. But the more range you build here, actually, the better the Tower Assault gets, right? Because then you have to hit it 800 times to kill it. But the Mango shots, nice location to hit into as well. They scud down the houses, which would actually force a pop lock here on Scarlet Devil. Look at the damage. It's just the low DPS widespread adds up when armies this big. The Horsemen are wrapping around the back again.
It's a slaughter.
Once again, they're just not targeting anything. They're attacking into spears.
The Manganiques slaughtered half of the crossbows before they even fired a single volley. They walked into that cluster of houses, half of them were dead before they even fired a single shot. It's a slaughter, and the fact that the Sacred Site victory condition was lost for Mahodo will not matter, because he's just going to pin his opponent in his base and then finish him off.
I think someone might have got Pro Scout's brain here and believed a little bit too much in the food pump. I mean, the way that you can summarize this game is good micro versus questionable micro. It's as simple as that. Mahodo, time and time again, target the right location of the Mangoes. Not easy to do, considering how easily HRE crossbows can kite. Yet Scarlet Devil, a lot of the time, was caught sitting still, and with his Horsemen, caught sitting still into melee units that they don't counter. I think Scarlet Devil, going into game 2, 3, 4, and potentially 5, what he needs to be thinking about now is, am I microing adequately in these engagements? Because for a guy who has 277 APM, it felt like he must have put a lot more attention on his economy.
Yeah, and you can see this kind of inefficiency for Scarlet Devil on the military value graphs. Every single time they took a fight, there were casualties on both sides, but in terms of overall efficiency, Mahodo was just so much better. And I also want to go back to that very moment where Mahodo was able to secure 3 out of the 5 relics, despite not having a lot of army on the field. He did a really good job just sneakily yoinking these relics with dervishes. And that was some much-needed gold that was used to then build up this army that he pinned Scarlet Devil into his base with.
Yeah, I mean, the micro difference began even as early as this, right? Like, Scarlet Devil slightly overextended that fight, got pushed back into his base. You know, you could argue that even when he was going for the Pro Scouts play, it's a little bit off the mark. Now, admittedly, there is going to be high ping, but that goes both ways. Typically, the way that this is played out is there is a mutual server that has similar pings for both players. So, you know, maybe the argument is that Mahodo has more practice on those higher pings, but I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced that's a good logic here, right? Like, you know, the reality is Scarlet Devil, as a top player from China, should be quite familiar with those high ping environments. I think it goes back to what we were saying in the pregame is that I know Scarlet Devil definitely in the build up to EGC Winters spending maybe a little bit too much time on team games, right? It's where he comes from. For those that don't know, like Scarlet Devil originated like on the team ladder quite frequently. I think he's been getting back in the 1v1 grind the last actually week or two by the looks of it now checking his profile. I remember when I checked at the start of the month, he was just spamming a ridiculous amount of 4v4s and 3v3s.
And I really feel like the when you compare team games to 1v1s, one of the elements that you lose from 1v1s when you play team games instead is the micro element. Team games with the bigger maps, with the teamwork alongside your opponent or alongside your teammates, it's a lot more macro focused, and you can get away with sloppy micro at times. You have your teammate to bail you out. There is usually a much more robust economy when you look at the whole team. In 1v1s, you lose a critical battle like this to the micro, and that's basically it. There is just no buffer behind it.
Yeah, and I think what happened as it went on is Scarlet Devil just panicked more and more because the reality is if you're not getting the full sweep, this Dervish heal is broken. Like this is the reality check is like there are several phases of the game where AoE healing is actually pretty busted. The obvious one is in Dark and Feudal Age. The other one is actually late in Imperial because when you're 200 popped and you take a fight, your army might survive, but they'll survive on half HP, right? When you have things like the Imam play for the Ottomans, the AoE heal here, maybe like an Abbey of Kings in a weird place or Kurotai, that changes the dynamics. And I think Scarlet Devil wasn't respecting that rule of war, right? If he had waited and maybe had one less engagement, he would have had God knows how many more horsemen. All of a sudden, we have a world in which Scarlet Devil's breaking out. But he needs to think about those timings, and now he needs to think about game 3 because this is rough, Lidicore. Delhi versus Japanese is historically one of the most Delhi-favored matchups we have in AoE4.
Yeah, one thing I want to say for Scarlet Devil, though, and that could be a saving grace, the remaining maps are all very, very open. So when you look at the 5 maps that we could potentially have in this series, Hillandale is probably the one where you really fight army versus army. It's a tight and closed map. It's a direct micro. All the other maps, you have opportunities to flank, opportunities to raid, and that might be the saving grace for Scarlet Devil because it looks like, at least based on that one game we've seen, direct fights and micro-heavy engagements will not really be his thing. We're heading into game number 2 on Dry Arabia. Delhi Sultanate from Muhodo facing off against the Japanese from Scarlet Devil.
Well, if Scarlet Devil could pull off a miracle and grab a game here, it would go a long way to empowering his draft, considering that there is still a Juji pick in the woodworks for Muhodo. Let's see if he can actually initiate what is genuinely historically, I think, actually the most heavily favored towards Delhi matchup we have in the game. More recently, we have seen Japanese alter their builds a lot with things like Koka Township. But Delhi just feels like they've leveled up even more ever since Dome of Faith found its way back into the meta.
Interesting map generation here, KP. One thing I'm noticing here for Dry Arabia is that this is an ultra open map in the middle. All the forests, all the large forests have spawned towards the edge of the map, and that mid-map area is wide open. You do have 2 sacred sites adjacent to one another to the south. That's probably going to be the primary target for Muhodo's Delhi. But I really feel like this is going to be one of those maps where if you get caught off guard, there's just no fallback points mid-map. You could easily just lose your entire army if you get caught off guard.
I mean, the nature of playing against Delhi is if you get caught off guard, you're dead, right? That's just how good this Civ is at feudal pressure into transition. One thing that I am seeing is the close by deer. There is an option for Scarlet Devil to do pro scouts. I know it sounds crazy, but I need to reassure everyone. Every single Civ at this point does pro scouts. Peer pressure hitting hard, right? It's like being in high school over again. So I've even seen Abbasids in English, for example, do pro scouts. So don't write off the possibility that Scarlet Devil looks for the safe food to then just go for his superior castle pump.
Yeah, I really wonder what Scarlet Devil is up to. Because one thing I've noticed with the Japanese in 1v1s is that they're a little tunnel vision towards this fast castle, semi-fast castle into just mounted samurai spam. And that is a predictable build to go for. And I think Delhi actually have a pretty good matchup against that kind of a play. I don't know. I just feel like if Scarlet Devil goes for that build here, he could be punished so easily. And I just want to highlight both his stone and gold. First of all, this is a beautifully placed mining camp here. That's just so feels good.
The dream.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at where this gold mine is. Look at where the backup is. It's right next to this original gold mine.
Yeah.
Means that if Muhodo aggresses from this angle, there aren't very many fallback gold mines for Scarlet Devil to utilize.
One thing that's interesting to think about, actually, I thought Scarlet would go for Coca because with Coca and Pro Scouts, you can play Mass Horseman Shinobi Blob. It's actually really, really strong. Deli would have to go Archers, and the mic can get a bit annoying. The reason why going Horseman is really good here for Japanese is once you do have your Uma Bannerman, the damage buff puts you on par with Ghazi, right? So the only difference then is the health pool, which can kind of be mitigated by the slight difference in attack speed. So I think that would have been an option, but by going Kura Storehouse, a little bit of a safer option, gives you long food potentially. Does feel like Pro Scouts isn't on the table with this move, though.
This is a very farm-heavy Kura Storehouse here for Scarlet Devil. When you look at the placement of this, it is placed such that every single potential farm can spawn around it. Means that the primary purpose of this Kura Storehouse is to indeed deliver these farms instead of, drop a couple of farms and then provide that trickle of wood. That's actually the way that most pro players use the Kura Storehouse. So it's interesting to see Scarlet Devil just going, okay, this is just going to be plus 8 dozen farms. And it's also upgrading the TC here. Looks very much like a super farm-heavy build here so far.
Yeah, and we do have, like, with the early Daimyo, there is a possibility of just opening stable immediately. It is a bit funky against Ellie. There's a lot of matchups where the Uma Bannerman build is nice because you basically get your hands on a very fast-producing knight. But against the Deli, they have Ghazis with bonus damage versus heavy. So they fare a little bit better than other civs would. Yeah, Scarlet Devil just... This is a blast from the past. I don't think I've seen this build in, like, I want to say 5 or 6 months.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the more unorthodox Japanese builds, and I love it. I think if you are in this Delhi versus Japanese matchup, you got to pull something that's a little out of the box. And one thing I like a lot with this kind of an opening is that this Uma Bannerman, initially, it acts kind of like a knight in many ways. Kind of the same stats, and it allows you to put some pressure on this gold mine. And just prevent Muhodo from simply walking out towards the sacred sites without any kind of an escort.
Yeah, but the whole idea is the Ghazi should be able to just mirror and chase you down, because one of the trade-offs here is the Bannerman is going to be slower. So I think that once Muhodo has 3 Ghazi, he should be content to take this on. If Scarlet Devil really wants to make this play work, I think you actually should be looking to add in some Horsemen as well.
Yeah, for now, it's just one Uma Bannerman. He's just going for the villagers, though, and this is a beautiful distraction here. Muhodo's Ghazi Raider is beating up the scout, completely neglected that one Bannerman. I love how Muhodo used the villager to hit the Bannerman, though, so you get rid of that deflective armor, means that every single hit from the Ghazi Raiders will count as full.
Yeah, and now that the archery Ghazi's here, Scarlet Devil's just going to back up. I'm not really seeing the next semblance of existence here from him so far. I've got a feeling this might just be the classic bait Uma Bannerman fast castle build. That build is usually more effective against civs that don't play Feudal Age, right? So, for example, if you're against an HRE player, going for the Uma Bannerman build is good because if they were just thinking only fast castle, they're now building spears, archers, whatever. Against Delhi, they were always going to build Ghazi, right? So this doesn't really cripple their timing. It almost feels like it slows yours down.
Yeah, it's 6 on gold for Scarlet Devil. This has got to be a fast castle play. And you understand why he has gotten all these farms and the TC farm buff as well. He just want to make sure that he has that robust food income to get to castle and then start getting those food-heavy units out. But at the same time, without any military presence out there, Muhodo is going to be able to secure the sacred sites, and most importantly, he now sees the gold miners. Seeing all these gold miners is a clear sign for Muhodo that his opponent is going fast castle. Muhodo knows what's coming next.
Yeah. So Muhodo is quite interesting actually when archers here. I mean, in theory with the archers, you're better at raiding and sniping economy, but for what comes next, you'd probably wish you had the spearmen, right? Because the reality is Scarlet Devil is going to be fast hacking, and this should be the mounted samurai play. There have been some baits with the Uma Bannerman builds. The logic isn't just that you force your opponent to build to counter you. It's now that by countering you, you can then counter them, right? So, like, it almost seems as if Muhodo is worried about some sort of weird archery range play instead.
Yeah, I wonder if he... I think he's just keeping his options open for the time being. It's a very, very open map as well, so it makes sense to commit very heavily to Ghazi Raiders. But I think he's just kind of having that wait-and-see approach. He knows it's going to be a fast castle. I would not be shocked to see him scout in like a minute or so when he knows that his opponent is going to be close to castle. I think you want to intercept that timing. get to the opponent's base when he reaches Castle Age and see what he's up to so you can start prepping the counter unit immediately. And for now, he's just going to continue adding the Ghazi Raiders so he retains that mobility. Floating Gate from Scarlet Devil, no surprise on that front.
And the whole idea behind... I'm sorry, actually, it wasn't ushering. I could have sworn it was. Maybe cancelled it and switched it. So we have got spears coming. Correct call. But the whole point on why you want to blob Ghazi like crazy right now is there is a dive opportunity here when your opponent techs up, right? He won't have anything out to protect him other than an Uman Bannerman that's limping around almost dead. So you could actually snipe 3 or 4 worker kills while also having Sacred Sites. That's enough for you to then just catch up into Age 3.
It's double towers on that gold mine. Scarlet Devil knows fully well that if he loses access to that gold mine, it could be game over. And frankly, it likely will. Woodline is going to be contested here. Stable is up already, so Scarlet Devil isn't going to have any major issues, besides housing, perhaps. If he's cut off from wood and he cannot afford houses, that could be a bit of a problem. But Floating Gate is going to complete nice and safe. And considering that we only have a stable out here for Scarlet Devil, it's going to be the good old-fashioned mounted samurai play.
Yeah, Mahodo's feeling pretty ambitious about his own timing here, considering he's parked Scholars on all the free mid-mad relics, right? He doesn't actually have the resource to even start the tech up yet. So could end up losing a few of those to the initial samurai. So his goal now is to try and contain, right? These Ghazi need to distract Scarlet Devil inside his own base as long as possible.
And at the same time, you want to retain control over those sacred sites. The Uma Bannerman is going to go down here, potentially. You got to be super cautious with this. Now you have the healing power from the priest if you're Scarlet Devil, and you want to keep this Bannerman alive. He's trying to pull it back. It's so low on HP. Nice micro. I think we got to highlight this for Scarlet Devil. He had a pretty bad game in game number 1 in terms of micro. This one was really smooth. Keeps the Bannerman alive. But yeah, just to get back to the point of Muhodo, he has all 3 sacred sites. He's piling up resources for Castle Age himself, and he's on 9 scholars. So if he can just contain Scarlet Devil, he's going to be on par with Tech. He's got to get to Castle, and he can start going for the relics himself.
Yeah, definitely a much better start to game 2 than game 1 for Scarlet Devil. The key really is to just spread out on the relics now. It's tricky because if you just have 1 samurai each, the guys could jump you, but this is a good start. Finds the scholar in the center. Now he could ripple to the north side here, which would be value play for the decap and another one of those relics. But Mahodo, he's still nowhere near this tech up. It feels like these scholars are just sitting around waiting a lifetime to have a roll.
I think he doubled down on the production. He's actually having issues with food now that I look at it. He's got the gold. He just moved to the deer pack to the left side, so I think he wanted to go castle, and then he ran out of food. It's going to be a pretty substantial delay on his food income. Now the sacred site to the north is being contested by Scarlet Devil. He doesn't have a lot of mounted samurai, but one thing about these guys is that they're actually super tanky. And let's not forget, it's not just the fact that you have heavy cav versus light cav. It's also the fact that these are Castle Age units against feudal age troops.
One thing that's interesting is Mahodo took a huge gamble on those deer. Like, he had probe scouts coming through, right? But he knew he needed to be a bit more efficient and get more long-term food. So what he done is he pulled the villagers to the west side. We can actually see that knights are starting to wrap around there. This is what I was worried about. Is like, realistically, because the berries are back there, Scarlet Devil should be looking anyway. And he looks in the perfect place at the perfect time.
This is what I touched on before this game here, KP. In the previous game, you had only straight-up fights, and those didn't really go well for Scarlet Devil. But here, you can leverage mobility, you can leverage raiding power. And for someone that has his background in team game Scarlet Devil, that is the domain of the game that they are the best at. So much damage done here to Muhodo. Had to completely restart the House of Learning, loses a couple of villagers out here. He lost all 3 sacred sites because of this. He was back at home. He was distracted. He had to pull back his forces to deal with this aggression. And now Scarlet Devil is up to 10 mounted samurai. He's also bringing back 2 relics. By the time Muhodo gets to Castle Age, he's going to be denied of most of the relics.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy the way this is played out. Considering his position on the map before, it felt like Muhodo was putting the cart before the horse, right? When he was just prepared to pick up all these relics. He still didn't even have all the text from researched at home at the time. And dangerous to do when you know your opponent's going to be going Mount Samurai like this. Crazy how this matchup that, like I said, historically has been probably Delhi's most dominant one we've seen, now looks like it has the Japanese poised for a dominant victory here. Mahodo needs to wall up, anchor down, and get that crossbow transition going quickly, because that, admittedly, is an area where Japan can't compete. Where they've looked weakest in the current meta is once you get to castle and everyone wants to go crossbows, Japanese don't really have a crossbow unit. Onimusha kind of fill that role, but not as efficiently.
I would love to see some walls from Muhodo right next to that forest at the back. He still has that gold mine and that pack of deer exposed behind his base. Those are crucial resources. Part of the reason why he's still, you know, a little behind is because he was delayed on that food. He made his way into Castle Age. It's going to take a couple of moments until techs come in. But he does have 11 Scholars. And it looks like Scarlet Devil just wants to hit this timing. He wants to take this fight before the upgrades come in.
And I think he'll easily be able to. A decent amount of skulls have been pulled out. They're not on research duty here, so a lot of damage likely to be done. But the Guards are coming in to back this up. Mountain Samurai health bars are still looking relatively healthy for the most, but the count might not be enough to brute force through quick enough. A clutch Wallow will get a reset here from Mahodo. And keep in mind, those crossbows on the back have been whittling away at this. Scarlet Devil so far hasn't really found that big wallop to put Mahodo's economy in the ground.
I gotta agree with you, but at the same time, he's spinning his opponent inside his base while also building up a new force. He has more Mounted Samurai coming in.
Oh my god, the Scholars
coming in as well. Oh, you don't want to lose these Knights, though.
No,
Yeah,
and it's better to do it this way because now you could recommit potentially because your opponent used the Wallows. If Scarlet Devil had even got the kill on the Scholars, all that would have happened is another Piety Scholar would have picked up and Wallowed again. Meanwhile, while this going on though, while Mahodo is getting his countered amount of Samurai ready, Scarlet Devil's now going for the Owner Bugisha. And this is the point where the Kura can feel better. The Koka, I mentioned it earlier, you get that kind of sustainability, that pressure point and options in the early age, but where you get weak is when you run out of food. And that means things like Bugisha just aren't spammable. You're stuck on Mount Samurai. But with these farms, Scarlet Devil's options are now opening up.
When you run out of your initial food, when you have to make that farm transition, it's actually one of the times in the game where you're the most exposed. And one of the things that the Kura Storehouse helps with is to alleviate this problem. And now that Scarlet Devil has that steady food income, he can quickly pivot to other food-heavy units out there. Bannerman falls, but that is just so much more juice there for Scarlet Devil.
The Wallow's on cooldown. This is pointless. Like, they're on cooldown. He's just basically faking him, and he's not taking the bait. Scarlet Devil knows how to count, and he wants to count the one on his side of the score here. Scholars are going down. They aren't going to be a substantial front line anymore. And all of a sudden, we look for those eco kills. They've started to ripple in hard here. It went from 3 to 12 worker kills, and it's only going to be going up from here.
I think a bunch of villagers got caught in the crossfire in there, and now it's mostly just Scholars out there for Muhodo. He's trying a Vololo once again, but unless Scarlet Devil slips up here and loses a bunch,
he's going to lose. Oh, that body block. I mean, it's not a huge amount. It's still like technically a 6-unit exchange, right? You get 3, your opponent loses 3. There's still a lot of troops in your base, though, and the risk is, although you could maybe protect one location, what Scarlet Devil can just do to win now is go everywhere else, right? Spread the Mounted Samurai out and harvest some organs from innocent villagers.
Now Muhodo needs a miracle because he's at 14 army. That looks pretty nice against 21 until you realize that most of those are just Scholars.
But they can wall.
1 minute arms and 2 crossbows out there. That's basically it. He lost a gazillion villagers, and there's a second layer behind this. The sacred sites are all under the control of Scarlet Devil. It looks like we're heading into a 1-1 scenario. And now the Mounted Samurai is going to clean up the villagers back here. I don't think there's a way back now from Muhodo.
No, I think, you know, in hindsight, maybe looking back, maybe Muhodo needed to play feudal a little bit longer. He was aiming to follow the castle, but it felt like nothing was happening for a very long time while Scarlet Devil was boosting up. And apparently the villagers, they're going to need a boost in their stats if they want to win that fight. They'll eventually kill him, but the losses may be a little bit too high. Credit to him, though. Scarlet Devil, especially after game 1, the changes in game 2 here, the way he's approached these fights has been day and night difference. And yes, you are seeing a Shinto priest underneath the enemy TC, hoping to pick up a relic.
And also healing these Mounted Samurai just very casually. That Mounted Samurai at the back is still alive, and Muhodo is just... He keeps bleeding villagers. There it is. It's one apiece now. Scarlet Devil strikes back, and KP, I touched on this before we had it into this game. The remaining maps are all open maps out there. So if Scarlet Devil can continue to leverage this mobility advantage and just stretch out the attention of Muhodo like we've seen in this game, he's going to have a good series ahead of him.
I mean, also from a draft POV, the importance of winning this game cannot be stated enough. Obvious reason is your opponent is now on match point, right? But the bigger issue is Muhodo still has that giant conundrum, the Zhuji, that Scarlet Devil has to address, right? This gives him a little bit more runway, a little bit less panic, because right now Zhuji has been one of the, if not the most banned Civ. It's been definitely in the top 3. Delhi has been slipping in the ban rates a little bit, and I wouldn't say this is your classic example of why. Usually, it comes down to the pro scouts meta, but refreshing to see a different reason why rather the Delhi are going to be toppled.
I gotta say, I really loved the change up here from Scarlet Devil. Granted, I think Muhoto played a pretty standard and decent game. It was just the fact that he played, again, a standard game, whereas Scarlet Devil kind of anticipated such a build, and his response was really good. I absolutely loved the Kura Storehouse kind of an opening. He went for the early farm upgrade on TC as well. And the combination of these just meant that he had a very robust and sustainable food income. And he really needed these because, especially the initial fights against the Ghazi Raiders, those weren't super great. Even these fights under enemy TCs into Spearmen, those aren't ideal. But the early game, or I guess I should say mid-game economy from Scarlet Devil was just so robust that he could sustain these. And then once he inflicted enough damage, it was just basically game over.
Yeah, and it means we head into our next game, which will be Gorge. Now, that's going to be the GG pick we talked about, but we may have a turning point in this series here, Lidical. Order of the Dragon have been on the rise. They aren't just a meme civ anymore, and funnily enough, they have some really solid builds against Juji in particular.
Oh, wow. Oh, TD. Looks like Scarlet Devil really likes HRE and the variants if he had both of those taken in the draft. Gorge. These games are either very quick or very long. I don't think there's anything in between for Gorge 1v1s. One thing I want to say, though, super open map, even more so open than Dry Arabia. So a lot of opportunities for Scarlet Devil to, again, try to replicate what he has done in the previous game. On the other side, Jushi is a fundamentally different civilization than Delhi was in this game, I feel. So there is going to be a change up here coming in from Muhoto as well.
Yeah, there's some interesting approaches you can take with Scarlet Devil's Civ pick choice. Actually, I've seen 2TC against Juji actually be pretty damn formidable. The fast castle race isn't entirely what you want because Juji will always beat you in that department, right? They get a cheaper tech up, and then on top of that, they can ramp out monks quicker because of that. Meanwhile, when you're playing Order of the Dragon, unlike H3, you can't send prelates out before you age up. So it's a very different dynamic. That's why normally, I think in this matchup, been seeing quite a few times Order of the Dragon go for like 2TC Burgrave. Pro Scouts is also a potential option, but you are going to be doing Pro Scouts against one of the kings. I'd say one of the top two, and it's only because one of the top two because they're joint first. China and Juji are basically the best civs in the game for Pro Scouts right now, due to the supervision giving them the unlock so quickly and giving them the scouts so quickly. But you're right, Gorge is a very different map now. It's interesting. We used to always see, as you were highlighting, long games or very short games. I think the long games are becoming a little bit rarer. It's not impossible, but the reality is because of the changes to walling in Season 9, what is already meant to be a more difficult map to full wall got even harder with the patch change.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one to wall, that's for sure. Just, before we head into this game, I think it's good to take a look at the remainder of the draft because we haven't really had the chance to do so. Boldland at Himayama are the remaining maps. English, Mongols, and Malians for Muhoto. On the other side, we have both French and Jeanne d'Arc for Scarlet Devil, alongside the Abbasids. I would say I like Muhoto's draft a little better here. Definitely for Boldland. For Himayama, yeah. I like the options of French and Jeanne d'Arc. But for Boldland, I'm a big fan of Malians out there. English could actually make sense as well. I would probably say Himayama might be a Mongol map for Muhoto. I don't know. I think this game could be extremely important for either side. It moves one of these two players into match point. And frankly, I think Scarlet Devil has better civs for Himayama. Muhoto has better civs for Boldland. So, again, whoever ends up winning this game moves into match point if they get the map that they prefer to play on with the remaining civilizations. Yeah. They could easily seal this. Again, one of these two players will not make it into the remainder of the event. The other will face Anatan in a Decider series.
So the interesting thing you're highlighting about like the selection here as well is Mongols could make sense for Himayama or Boldland because the tree lines, like you can outpost rush. Realistically, like if you suspect French on Boldland, Malians or Mongols could both make a lot of sense. It's just like, what have you got for Himayama? I think most likely here, Muhoto is thinking English Himayama and likely Mongols actually with enough Boldland. There's less expected, and I have seen how quickly they can shut out the game. But we'll have to see. We can speculate all we want. We need to get past that. We need to see who's going to be first on match point. We head into Gorge to break the 1-1 storyline. Mahodo with Juji, one of the best civs for Pro Scouts meta. Scarlet Devil, being the new kid on the block, Order the Dragon, have been rising in the win rate. Can they get a dub over one of the best civs here?
Scarlet Devil having a front gold mine here, not the best out there. Compared to Mahodo, who kind of has it offset to the north, also has a little tree patch in front of his base. Gotta say, I like Mahodo's base layout a little better compared to Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, so Scarlet Devil, I mean, Order the Dragon can go Pro Scouts, right? Like, the deer could be shovelable from the east side without that, potentially. For Mahodo, we don't have like an insane meditation garden. That's always kind of a crux with Gorge, is unless you want to run out to the flanks, you're not going to get anything nutty. But I think they really need it per se. So the cool thing I've been like about GG, even before Pro Scouts really took on, they were rising in the rankings and the tier lists because they went from being kind of this one-dimensional civ with one build to a civ that had branching builds, right? So you could do the Jugunu All-In Classic, but then the Fast Castle Shalamong build looked pretty good. Then you also have the option to go for the Mount Lu Academy build, which got discovered. There's a lot of variance here, but I think if you're playing Order the Dragon, your goal should be to try and make the Feudal Age last a little bit longer against the Juji.
Fair, although, again, I don't know how much you want to stay in Feudal Age against Jushi. I think every time I see Jushi staying for an extended period of time in Feudal Age, one thing that gets worrisome is if they are allowed to build up a huge ball of Jugenu. If I've seen Jushi games where we're looking at a long Feudal and they're up to like 80 Jugenu, what are you going to do against that?
It's a fair point. The interesting thing, though, is that you do have Gilded Archers, which transition into Castle Age really well. This is a little bit more unique. A lot of Order of the Dragon games have been cooking recently, and not many of them have been featuring mine work anymore.
Interesting opening, and gotta say, we've seen slight change-ups from the usual build orders from Scarlet Devil in the previous game, and that's kind of what we're seeing over here. I think that could be a really good way to get an edge in this series. Just get a couple of builds out that are a little less expected potentially from the opposing player.
Now, this is nice. The Meditation Garden out on the flank, that's going to be 48 food, 25 stone, probably about like 30 wood. The reason why this type of transition is really nice is the way it sets you up. By going for the stone, the transition comes 10 minutes down the line, right? It's like, when you first saw Meditation Gardens come around, the whole idea of just going stone straight away to go TC didn't make sense because you can't TC rush. That's not your goal, though. With Juji, now what you can do is you can go for the castle play, go for the relics. By the time you complete that adventure, you almost have all the stone you need for a TC drop. Or, worst case scenario, you now have a bunch of emplacements. So, usually you'll see a lot of Juji players for that reason try to angle their Meditation Garden to include the stone outcropping. So I wonder, Scarlet Devil, opening here, most likely one would be Stables play. Judging by the amount of gold and wood, that's definitely what we should be heading for as Pro Scouts. And when you look at the other side, you can almost guarantee Mahodo's doing the same. Being at 210 gold already is a giveaway. So this is going to be a Pro Scouts race. The nice thing for Order of the Dragon is it's the one unit production race where they don't, by default, just lose because they're so slow. Unfortunately, you're against the Civ that can pump out Scouts a lot quicker.
It's going to be interesting when both players go for Pro Scouts. It kind of takes you back to those very
no,
old
Lidical,
days.
it's not interesting. Don't say that. This has been my life for the last 3 weeks.
The setup itself is intriguing in a way that when it's a race, you really have to be on your A game first and foremost. And the big problem with double Pro Scouts is kind of what I highlighted in game number 1. If you go Pro Scouts, you want to get more than 2 packs of deer, but that is so difficult when both players are playing that that kind of a build.
Well, the interesting thing is, when you actually break it down, 2 packs is more than enough to justify the investment, right? So, you're spending 150 wood on stables, and let's say you're adding, an extra 4 scouts in, right? That's 70 pops, that's 280. So far we're up to 430 resources. Then Pro Scouts another 350. So our total investment here is 780 resources, right? And a decent chunk of that is coming from safer resources, wood and gold. And in return, if I only get one deer pack, that's 2,450 resources. If you think about the way early mid-game goes, food is actually the most valuable resource because gold and wood is bountiful near your base. So that's why you've seen this transition. When they done that quality of life change that made Pro Scouts a bit easier to pick up, drop off, it just felt like a dead brain giveaway that we were going to be leaning pretty hard into this meta. I say it in hindsight that it seemed like a dead brain giveaway. Like the reality is most of us didn't see this coming, but we have literally reached the point, Leticore, where every single Civ at the start of the game will hover over that Pro Scouts icon and consider it.
Well, for now, it's going to be a slow start. Spearman now coming out for both of these players. But it's just going to be that straight build where they both go for their own deer packs. Apparently there might be a little effort here from Muhodo to try and yoink some from the other side of the map. In fact, he brought in a couple of carcasses. It looks like it's only his spearmen heading to the other side of the map. So he is going to focus on taking in his own deer, but also try to contest the deer packs on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and it's a pretty powerful play that you got, right? Because you can just zerg out the initial troops. For Order of the Dragon, it's just so difficult when you try to mirror like this with spears, but he has to mirror spears, right? Because if he just naturally went archers, there is a real possibility your opponent would have opened double horsemen. So it looks like Scarlet Devil is going to be the one a little bit delayed. He switches the men-at-arms, which is a smart read. That's still going to delay his initial pickup point. Meanwhile, there's no real harassment on Muhodo's side of the map.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a worrisome detail here for Scarlet Devil. Muhodo being able to bring out 5 spearmen means that he can do a lot better job just harassing and denying this influx of deer carcasses. And on the other side, you're really looking at one single... well, it's a gilded spearman, but it's still just a single
Hey,
unit.
that man is Leonidas. Don't you dare devalue him. All right, look at the way he runs away majestically and athletic. Yeah, he's really getting his ass kicked. Oh,
yeah,
he has got a friend.
Man-at-Arms is this... What is this scout doing? That must have been a misclick.
There's no way.
Yeah,
he's walking home.
I'm confusing colors.
He's walking home.
I'm confusing colors. Yes, indeed. Muhodo is
he's wearing red
from the other side there.
Yeah, he immediately came over and dragged away, right? Because that's just then a value play for you. It's also just kind of valuable the fact your opponent has gone men-at-arms. You can see the goal on both sides is to get castle as quickly as possible. But this is now a lofty investment. Scarlet Devil even going back for a second MAA.
And he's going wheelbarrow. He's getting blacksmith upgrades as well. He's definitely delaying his castle age here compared to Muhodo.
This is
definitely
getting
a change up. It looked like a race to castle age for some time, but it kind of feels like Scarlet Devil is doubling down on feudal age at least a little bit. He's still going to be heading towards castle soon, but he's definitely investing more into this feudal age play than his counterpart does.
Yeah, it's a very different approach. The build that I've been seeing a few weeks back start to come in this particular matchup that was pretty good was like you can go 2TC and then you play a little bit of feudal wall training castle, right? Like Juju is always going to beat the castle, but then you have better economy. Well, this build that Scarlet Devil's gone with, like there's no attack point. If he wanted to make this type of play, it feels like Horseman Opener would have been a lot better because then he could be on the enemy side of the map, poking at the gold, forcing outposts to be built, things like this. Instead, he's just reacting to what Muhodo is doing, and he's reacting on his side of the map, far away from where these Shaolin monks are now going to be rushing relics.
Yeah, it's a concern for Scarlet Devil right now. He has 2 men-at-arms, a single spearman out there, very, very slow. And Shaolin monks will be very quick when it comes to collecting those relics.
Okay.
Most of those are situated mid-map.
We have something different. It's the Burgrave build. This is kind of cool, actually. OOTD players started switching when they realized that the Regnit's timing just wasn't competitive, right? Like, you could only... I feel like you can only really justify Regnit's reliably of Order of the Dragon if you have an existing army, right? And 2 men-at-arms isn't really an existing army. So instead of trying to rush relics himself, he's going to try to block them.
Yeah, it's... one saving grace for him is that basically all the relics are in neutral spots. There aren't very many that are essentially guaranteed for Muhodo. Even the one that's closest to him is somewhat in contested ground. So Scarlet Devil, if he starts pumping out troops here quick, he could deny most of these relics, or at least delay Muhodo from picking them up. Muhodo is already starting to mix in crossbows, though, so he is going to have that answer to the man-at-arms.
Yeah, and the other worry I have is like, so Gilded Men-at-Arms will be a Shaolin Monk. I don't think a Gilded Men-at-Arms beats 2 Shaolin Monks, though, right? And there might be a risk of your opponent just sending them out in the same area. It's especially kind of crazy when you consider the cost, right? It's like a Shadow Monk is 200 will heal itself, but a Men-at-Arms is going to be 240. Admittedly cheaper now that he's got the Burgrave, so that does make it a little bit better. And that's the whole logic, right? For a Civ that just has to spend so much resource per unit, Burgrave really is that breath of life into what otherwise is a very, very slow start to castle.
Yeah, you need that Burgrave to get those Men-at-Arms out. They are, however, being distracted here by some skirmishing spearmen. They haven't really gotten to the other side of the map, and this buys a lot of time for Muhodo to start getting those crossbows out. Gilded Knights are also being added here by Scarlet Devil, though, so he's going for a super food-heavy composition. It's going to be important to monitor his available food, though, because he definitely lost a couple of carcasses to Muhodo on his side of the map. If he depletes those carcasses, it's going to be difficult to sustain this production of Gilded Knights and Men-at-Arms.
Are you kidding me? I don't think he saw that at all. The Stealth Forest hit him there. That was the perfect run-by point. So he's going to be able to shuffle out to the other side. The Knight is already dealing with that Men-at-Arms in the back. Shallow Monk will guarantee the kill. So it's at least looking like a 3-2 relic split in favor of Muhodo. Realistically, this should be a 4-1 split. And the Prilla, unfortunately, is running... It's like all the wrong places.
Oh,
here.
no. Gilded Knight
that sounded really
intercept the
sarcastic for like a death. Oh no, what a shame. The big Men-at-Arms died.
Oh, this is actually a really nice distraction here. For a moment, it looked like the Gilded Knight will just get baited by the Lancer and just forget about the Monk. But the Shaolin Monk is gonna... What?
Yeah, but there's more coming.
He could have gotten the kill.
No, it's tricky. Remember, Shaolin Monks are really, really tanky. They don't die as quickly as you think, especially with the 2 melee armor. So the clash is going to come in. The crossbows on the back need to be targeted first. The Knight is going to peel for that. But that means the Monk is walking home safely with the goodies.
This is huge. That Bololo is saving this Monk out here because the Knight could get sniped here.
And Knight could get his ass kicked by a guy, an old man with a stick at this stage. If he just... if he realizes it as well.
The Knight is going to get pushed away, and this is flawless micro here by Muhodo. Saves the Shaolin Monk, gets the relic away. That was the hardest to grab relic for him. He's going to have the majority of the relics. He's now cleaning up the Man-at-Arms with the crossbows as well. Everything is coming together here for Muhodo, you feel.
Yeah,
and look at
the
his
gold
resources.
I mean, the other thing is the Golden Cuirass is kind of looking at assay. It's not doing enough. And that resource haul right there could easily now just be Pagoda play from Yuan. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, you don't want to rush Imperial, there's no point. Mount Academy, it's not about that. It's actually about the pagodas itself, because now all of a sudden you're like a better Regnitz, right? By having pagodas, you take it from being 80 resource generation to, I think it ends up being like 250 or 262, I think it is, per relic, which is quite frankly bonkers.
It is, especially when you consider that he already has 3 relics secured, and I think he's got some more coming back. The UI isn't showing that, but I'm certain, well, we don't have any more relics out there.
I mean, he literally has all relics, right? This is a 5-relic game. Thank God Scarlet Devil didn't go Regnitz, is what he's got to be thinking right now. But you know, he does still have a shot at winning a fight, right? We've got a lot of Men-at-Arms. We've got Gilded Crossbowmen. He's even switching Gilded Archers. Kind of intriguing. Usually, like at this stage, unless you have a really good reason, such as Juganu, it probably feels better just to keep building the crossbows.
That's the saddest monastery I've seen in a while. Scarlet Devil had to make a monastery to garrison the relics, but he didn't get a single relic, so right now you just have a monastery that's standing there for nothing.
I mean, there's probably lots of monasteries that are pretty sad, right? You know, like, I don't think many people visit them anymore. There's probably like an act of celibacy that has to be taken. I mean, a lot of us do that anyway, but that's so we can game. I don't think they even have Wi-Fi up on those things.
Well, one thing to highlight here, though, is Scarlet Devil still has, again, 10 Men-at-Arms. He's getting some Gilded Archers, Gilded Crossbows out there, but you feel like Muhodo is now sitting back and just waiting for his opponent to make his move. He knows fully well that he's got the advantage with 5 relics in hand.
Yeah, you can pretty much just park and say, come to Papa, right? Like, he literally just got, yeah, you see this, right? He just got 2nd Castle Age, and look at his resource, and now he's buying the 600 resource Feudal Lambert. Still, look at his resources.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, Muhodo is just like, okay, come for me. What are you going to do about it? I got 5 relics. I can do whatever I want. And it makes a lot of sense, because if you're Muhodo, you might not want to challenge this army mid-map or close to Scarlet Devil's base. But frankly, you don't have to. You just got to wait until these guys move in. And this is a slow-moving army from Scarlet Devil. If Scarlet Devil attacks Muhodo's base with this, he isn't really going to have a chance to pull back.
Yeah, I mean, this is his big kind of like hammer at home moment, right? If he's going to make it work, it has to be now. He's aware he's lost the relic game. He's aware that like playing late game is not really sustainable here. The difficulty is you're going to have to run into defender's advantage. The good news is usually don't really want to have to build Nest of Bees against Order the Dragon. They don't kill quick enough. Bad news is if Mahodo sees that you're leaning very hard into ranged, it actually does become an option.
Yeah, for now, Scarlet Devil is thinking twice about this. Love this little skirmish with Muhodo. He's got a couple of Lancers and a couple of Scouts here as well. He knows fully well where this army is at. And for now, he's just trying to buy time to get some more crossbows out. He has seen this composition. He sees that this is mostly just men-at-arms. I don't think he's seen the majority of the archers yet. But still, he's at 26 crossbows, 14 spearmen as well. The spearmen are actually a little janky here, if you think about it. At the end of the day, he's only facing a single Gilded Knight.
The thing is that Gilded Knight hasn't really had an opportunity to raid at all, right? And it feels like Scarlet Devil is really just bulking for this one big Urara push. And the problem is it's taking so long, we're getting those Nest of Bees, right? And this is now turning into a classic Chinese defense strategy, right? Sit in your base, lob a lot of troops, make them come in, and then wipe them with siege.
Yeah, I think if you're Scarlet Devil, you kind of have to do this. You need to make one decisive fight happen. This game isn't going to be sustainable when you're down 5 relics. At the same time, the more he delays, the more his opponent is able to build up his troops. And this is the frustrating detail here for Scarlet Devil. He knows he needs to go, but he needs to build up those forces, and while he's doing so, his opponent is doing the exact same thing. Nest of Bees are now coming in. You've got 34 crossbows as well. Horsemen are also being mixed in by Muhodo. I think we're getting to the stage where Muhodo is going to start sending in small groups of cavalry to raid. He's getting the flank secured, and it looks like we might be heading into that one decisive fight. Looks like Muhodo might have had enough, and he's just saying, okay, come fight me. I'm confident that I can take this fight in the middle of the map now.
I mean, when the walls go up, he's safe. He's even got granaries coming behind this. We do have scale armor on the way for Scarlet Devil. Really solid against Zhug. It's still okay against crossbows, but it does absolutely nothing against mass Nest of Bees, right? So the more that Mahodo goes towards siege, the more that Scarlet Devil's comp seems problematic, right? Like, you know, if you have a look at those units there, Lidicore, would you like to point out the one to me that runs to the back and kills siege?
The one Gilded Lancer, I think that's the answer.
That's why he built him. That right there is King Arthur.
I feel like he's going to be minced meat very quickly, though.
Hey, I'd ask for a raise. If someone came and went to me like, your job is to destroy all the siege, I'm like, dude, am I getting paid enough here? I mean, I know it costs 480 resources, but you should be paying a lot more for me if I'm capable of that.
Muhodo is playing a very slow and methodical game here. He's really not rushing anything. He's now getting the walls complete. He's going for the sacred sites. I actually like that he's doing this. He really feels like he's being super cautious just to make sure that he doesn't throw away a game that's looking really good for him.
I mean, there's no rush, right? Like, you're seeing a 10 eco lead. Obviously, it's not really that because OTD villages are better. The pagodas, what did I say? I'm pretty sure it's 262, which means each relic is worth 6 villages. That's pretty bonkers. And you can obviously only get 3 of them, but it's still good enough. With the granaries coming as well, you're just going to start to see a lot of food pump that's going to allow them to get these cheap cannon fodder units, like the Spearmen, to buy time the fights. But Mahodo needs to slow down. The Nest of Bees aren't here yet.
At the same time, it's 5 Nest of Bees, and I don't know if Scarlet Devil saw the 5 Nest of Bees out here.
That's the wrong thing to hit.
I don't think he did.
No, the Nest of Bees need to hit the back line, though. They get the bonus damage there still, so there we go. Staggered formation. The Gilded Archers are being focused upon. Crossbow count should, in theory, be good enough to hold this, but the problem right now is Mahodo isn't stepping away, because if he does, the Nest of Bees will get sniped out. So pretty much just taking a punch to the face here, and the spread from Scarlet Devil is going wide enough that the Nest of Bees aren't mopping up immediately here. At the end of this fight, it should be probably about 3 Gilded Crossbowmen against 2 Nest of Bees, and Scarlet Devil doesn't like those numbers. He's going to back away.
Given the circumstances, this is a decent fight for Scarlet Devil. Like, he actually thinned out the numbers from Muhodo quite a bit, but even-ish trades are not necessarily ideal. The destroyed value is kind of neck and neck.
It's worse than that. Think about it this way, Lidicore, right? Like, the Nest of Bees just crotch stomped you. Now
And
look at
there
what
is more
Scarlet Devil
coming.
has, right? Yeah, but also look at what Scarlet Devil has. He's finally trying to add in horsemen, but like the majority of his army is now still counted at the tail end of that fight.
Exactly. It's also a very beaten up army. Scarlet Devil took a lot of hits from those Nest of Bees, so sure enough, he's got a bunch of archers, but I think a lot of them are heavily damaged.
And that's a tricky thing. Like that especially matters if you somehow get to 200 pop in this game, because the thing that I've noticed with Order of the Dragon, where they suffer the most is their reproduction rate, right? And why that's a big problem is because we mentioned in a previous game how healing's OP at 200 pop because you top off everyone. It's a more extreme negative for Order of the Dragon if they're injured, right? Because it takes their unit so long to die. But it means when they finally do, there's a giant gap in your army for a very long time against a Zergy Civ like Juji.
And now Mahodo is just securing Sacred Sites. I think after that previous battle, he's going to be a little bit more cautious once again. And he doesn't need to rush. He is securing the mid-map area, securing the Sacred Sites. He actually is gathering stones so he can drop a keep. I would love to see a keep mid-map. Just smack down in the middle of the map right next to that Sacred Site. And again, just play that map control game. He's actually up by 15 eco now. Of course, again, HRE villagers. But at the same time, you are sitting on 5 relics and 3 Sacred Sites. When you look at the overall resource income, it is just so much better for Mahodo.
And we actually have herbal medicine coming in, so Scarlet Devil's going to be healing. I think one thing that's missing, I don't think he ever got Inspired Boreas, right? Inspired Boreas is a pretty big deal. It's not going to help you that much against Nest of Bees because armor is kind of irrelevant. But it's still going to allow you to kind of burst through that front line a little bit quicker.
And now the raids are coming in. Beautiful wrap here by Mahodo. He might not get a lot of kills, but even just forcing idle time and stretching out the defense of Scarlet Devil is what he needs. It looks like most of the villagers will get away, but
I mean,
so much idle time.
All the villagers get away because these things... You'd think the horsemen have plastic swords. It's more just these guys are basically made of steel and metal, right? They're pretty much the Cybermen of the AoE 4 world.
Uh-oh. Nest of Bees will be very happy about the clumped up villagers, though.
Don't mind us. We're just checking that you're still awake. Well, we can fix that. Maybe a little bit of Eternal Slumber here. Way too much focus fire. That was actually good micro from Scarlet. Notice which one's going to be attacked. Moved everything else wide. We've got a concave now. Mahodo doesn't have an insane amount of front line here, so the crossbows are going to have to fulfill that role again. Only one horseman reaching isn't going to be good enough, though, so the Nest of Bees are getting an opportunity to just wipe the slate clean here. Scarlet Devil, like, look at the damage. Imagine how much more painful this would be against Chinese Nest of Bees with 50% more health. These ones just seem unkillable.
You get so much firepower that even good splits isn't going to help here for Scarlet Devil. He's standing and fighting, but again, the raw firepower is just too much. There's going to be a second layer, and yep, Mahodo is like, get out of my game. I am going to be moving on to match point because finally he is done waiting. There is nothing that Scarlet Devil has to stop this. Those Nest of Bees can start opening fire on the Burgrave at this point.
Yeah, honestly, if anyone's tier list has Juji in the B tier, they must have like misspelt the B tier, right? This unit in the right circumstance is oppressive. GG comes out. Mahodo will be moving 2-1 up, 1 game away from eliminating his Chinese opponent here and keeping his dreams alive, and a matchup with Anatan to come. But before we get to that, there's still potentially 2 games to go, and I gotta say, you know, Scarlet Devil, although this series, I think, began in a really rough way. Game 2, obviously really good for him. Even Game 3, I think there were signs of life at moments there for OOTD. But essentially, like, the issue I think we come back to is the opening play, put him on the defensive, and it didn't seem like Scarlet Devil once was able to take control of the game from that point.
I agree. I think I don't like calling games early. But the reality is that this game felt almost impossible from Scarlet Devil from the moment he lost out on all 5 relics.
Yeah. And you know, it's interesting. You might go, oh, well, yeah, but he didn't have Regnets. Doesn't matter as much. It does because of just how good Juji are at using these relics, right? I actually think Juji are better at using relics than HRE. You can argue that you get more gold as HRE. Sure, granted. But the resource burst across the board that you get out of Pagoda is quite frankly insane. I still can't believe how well this initial fight went, right? That last, like, you're not a normal monk. I'm going to have to leave. But this is kind of the monk at S point, because also the other thing is when you try to wrap around, notice that he doesn't just go east side, because that sacred site is also a body blocker. right? So it just takes way too long to circulate around the backside. So, with that in mind, or the dragon not as OP as I was hoping here. I mean, it's interesting. I'm curious what the pro sentiment is because, as I said, there has been kind of a resurgence in OOTD picks as not a meme pick. And this is one of the matchups, definitely the weeklies on similarly skilled players. We've just seen actually OOTD can run away from it. But yeah, masterclass by Mahodo, just making it the relic race that he did. It's tricky. I wonder if there is a world in which Scarlet cannot play Pro Scouts here and just do the 2 TC build instead. It's always awkward because you'd think a town center would protect a deer stack against Pro Scouts. It doesn't let it go. It's actually trivial just how easily they still snatch deer away.
Yeah, it's been a lot of pro scouts across this series so far. Just going back to game number 1, this game as well. We've seen little bits of that with the Delhi in game number 2 as well. But it looks like we are going to have the Malians over here for Muhodo against the opposites from Scarlet Devil. I kind of had this idea for Scarlet Devil, French, or Jeanne d'Arc for Himayama. So it doesn't make sense to see opposites here on Boldland. But one thing I want to say is that I absolutely love Malians for Boldland. The thing is that at the beginning of the game, you can play rather compact.
Yeah.
And you got to start moving out once you get to that 10, 12, 15-minute mark. And the Malians leverage the fact that they have a very compact eco so well on a map like this. All other players will have to move out and secure additional resources. The fact that you have passive gold income from the pit mines, the fact that you have passive food income from the cattle, means that you're a lot less exposed to the Malians. So, going into this game, I really feel like I like Malians a lot more than I do Abbasids for Boldland.
Yeah, it's an interesting one actually. So Malians, I definitely prefer them to Abba on Boardland, I want to say, but then you have to remember what this matchup actually is. What is the thing Malians hate most? It is TC booming civs. What is the most efficient TC booming civ? Abba. So that's where the conundrum can exist here. But what Malians have been utilizing the Pro Scouts meta with very well is Farimba builds. Farimba can actually just evolve this matchup entirely. Freeborn are obnoxiously tanky. It stops a lot of actually the things that Abba would like to scale and gives you raiding potential on the other side. It's not immediate kill damage like a Night Spam, but it is chip damage that adds up over time. Honestly, some of the most uncomfortable games I've seen players have this year so far have been against that particular build. It's hard to build against. Usually the threat to Malians on this map, and why I don't see them as the absolute S tier over, say, HRE, French, China, Shuxi, even Rus, is if you get unlucky on your gold spawn, an outpost rush can end your game. And I've seen that happen many times to Malians in particular. Even Jean could have done that, right? So, yeah, Scarlet Devil, I think he's still got a good matchup here. But if there is any map where I could trust Malians to maybe overcome a really hard matchup, Boldland is going to be that map.
It's going to be a super open map as well, and that's something that Scarlet Devil did have success on. Dry Arabia, the generation that we've played in game number 2, was actually very open mid-map, kind of reminiscent of what you usually get from Boldland. But at the same time, so far, I think one of the key elements I've seen from Muhodo is that he was always able to leverage little details, like being able to sneak away with certain relics, just little things that all add up towards, I guess, added success at the end of the series. Just to think about this, it looks like we're going to take a look at the predictions here real quick. What did I say? Oh, I said Scarlet Devil 3-1, so I guess I'm going to be wrong about this.
Oh, yeah, that's a good start for you. I think last weekend I was almost 100%, I can't remember, but I was feeling pretty good. So yeah, like, I mean, running through these expectations, I think me and Mike has the potential to take a game, maybe even 2 off Dimu, but Dimu should be favored. B has been on fire right now. The start of 2025 has been like, this is my year to go. So really big favorability there. Baltoon versus Core. I think that Baltoon's more recent kind of highs in competitive will give him a slight edge in that one. But yeah, I'm on track to begin my day right, so I'm kind of happy.
Well, there could still be a turnaround because right now Muhodo is leading 2-1 in a match point, but Scarlet Devil is looking to turn this around. This could be his final game in EGC Masters Winters if he ends up losing here. Muhodo with the Malians in blue, Scarlet Devil with the red Abbasids.
And this could be a statement game, Lidical. It's not just about these players being on the verge of their biggest achievements so far in ST tournaments. It's the fact that this matchup is meant to be the bee's knees for Abbasis, right? 2TC, what do you do as Malians? You hate TC booming civs. They ruin the Fulani plan. But what the statement could be from this game is move over Fulani and move in Farimba. We've been seeing a lot of it more recently, and this is one of the maps where it most frequently comes out because of how much food Pro Scouts offers up. There is a total of, I believe it's 34 deer on this map, which is higher than the 28 standard you'll get on Dry Arabia.
Oh, it certainly is, and I really wonder how the early game is going to shape out here for either of these players. One thing I've noticed with Scarlet Devil in essentially all 3 games that we've seen is that he's leaning towards slower starts in general. You go back to game number 1 with the HRE build, game number 2 with the Japanese fast castle style opening, and even game number 3 with OOTD. Some of that is civilization specific, but so far the trend has been that Scarlet Devil always goes into these games and he's not playing super aggro feudal, he's more like early Castle Age timing based.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing for Scarlet is like this matchup, I think you want to try to extend the feudal age, so your goal here should be to open with a little bit of pressure. I think you can still do 2TC, but military wing can make a lot of sense just so you have those opening units to poke. Because you should know what Marlin's going to do here, right? Like, they're going to be optimizing around getting the Pro Scouts play online as quickly as is humanly possible. In fact, is it time for me to put on my tinfoil hat and explain the ABBA Pro Scouts build?
Please don't. Please do not.
You know, it's actually happened as well. So, like, I was huffing the hopium for about a week, theory crafting it, and then it started happening. So there is a build that you can do with ABBA to Pro Scouts as well. It's just, I don't think you want to do it against Marlians per se. It's Culture Wing. With Preservation Knowledge, you can kind of justify Pro Scouts play. But no, it is going to be a military wing opening. Really good because we've got the 4 golds. You could actually turn this into, like, additional pressure. So a really popular play that the Bassids started to do about, like, what, a year ago, I think it was now, was you do melee wing and then follow up stables. So then you have all 3 of the triangle. But the reality here is you should know that your opponent wants to go stables anyway. So I don't think you necessarily need to cover the horseman angle.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup. I gotta say, when it comes to, just to go back to your point about the Abbasid Pro Scouts build, if Abbasids are going Pro Scouts, you know that it's a busted technology. We actually had periods where even Abbasids played Pro Scouts, and that's usually when they get nerfs, because Abbasids are really not a civilization that, you know, is meant to be played in a way like that.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to think of ABBA as like an aggressive, oppressive civ, considering their eco-booming roots. But like they do have a lot of things that can lean into it, right? The efficiency of their economy allows them to actually be better at military spamming, with cheaper villages, with the Golden Age buffs. So like there is ways that ABBA can just kind of full blitz it in the H2. But you know, I think you need to do something. If you allow Malians to get too much gear for free on the map, they will just Farimba you, and Freeborn just kind of breaks a lot of matchups right now. Because we have to remember is Freeborn, it's a unit that is incredibly cheap and has 175 HP with 5 ranged armor. Its melee damage isn't insane, but its survivability is.
Yeah, and Farimba timings can be devastating on a map like this, where really it's impossible for your opponent to wall. So if you have a dominant army advantage, you can march into their base and start just decimating them. And it looks like Scarlet Devil will once again take the slower approach to this game. He opened with Military Wing. He's going to have that little, you know, presence on the map with the 2 spears, 2 archers. But he is going to play 2 town centers here.
Oh.
Also means that if these spearmen and archers cannot do substantial damage, Muhodo is free to do whatever he wants in terms of building up cattle, or just marching straight towards Castle Edge.
So there used to be a play here that felt pretty good for ABBA in this matchup, which is you open with a ram. Love this, by the way. Should be able to dive deep enough. Oh, that archer is a little bit slowed down, actually, by his teammate. That's unfortunate. So loses one of the spears. Now, the play here that used to happen is you'd open with a ram. I don't like that play anymore. And the reason is because of the Warrior Scouts. Warrior Scouts suck against range units. They don't get bonus damage there, but they do get bonus damage against siege in H2. So if you put a ram, you know, usually you're doing it when your opponent's building javelins or archers. And considering the current meta doesn't open with that, I think the ram play lost a lot of value.
And you did lose one of the 2 spearmen out there for Scarlet Devil to the town
Yeah.
center fire, so it's going to be so much more difficult to protect any rams from the warrior scouts. In general, losing that 1 spearman means that it's reasonably easy for Muhodo to clean up this little aggression here.
Yeah, I mean, he even added in the archery range, right? So I'm really glad that Scarlet Devil didn't just add more pressure. Opportunity was gone. We even have it being javelins, which is a little bit like overkill. By going javelins in Feudal Age, there's some variant usages here. So for one, like it's military wings, your opponent might eventually try to go composite bows, so you can justify javelins. The other thing is actually, this is the one kind of build order that justifies Farimba Javeliniers. It's the rarest form of Farimba, with the majority being freeborn, the remainder being Mansumis party. But like, if you are put in a position where you can scale up to 20 javelins in Feudal Age, you can get away with that Castle Age transition. God,
First javelin out there. Muhodo just casually kiting away. He's going to secure the other pit mine as well. Looks like he does have 4 warrior scouts out already. Scarlet Devil, for the time being, just playing 2 DCs. With this army being cleaned up, he's going to concede all map control to Muhodo.
Yeah, we're going to want to check on the sheep count as well. Like Scarlet Devil, the cool thing is obviously your villages are cheap, but it's still going to matter what you're working with here, right? Because, yeah, that's not great. 13 sheep for a guy who should have started on the berries. Not a good sign. And there you go. Yeah, 60 on the other side. So have a look at the map. You can see Scarlet Devil has a lot of berries on the northwest side. This is kind of beneficial. It means that he can just kind of hunker down and protect himself for longer, and they are back spawning. But in return, like what we're going to be seeing, though, is Muhodo should end up with 34 deer guaranteed. I don't see a world in which Scarlet Devil stops him.
Yeah, I don't see it either. The problem is that Scarlet Devil, like, he needs to essentially focus on building up that economy with whatever small eco he has, plus add army at the same time. Whereas if you look at Muhodo, he is ferrying in carcasses, he has the passive gold income as well, and the warrior scouts he made to ferry in those carcasses with, they also act as actual active combatants. So, in a way, the investment to seize that map control is much smaller from Muhodo compared to what Scarlet Devil needs to invest. And I feel like that's just a problem for Scarlet Devil right now, because he kind of has to split his attention between booming and building up an army, whereas Muhodo is kind of doing the same thing with making warrior scouts.
Yeah, curious that we see him adding in Donzos as well. So I thought he'd just settle on warrior scouts and javelins, maybe. Warrior scouts, of course, you know, they're not going to directly counter the archers, but that's what the javelins do. And then the warrior scouts are just the body block against horsemen. Maybe he's worried that Scarlet Devil is going for a 1-1-1 build, which is believable. Abbasids do have the phalanx to make their spears better. He also has boot camp. And the Donzos are really tanky, right? They're a rare case. They come with melee armor built into them by default, as well as that hybrid attack. But we can see the saving up coming through. Muhodo is looking for an aggressive timing on castle. This is guaranteed to be Farimba. Question still is, what is the choice going to be? Freeborn seems way too desirable now that your opponent is blobbing archers.
Yeah, it's a lot of production buildings as well for Muhodo out here. He is going to head to Castle Age. If you're Scarlet Devil, you almost have to hit a timing attack here, but generally speaking, it's difficult to hit timing attacks against the Malians, especially when Muhodo himself has quite a few troops out there. He's got a couple of javelins, and he also has a lot of warrior scouts, so he could just intercept reinforcements with those.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Warrior scouts, like in this count, can just tickle away, but they're just more valuable pulling all the deer back. And that... Wait, what? It's not Farimba.
Ooh.
It's an empty Fulani.
That's an interesting choice. He's got a lot of production buildings out there, but it's definitely surprising if we're getting a Fulani up here. Scarlet Devil is going to spot the age up here. He's looking to pounce at the same time. He doesn't really have an overwhelming army advantage over here. Warrior Scouts get caught in the crossfire over here as they're ferrying in carcasses.
All right, this is just weird. I mean, Muhodo, he's going to get the upgraded army, but this is really, really weird. It's not like the classic, oh, you don't have 20 villages extra yet, Abbasids, so Grand Fulani's better. There is nothing for it to be better for right now. He hasn't even spawned a cow yet. The only cow we have on this broadcast is literally behind the camera.
Javelins building up, but it's not a lot of production on the army side for Muhodo either. He's got 0 units in queue right now.
Yeah, so empty Lani complete. I mean, you can't just rush cows now. That's the thing. If you add in cows now, you're going to get killed, right? So this thing is going to remain empty for probably at least 2 minutes.
Now, just looking at how Muhodo usually plays these games, based on the previous games that we've seen in this series, you really see that pattern where Muhodo likes to play for longer games and just likes the longevity of many landmarks. So, fair enough, if this game goes longer, then Grand Fulani will come online, but right now it just feels so lackluster. And now you look at Scarlet Devil. He has a 15 eco lead. He's actually torching down a lot of houses, making these pit mines a little weaker. And he's about to get the Castle Age himself.
Yeah, and this should be, like, what, military wing? Now that it's Fulani... sorry, he went military wing already, didn't he? So,
yeah, he's got military already.
Is he going to have to eco? Because my thought here is he doesn't have enough food long-term, right? But, like, realistically, I kind of feel like you need culture still to get your techs a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, I would think culture. I think you kind of try to just, like, speedrun this whole thing. Now Muhodo is doubling down on production. He's getting some sofas going. He still has a respectable food income, but just to highlight the problems that Muhodo is facing, he needs to take this gold mine to the front. He needs more gold than the passive resource income. And now this gold mine is being challenged here. Scarlet Devil has to pull back, though, and this is a bad timing for Scarlet Devil here. He's just now aging up the Castle Age, and now he's facing a full Castle Age army.
I mean, with sofas coming, I'm a little bit worried. He has at least got the walls on the way, but they should be able to potentially intercept before full walls go up. Scarlet Devil, I mean, he's not going to have much of an army standing at that point, right? Like, it's already down to just 13 archers, soon to be 12. For Muhodo...
And the walls aren't complete yet. The idea to make these walls was good, but it's an expensive set of walls, and if it's not complete, it's useless. I
mean, it's expensive on time. That's the big difference. In Season 8, that would have been complete, right? All this would have been up. Like, you can see how big the difference is in build speed now. So with that opening, Muhodo can just camp it. He's flooding more sofa. I don't think we have ranches added in yet, which is a good thing here. He needs to inflate sofa count and start doing eco damage.
Yeah, once you have those sofas out, that's going to be a bit of a challenge for Scarlet Devil to deal with, and now there is a breach. Goldmine is contested from Scarlet Devil, which is just so bad. Every time you hit an age and you don't have access to gold, you simply cannot afford the new decks. And right now, Scarlet Devil is sitting on 300 gold only.
No,
he's not going to be able to afford veterancy upgrades.
Yeah, look at where the veins are. Because he got the double berry back spawn, he didn't get the back spawn on gold at all. So, like, he's just kind of stuck on trash tier units. He's building the spears, which actually can work here, considering your opponent went javelins. Javelins aren't going to clear you fast, right? But he's going to need a lot of food. So we go back to the issue of where the hell are we getting long-term food? Eco Wing is great 3 minutes down the line, but how are you meant to make a farm transition when you're being pressured?
This is looking so grim now for Scarlet Devil. I don't think Muhodo optimized this the best way possible, especially with the Great Fulani Corral.
This is really weird.
It was a weird game, but the timing of this attack still works out. And now
like,
he's pressuring the gold mine.
The easiest way to think about this is this game could be over before he sees any real value out of Fulani, right?
Yeah. I think this game is going to be over one way or another before he gets value out of the Grand Fulani Corral. The veterancy is coming in for the archers for Muhodo, or for Scarlet Devil. He has no more gold right now to get more upgrades. And he's facing 6 sofas, warrior scouts, couple of javelin throwers. I feel like veteran archers will just not make a difference here.
I mean, he needs the other techs, right? Until he can touch the gold, that's problematic. You know, I think he may have got boot camp, but composite bows is more pricey at 350 gold, so has to fix that gap. And in the meantime, we do have Musafadi in the way. The funny part is I think Muhodo is thinking too far ahead. Like, his opponent doesn't have gold access. His plan makes sense if Scarlet Devil could actually afford to build golems. But right now, this is the trash comp army. So what you need to be doing is building the trash killers, i.e. javelins and sofas or archers and sofas.
Yeah, quite a few villager kills on the side of Muhodo as well. He's killed 9 workers, make it 10 with this villager falling. So at the end of the day, there is still a nominal villager lead for Scarlet Devil, but he is forced to make a farm transition. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be time-consuming. He has conceded all map control. And at the same time, as we all know, Mali and Eco just gets better and better as the game goes on. So Scarlet Devil is kind of on a timer here. He's got full spearmen, full archer comps. It is going to be reasonable against the sofa-heavy composition like what we're seeing from Muhodo, though. Like, Muhodo isn't making the most optimal unit against this composition right now.
And this is like the classic, you have all these villages, but handshake now what moment, right? Like the last of the berries is about to be munched. Then he's got the south side ones. You know, it's great to have 70, 80, 90 villages, but they need something to do, right? Like you can't just have them standing around. It's not like a head count here, right? It's not like a cow under a Fulani. You don't get paid for existing. So he needs to actually find a way of breaking out of this stranglehold that Muhodo has him in right now. He has got a bigger army, but now he's really starting to lack in the mobility department.
Yeah, that gold mine needs to stand for Scarlet Devil. He needs that gold. Now he's securing it, and he's getting the veterancy upgrades in. He's getting phalanx in. So Muhodo's momentum is kind of shrinking here. The army count is getting better and better for Scarlet Devil. Army value is still light years better for Muhodo. Forward workshop here in the tower as well. He just wants to keep this breach open. Finally, some cattle is coming in, but again, it takes so much time for Muhodo to build up that cattle now.
Yeah, he needs a lot more than this to keep the sofa pump going. At this rate, those 3 cows are going to be exuding blood, not milk, right? It's just, there's not enough food to get that pump higher right now, which is why I think you're seeing Muhodo switch siege. He realizes he needs more efficient trades here.
We are getting to that 15-20 minute mark where players start running out of safe resources near their bases, though. And this is the timing where you really need map control. This map is all about that. You need to have that map control when your base runs out of resources. And right now, that is Muhodo. Muhodo has all the map control, and he's just posturing units in front here. Look at this. Scarlet Devil needs to send 12 villagers to that front wood line. If Muhodo gets line of sight on that, he can just shoot at the villagers from the other side of the wood line.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much else you could be gathering right now, right? The reason why Scarlet Devil's gathering here is because of that lack of momentum we talked about, right? He can't shift his army north and south easily. So he kind of needs to keep his economy together in one location wherever possible. And because he made that choice to go gold north, this has now locked him in this direction. You have still got a few raiders wrapping around the back, but Scarlet Devil, as we just mentioned, has shifted everything north. So like, that's the only place you should really be finding damage here.
So many Musafaris here for Muhodo. That's actually a bad unit to make against so many archers. And this could be the saving grace for Scarlet Devil. I don't think his position is one I would envy. Especially with all these villagers running for their lives right now. There better be a gate to the north. If there isn't, these guys could just get caught off guard and they could be slaughtered.
No, he knows it would take too long to chase them there, right, with the interception. So he just takes a few worker kills, backs away here. Remember, Muhodo is kind of in a fragile state of economy right now. Both of them are realistically as to why Muhodo hasn't been able to end the game. They both have issues to solve. For Scarlet Devil, it's food access. For Muhodo, it actually also is food access. But slowly, his is being more easily resolved.
And now, poison arrows are in for Muhodo, and that makes a huge difference. Those archers will become so much better against armored troops. But if there is any kind of composition it struggles against, it's just mass archers, especially Abbasid archers.
I mean, this is the problem. Muhodo's countering for a phantom army here. Oh, well, this actually might be a literal phantom, a ghost, if you will, because the spearmen aren't in position. The sofas just get to ride in on top of the archers. A small group must have been raiding the backside and baiting him. In response, Scarlet Devil just had no spearmen at the start of this engagement, which is why he's giving over so much territory. And now the Mango getting a perfect shot right there. That's maximum value. The reload coming through and he's not even moving. I'm struggling to believe Scarlet Devil's going to be able to stay like this for much longer.
There's no way he's going to be able to stay like this. And it all comes down to the fact that his army wasn't together. The Sofas got so much value hitting the archers at the beginning. Now that all the spearmen are gone. By the time they arrived, it was too late. And this is going to be a cleanup, and Muhodo has a second layer behind this. Scarlet Devil does not.
He's just pumping sofas. Like, it's literally just non-stop sofas now, right? Like, all you need is to keep pressure and momentum going. Like, I wouldn't even be against some sort of proxy-based production buildings, but I think he pulled the villager home. But that was wild, man. I mean, Scarlet, talk about an overreaction. It must have been maybe a maximum 2 or 3 sofas wrapped around the back. Might have even been these warrior scouts. And he sent all the spears. He had 20 at the start of that engagement. Now he's down to 4.
I wonder if it was a push to the north. Maybe he was terrified that there was going to be like 5 sofas or so hitting 25 lumberjacks. And he just had to send all the spears in there. But with whatever happened, Muhodo used that timing so well. And we've been talking about this across the series. When it was about taking a direct fight, Muhodo seemed to have had the upper hand across this series. And that's what happened in here as well. There was one direct fight, the timing was just better, the positioning was just better for Muhodo. And now Scarlet Devil is really struggling here. He has to flee with all these villagers. And remember, Muhodo was doing this without the buff of the Grand Flanikaran. Now he's getting that cattle going.
And then you're seeing that in the server count.
For Scarlet Devil.
You're seeing that in the server count, right? It's escalating a lot quicker, the reblob afterwards, whereas before he'd throw them away and exhaust himself. And, you know, it's crazy because, like, to really sing Mahodo's praise in the way he's taking these engagements, he countered an army that didn't exist, right? He built Musafadi. He scaled archers, which can still work here, but like the whole idea of poison arrows is once again, oh, there's going to be like, you know, there's going to be armor here. There's 0 armor, and yet still he's able to strong arm his way in like this. Scarlet Devil does at least have farms set up now for that longevity, but he's starting to get starved off of gold. Southside is also getting raided, nothing being gained for free. Meanwhile, Mahodo getting plenty of food for free now.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing here. Muhodo was everything but optimal here, and he still won that fight. Now, Scarlet Devil looks like he regrouped a little, so he's going to live to see another day. I just don't know how he's going to get out of this mess right now. I feel like now we're looking at a situation similar to that of the previous game, where Muhodo is definitively up, and all he needs to make sure is just not to throw this game away.
I mean, it almost feels like he'd have to throw it away 3 times, right? So it's like a race between the two to get caught with their trousers down here. The Mango is up to 2. Raids coming in. That's a lot of villagers. Yeah, you're going to have to shuffle away. There's a lot already dead. I mean, you're going to see the entire eco lead shrink because of this. And remember,
he killed 40 vills.
It's ridiculous. He hasn't stopped this entire time. Also, remember, the Fulani is worth like an extra 20 villages for Mahodo's economy anyway. So he's ahead.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago, it was like a 25 eco lead for Scarlet Devil. All of that is gone. You know, you look down here and you say, okay, there's a raid starting, a couple of villagers fell, and then you look at the villager kills and you realize it's not just a couple. It was 24 or so. Now the population is looking better and better here for Muhodo. The passive resource income is making a major difference. And again, he's starting to take control over this game. He could still collect relics. He only has 1 relic collected, but he's got all the map control in the world. Really, everything is coming together for Muhodo, and he could be in for a matchup against Anathan in the deciders. Muhodo got 3-0'd in the opening round against Wham.
Yeah.
He did not face Anathan just yet. But as things stand, Muhodo could actually be playing for a chance to get into the playoffs tomorrow.
Exactly. And that would be the highest achievement of his career so far. So a really big deal to try and get that deep in the ST tournament for him. And
this is already his highest achievement.
Like, yeah. I mean, but how about that for a level up, right? Like, you get your best achievement, the next day you get your newest best achievement, right? That's the dream for him. And right now, it's almost feeling undeniable. I mean, Scarlet Devil really is in a box here. You know, you're seeing it in the income, most notably gold and wood. Sure, food is great, but unless you want to build 15 TCs, what are you going to do with 2,000 wood if you have no wood, 2,000 feet rather if you have no wood and gold coming? And it's happening again. He walled it in.
He's not realizing it.
No, because he's like, oh yeah, it's just sofas hitting the wall. He didn't realize. That was so smart from Mahodo.
So many kills in here. Granted, Scarlet Devil is doing everything he can to turn this around, and, you know, there is still a glimpse of hope for him. He still has a promising army. He actually has a much bigger army than Muhodo has right now. But the Mangonels need to come in clutch here. Sacred Sites have been captured. Mangonels. If the Mangonels carry this fight, that might just be it.
Yeah, as long as Mahodo keeps his archers alive, he'll be able to clear the spears, and then the Mango should carry him. But there is a risk of a swarm here. Scarlet Devil, ironically, zerging the Marlians. He is going to be able to break through here. Mahodo, it may be a bit too much siege. Not enough bio in this engagement. No way of getting away from it. The Ghoulims will gap close. They'll be able to quickly clean up. And it looks like Scarlet Devil has been rejuvenated, found a breath of life at a critical point in this game.
We've been talking about this, KP. Muhodo wasn't taking the most efficient engagements out there, and maybe overstays his welcome a little here. Remember, he was still building up the cattle mid-Castle Age, so he was kind of distracted by doing other stuff, collecting relics, building up the cattle. He wasn't full on production, and now it's kind of hurting him. He still has an incredible economy, but he really needs to regroup his army because, at the very least, he needs to take one really good decisive fight here. And this time around, he really needs to nail the composition because he's not going to win these battles with a subpar composition.
And now it's Scarlet Devil's turn to try and return the pain. He needs to, right? The Fort Frolic is coming home. The Fulani is fully set up. Yes, Scarlet Devil is almost 20 economy ahead, but we've been there before, right? He's lost 44 workers in this game. The Sofa raids are still going to be coming in. We'll be able to find the Mango. And the wall,
though.
It's not going to go up in time. No, they're in again. It just keeps on happening.
But I'm starting to feel like this is turning into diminishing returns, though. Because Scarlet Devil lost 45 villagers in this game, but he's still at 100. That's a good villager count for a 25-minute-long game. I feel like at this point, Muhodo is actually losing more by essentially having his sofas cleaned up in small groups versus killing the villagers that he's actually doing. Because right now, he's actually facing a dominant army. It's not a high-quality army from Scarlet Devil, mostly spears and archers, but those are Abbasid spears, those are Abbasid archers, and there's just so many of them.
He's trying to buy time. That's what he's doing with that small raid group. He wanted Scarlet Devil to defend, but instead, Devil, he marches in. However, he doesn't bring the entire army.
Yeah.
There's no win in this fight. He has to back away. The front line just melted in the face of that. Musafadi, just a pristine answer to what was starting to be a gradual Gulam switch.
And again, the spearmen just weren't there in sufficient numbers, so the sofas can tank so much damage. And Muhodo lives to see another day here. Sacred Side Victory is actually counting down here for Muhodo. He's getting more sofas going. Sofa plus Poison Arrow Archers will just dominate this composition here. The value, the army value is actually so much better for Muhodo. He's outnumbered 2-1 in army count, but the army value is pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, and here's another interesting thought for you. Scarlet Devil worked his ass off to finally after all this time, complete that full wall in. Congrats, you're now at a stage where you need to move out and wall again, right? So like, there's a ripple effect here that Scarlet Devil now actually doesn't keep pushing. He's going to find himself in the same conundrum he was exploring, shall we say, for the last 6-7 minutes of the game. So he has to keep pressing.
And let's not forget, he's playing a very wood-heavy composition. Spearmen archers on a map where you have limited amount of wood to work with. He hasn't expanded towards the major forests in the middle of the map just yet. So he cannot really sustain a slugfest where he keeps losing archers left and right. Unless he keeps up this momentum and keeps securing more wood. Now, again, his army is building up very rapidly. Army value is neck and neck. It's just the fact that Scarlet Devil has so much more in terms of troops. I really feel like a lot comes down to the timing of this for Scarlet Devil. And I love how he's torching houses. If he can take out a bunch of houses here, make Muhodo house for a brief moment, he could buy himself a lot of time to just out-muscle his opponent in terms of raw numbers.
Sofa's actually did find some breaks to the wall, but not in the inner sanctum. However, that one Mango is still a really big problem here for Devil. Doesn't really have enough troops to just circle around the backside, not with the Sofa.
Not enough spearmen. Where are the spearmen once again?
I think they're just getting locked in occasionally on the Musafadi. He will be able to mop up the Sofa now, as it looks like Muhodo's next wave actually hasn't arrived here. I think he has a misrally behind this. Yeah, like where his pit mine is. He's got, what, about 10, 15 more troops just not arriving.
Yeah. This is so weird from both sides. Look at all those Sofas. Those are the Sofas you need to win this fight. And now, before the Sofas arrive, a lot of the archers get cleaned up. It's, at the end of the day, mutual annihilation. But this could have been so much better for Muhodo. Still, if you are Scarlet Devil, you need to make sure that you have enough spearmen here on the front line, because the Sofas will clean you up otherwise. Sofa still full HP, though, not enough spearmen for Scarlet. And this might be the moment where momentum runs out.
Yeah, the Sofa powerhouse move there. I mean, for a moment, I felt like I was watching Dota. You know, every 30 seconds, a certain number of troops is going to walk down each lane. That's what we were seeing there, with both players coming in with that second wave. But the Sofa blob, just a little bit too momentous here. Does need to slow down and reset. But you know, with the amount of cavalry he's now got, with how hard he's crippled Scarlet Devil's hand here, you know, the Mangoes could actually be the difference with the cavalry. So, calming moment. Scarlet Devil has now realized a real eco lead. And he needs this many to be ahead because of the pit mines, the passive gold from relics, and the Fulani. The problem is
it a real eco? Oh, boy.
Oh, we talked about it earlier. There's going to be a moment where you have to come out and wall more. And the Sofas were waiting.
The main problem here for Scarlet Devil is that every time this happens, he needs to pull a dozen spearmen back home. And those are the windows where Muhodo is bouncing on the main army. Those spearmen are missing from the front line because they keep chasing these Sofas. And, you know, you got to credit Muhodo for using the features of the map well. This is a very open map. And when you have mobile troops like Sofas, you can just stretch out the attention of your opponent. So, well, look at this army again. Just 5 spearmen. Same problem here for Scarlet Devil. The Spearmen are busy chasing the sofas, so there is no front line against enemy cavalry here.
No, and it looks like there's going to be a keep drop attempt. Mahodo is trying to wood starve his opponent. Archer's going to try to intercept, but they seem to be a little bit baited by the fight. The second wave is starting to arrive. And they're ignoring each other's mangoes. I think Mahodo jumped the gun on this. He should have just cancelled backed up a little bit because his army's doing exactly that. The villagers just waste their time and waste their lives here. Scarlet Devil better push this back again. Mahodo is down to just 5 sofa.
Archer's still in good numbers for him, but here's the thing. Poison arrow archers are awesome against armored units, but they don't trade well against opposite composite bow archers out here. Spearman once again gone though, so sofas could help cleaning this. Mangonel is still alive. I don't know how to call this game, KP. It's just so back and forth and so chaotic.
Once again, I feel like I'm watching Doa when no one's heroes are moving, and we're just going to progressively watch the creeps run at each other for the next 2 hours until the game ends, right? Weirdly enough, in that game, eventually one side does actually win by default, but it's very slow, and it kind of feels like that's where we're going here. That mango was meant to be the golden goose for Mahodo. When you approach these choke points around the houses and everything pushes together, that's where Scarlet Devil's meant to concede. But instead, now we have Mahodo really in a position where he can't afford to raid anymore. The military lead is too big, it's too close to his base. So he has to put everything to this next fight. And you know, the Sofa just aren't really cutting it anymore, right? Like, I think your only play here is to mass mangonels.
His eco is grossly unbalanced. He's floating 3,000 gold, but he's lacking wood, lacking food. And the population is just terrible now for him. 130 against 200. Scarlet Devil is confident enough to dive here. He needs to flank those mangonels. The micro so far is looking good, however, for Scarlet Devil. And we might be in for a decider game here, KP. Scarlet Devil is not done just yet.
You might as well pull the cows and pretend you got more troops here because this is looking done. I can't believe it. Scarlet Devil was on the ropes facing a KO. Mahodo looked like he was going to do it in the Succulent 3-1 storyline. Now, it just feels like he's been drained, right? Income still looks fantastic, but the ability to push just really isn't there. And you're on top of the cows, right? And we've been talking about this is the thing that's been keeping him alive. If he has to wait just 2 minutes, all the cow are going to be dead. At which stage, Mahodo won't be able to compete with what is now a 45 villager lead for Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, Scarlet Devil is playing a late game now. Mahodo, I think he's still more in a mid-game position, and that tells you everything that you need. Scarlet Devil has built up the farming eco. He's got an Abbasid Juggernaut farming now, 2,700 food per minute. We're going to see that turn into a gazillion horsemen. And now with all this momentum, Scarlet Devil is able to secure that mid-map wood line. That was the major constraint for him. Throughout this whole game, Scarlet Devil was struggling to access resources safely. Now with this momentum he has, he can, and that's going to allow him to double down on this aggression. He's going to start mining away at the enemy's gold mine and dropping a keep right next to it.
Yeah, it's time for a high dose of irony. After Mahodo attempted that castle that would have given him dictatorial control of the game, instead, Scarlet Devil is now going to be posturing on the edge of the base with one of them. And Mahodo, you know, we're running out of time for this idea of let's just go raid with Sofa. I don't think that time really exists anymore. Scarlet Devil is trying to pop. He has already queued up the next reserve. The only thing left to do from here is go to Age 4.
I don't think he will. I think he just double down on this. And really the only missing ingredient for Scarlet Devil is some raids on the flanks. He actually needs to lose units here because he's 200 out of 200 and he cannot field more horsemen. He's got a gazillion units in queue, but he cannot spawn them because he's pop capped. So from now on, it's just trade, trade, trade. And the moment a unit of yours dies, it's going to be immediately replaced.
This has literally just been a game of blobbing trash units the entire time. I can't help but feel in some ways Mahodo's going to kick himself a little bit. Like, you know, bring it back to that really dominant point in the game where he looked like he had Scarlet cut off entirely. I imagine, like, when he reviews this game, he's going to think to himself, if I just had maybe 5 to 8 more Sofa, right? More archers instead of this Musafadi, that admittedly he now does need. How different it could have looked. But, you know, this is the challenge sometimes. Like, when you have a timing window and you look 2 steps ahead to how you survive deeper, you can leave yourself weaker in that initial hit. And, you know, Scarlet Devil still can't take anything away from him. Culture Wing now on the way. Once Imperial hits, like Mahodo, what's your competition here? It looks like he's maybe thinking about Imp himself.
I'm actually thinking that we're seeing another momentum switch here, KP. Notably, Scarlet Devil has a lot of aggression potential now, but he hasn't challenged that, essentially that resource depot to the north. Muhodo's villagers to the north in the wood line are completely uncontested. He's about to move there just now. He's aging with the culture wing, 115 left, but Muhodo's going to do the same thing. And I think the big difference is the army count is back online for Muhodo. Population is looking pretty good now for him, and he could actually undercut this imp timing here from Scarlet Devil. I think Muhodo is back in this.
I think Scarlet Devil just needs to get Alexa to play jump in, push it to the limit, right? He needs to tune those Disney songs, because right now he's not pushing it to the limit at all. He's allowing Muhodo to skirt this fragile state, right? Mango's also stockpiling up, which is going to make it even harder to end. The fourth Huntress is coming in, admittedly not in the main base. That's the north side of the tree line.
Lovely spot.
If we see adjustable crossbars, which Lidicore, looking at the gold Muhodo has, is entirely feasible here, the entire state of the upcoming fight changes.
I think Scarlet Devil is a little tunnel visioned here. He's completely missing out on this flank. Granted, there is a keep protecting this area, but he hasn't punished Muhodo for losing that military momentum. This pit mine is still standing, the villagers to the north are still alive, and Muhodo got away with a lot of map control despite not having a substantial army, and the imp timings will be perfectly identical between the two players. I think Muhodo at the very least is back in this game.
Yeah, and you know, the tech advantage, like I said, it's going to come down to adjustable crossbars. Like, I wouldn't be surprised Muhodo is one of the first things to prioritize. There it is. Gets queued up straight away. Not cheap. 2,200 resources to make those mangonels into gods.
Let's not forget, this is something we haven't touched on yet. Muhodo has 4 relics. There is 0 for Scarlet Devil. And we're getting to the stage where the map starts to run out of resources. I'm not even going to talk about this random guerrilla gold mining operation here.
If you don't want it, I'll take it.
Yep. But the point is, we are getting to the stage of the game where the map starts to get depleted of resources, and that's going to be a major shakeup, especially for the Abbasids, playing against a civilization that has so much passive resource income.
It's worrisome right now for Scarlet. He's queuing up hand cannons. We do have gunners come from Muhodo. And he finally is addressing this north side, but there's a castle on the way. The army, I don't think you can get hit quick enough to support this, right? So the best thing you can do is just try to brute force the front side where your opponent's gathering gold.
Or punish on the other side.
That's exactly what he's going to do. Marches in.
And that's good. That's going to be big. Like, that position in front of his base is immensely valuable. He's actually happy trading keeps here, I feel. Key thing for Muhodo, though, is that he cannot lose eco.
The wallop, if the timing's right here, he might just hit the villagers, but instead they actually get pinched. They came out the east side. There was no ungarrison by Scarlet Devil, so a lot of villagers being lost here. And instead of committing to the gold vein on the north side, he bowed first and came down here.
This is getting concerning for Scarlet Devil. He lost a gazillion villagers. It's even Stevens on the villagers now. But remember, Muhodo has a lot of passive resource income. But look at the gold and the wood income for Scarlet Devil. It's drying up.
The mangoes. Ready? Oh! You might want to adjust your expectations when we get these crossbars in, because this is how you massacre an army.
I think it's all on Muhodo's show now. We've called this game a gazillion times before, but now Scarlet Devil has no gold income. He reached Imperial with little gold income. I don't think he's even getting the elite upgrades in at this point.
No, he doesn't care. He's like, you know, more mangoes, gunners, let's just go. Meanwhile, on the other side, Scarlet Devil's like, okay, Trash has won me the game so far. Let's just keep going that way. But now you've got a considerable difference, right? You don't have your university techs. And adjustable crossbars is a uni tech, right? This mangoes in this state, before it was like they didn't make it out of primary school. Now they've got a full uni diploma. They're smashing that backside.
That's gotta be it. The Horsemen had to charge into this cluster of mangoes, but these are poison arrow archers. They will clean these guys up, and the army count is just completely collapsing for Scarlet Devil. It looked like, for a moment, Scarlet Devil is going to force a game 5 out of this one, but Muhodo is not letting this slip out of his grasp. He is going to head into the deciders tomorrow, takes down Scarlet Devil 3-1.
He better change his name to Maholdor. He refuses to give in a game that looked like the table had been fully flipped, and we were going to need a fifth one here. Mahodo pulls it out of the bag in phenomenal fashion. That was a crazy game. The amount of back and forths there, I felt like I was watching two championship level table tennis players. Fives fully ficked out, pounding the ball back and forward in a rally that lasted, I don't know, how long? 40 minutes long. It really felt that intense. Crazy game.
Just look at the army graph. It tells you the whole story, the amount of momentum switches we had throughout this game.
Absolutely phenomenal from both. And, you know, it all began on this map. This map that really, I think, left a lot to be desired. Scarlet Devil, you know, he kicked off this series, I think, in a game that we were quite critical about the micro. It felt like Mahodo was on another level. And then all of a sudden, the series switches. We get switched on. It's crazy to think that this could have been the game that made the difference, whether it's because Scarlet wasn't warmed up or Mahodo was on another level. This one, I feel, was the deciding game that really just set this up to be the 3-1 victory.
It was a spectacular series, KP. And really, we have to look at both of these players and say, well, this is the best tournament performance they had in their careers. Scarlet Devil finishes in the group stage, but still, the first time he played an S-tier tournament, and he definitely made Mahodo run for his money. If things shaped out a little differently in some of these games, he could be the one challenging Anatan in the deciders. And on the other side, Mahodo, he's not only getting into the main event, into the top 16 of an S-tier 1v1 event, he is now going to be in the top 12. He's going to challenge Anatan in a series tomorrow in the deciders. And who knows? Maybe he's going to be able to surprise Anatan. It's going to be a super, super tough series for him, both of these players being on the rise. But one thing is sure, Mahodo is delivering when the lights are really shining on him. And it's going to be super interesting to see what he can do against Anatan tomorrow.
Well, this was a jaw dropper, and we might be in for a slobber knocker. We're about to head into a short break, but immediately after this incredible series, up next, we're having Mio Micah facing off against Dimu, a series that I think could also get us pretty deep into a set. Stay tuned. Back in a few minutes. We're not wasting any time, folks. It's time for series number 2. A great start to the day, and now an exciting series in my mind. Also, when did this happen? My hairline looks questionable. My accent changed. And so... oh wait, I need to mispronounce words. Why? Wait, why are you kill a pigeon? All right. Well, I'm gonna do the intro because someone apparently unplugged their microphone. One and all, welcome back to EGC Masters Winters. It's time for the second series of the day. Team Liquid's Dimu, an English boy on an English Civ. He's going up against Mio Micah, a growing threat from the East, possibly Vietnam's best representation you are going to see in AoE4 in the upcoming months. Kicking off on a cozy pick for him. It's Japanese.
Hello? Okay.
Hello.
Now we're good. Anyway, back we are in the Group C of EGC Masters Winter, and KP, this is a super stacked group here. We have Louis MT in the first place, having secured that playoff spot, and Beastie is going to be playing a decider tomorrow against the winner of this series. So this is definitely one of the more challenging groups to qualify to the playoffs from.
Yeah, and it's an interesting matchup because me and Micah, he's been playing in the midweek masters for a few weeks now, right? And I've been impressed, man. He's been taking top games off of some of the best, right? He's very creative. I think he's taking games off of people like Puppy Paw, even Dimu, right? So I wouldn't write this guy off. A lot of people probably not familiar with him are coming in and saying, oh, 3-0. But, you know, this is, I think, one of the most accomplished guys from Vietnam in StarCraft. And he has been rising through the ranks. Me and Micah's goal by the end of this tournament is to transcend from being a 2 or 3 trick pony into being a robust player. Because the only thing that I think is wholly holding him back at the moment is he tends to lean towards a few picks. If you see a Mia Micah draft, you can identify it without seeing a name, because all you have to do is look for Jean, Mongols, Juji, and Japanese.
Going to be a Kura Storehouse opening here on Himayama. On the other side, Deem, which is going for the standard council hall setup. This is an interesting Kura Storehouse spot, though. I just want to, go back to the previous series that we've just finished. In that series, the Kura Storehouse was placed such that you had all the farm spots open right next to it. This is the direct opposite. You actually block a lot of the farm spots. So this is actually more of a Kura Storehouse that's going to give you an initial decent influx of wood alongside a couple of farms, but you're not actually maxing out the amount of farms that you're getting out of it.
Okay, so this is interesting from Mia Micah. Just one on the Kura Storehouse? He's not fast castling by the looks of it. Like, it almost looks like he's macroing for Pro Scouts, which is dangerous because Dimu is doing a Council Hall build. English do have an ability to block Pro Scouts play, especially on a map like Himayama, where the wood lines are really thin. It's why he's put the Kura Storehouse like this, because Lombos can easily reach you. So I'm kind of praying Mia Micah isn't thinking Pro Scouts here. I've seen this matchup with different civs trying to do Pro Scouts like 2 or 3 times already. And the English Council Hall build can actually be a really big ball buster.
Yeah, I guess the argument for the Pro Scouts here is that the map is very open. So being able to ferry in carcasses consistently and just having a safe source of food is pretty good in value. But he's keeping so many villagers on gold. This really does feel like a Pro Scouts build here.
Yeah, it's a funky order, though, because of the timing, right? Like, that's the thing that I'm kind of scratching my head on is why would you tick up with 1? Like, my only thought is it's not Pro Scouts, but actually Castle. That would at least make sense. But it is definitely a funky order. Like, this kind of reminds me, if you remember, HRE was doing this for a while with the Minework Burgrave build, where you'd use 1 on Minework and just fast Castle, and then you had a really optimal timing for Burgrave. It's a bit funky, though. I mean, he's got the outpost coming up. That's going to stop the Lombo pressure. I think the thought process for me and Micah is, like, realistically, while the outpost will slow Dimu reaching, he should still reach. So if you just rush gold like this, when you do tech up, you're going to at least have a few 100 G in the pocket to work with.
First longbows getting across the map here. Tower nicely in front of the gold mine. Love this preemptive tower here from Miyamaika. You really feel like without it, your gold access would be just so precarious. The backup gold mine here for Miyamaika is also horrendously positioned. It's actually all the way to the front, almost next to that lake.
Yeah, food as well. Like, look at the state of the berries. There's nothing safe behind him here. So, like, what was the sheep count? Because that's actually really important if Miyamaika is just fast castling. Like, if he's naked with, say, 8 sheep, he's dead, right?
It's lovely positioning by Dimu on this longbowman.
Okay, 13 sheep.
Finding that one angle.
He'll be fine. 13 sheep plus the Kura should mean that he's fine. But this, yeah, like you said, this longbow is already breached in the right location. He's already shuffling around to where the farms are going to spawn as well. This is a little bit problematic for Mio. I thought maybe he'd try for the Yumi build. This was a popular play, Japanese versus English, is horseman into Yumi. Because the whole idea is you have better mobility, right? So you just cut reinforcements so you can then fight the premium afterwards.
The spearman, lovely positioning by Dimu. It's also set on stand ground, so that spearman won't accidentally run into the town center fire out there. This one longbowman is a little exposed, but the problem for Miyamaika, I feel, is that right now he's being harassed a lot, and when you don't have very many villagers, even just a little idle time is something that's going to have a big impact on your eco, and you're actually making very expensive units. Horsemen are expensive for a fragile eco like this.
I think the big problem here is Miyamaika wanted his cake and he wanted to eat it, right? So what he done here, that outpost was him budgeting his way to castle. But the problem is against Lombos, it doesn't work very well because the Lombos can hit from either side. So typically against English, is one of those civs, same with Byzantines, we have to just build an outpost on each side of the gold vein and then you're safe. So you can see him stockpiling, and now instead he has to return for 2 horsemen, so he's kind of struck off of his timing. This feels a little bit suboptimal because what you've done is reluctantly reacted to the play at a point now where Dumu's further ahead than where he would have been if you just dealt with it straight away. I'm wondering, Dimu... Yeah, we have got reinforcements being intercepted here. Actually, really good micro from Miyamaika. This is something you're going to notice from this guy through the series. Like, this is the thing. This series I expect to be pretty intense on micro. Both of these players, high APMs, and both of them with a prolific StarCraft background.
Oh, certainly. Like, you're going to see a lot of, StarCraft-esque moves in this series, both of them coming from StarCraft, but especially Miyamaika. Like, Dimu has been off of StarCraft for quite a while. Miyamaika actually transitioned a lot later than Dimu did. There's the floating gate coming out, no surprise on that front, so it's just going to be your classic mounted samurai play, but you will be up against quite a few spearmen here. And Dimu has been doing a pretty good job challenging a lot of these resources. In particular, if you can hit this gold mine, Miyamaika is going to get the cost, and he won't have the gold to actually get any mounted samurai going.
Now, Miyamaika is already behind by 3 villages as well. Remember that previous dive paid off because of the chip damage. This is cool, though. Miyamaika knows that, like, English can't rotate to the back. It's too risky, especially now that he's revealed he could have horsemen. So the floating gate will be safe. But as you highlight with the gold, that's the thing I'm worried about. I thought Dimu might try to sidestep into siege engineering here. Hasn't bothered at all. Looks like he might actually start to stockpile for his own castle play. And villagers... maybe a little bit slow on the pull away there. Luckily, he shifted in the last microsecond before the Lombos would A-clicked in. We'll be at a garrison side, and fortifications are there, so this is kind of a wasted effort. Dimu's going to try to make it worthwhile, but there's no way this outpost is going down.
Yeah, it's not going to go down, and critically, Miyamaika was able to secure the gold he needs to get the first couple of mounted samurais going. If that doesn't happen, it is game over right here. But because he was able to get a decent bank of food and gold upon hitting Castle Age, he is going to be able to get those initial mounted samurai going. It's still going to be tricky fighting up against 6 spearmen, so it's going to be more about intercepting reinforcements initially, I feel. The concern for Miyamaika is that it's one thing that you get to Castle, it's one thing that you get the mounted samurai going, but you cannot concede a dozen villagers to make this happen. He's down by 5 villagers, essentially. That's quite a price to pay for, the first couple of mounted samurai.
Yeah, it deaccelerates the ramping timing, right? It's like he has 1 or 2 mounted samurai out, but he doesn't have enough to poke at the main army while also raiding. So the problem now is like Miyamaika is going to have to just try to raid on the other side and risk losing villagers at home instead of being able to sort of pseudo-block both plays. In fact, we do see that rotation around the back. Dimu, we have God vision, right? So if anyone's looking at this going, why is he making this play? You have a look at his vision on the map. It's pretty obvious why he's making this play. He lost his scout, so he's riding blind. Without that scout, he just has the vision on Lombos, and you can't split these Lombo groups up to look at everything, right? It's way too risky. That being said, That one Lombo actually has found the first relic grab on the north side.
I don't know if you actually want to do relic grabs over here, or at least deny relics. Nice little raid here coming in from Miyamaika. He needs to leverage this mobility. He cannot really challenge that many spearmen out on the field, so he's just going to try to punish his opponent right here with the Mounted Samurai. It's going to be a little bit more challenging, though, doing that against an English base and with the spearmen being buffed by the network of castles as well.
This Lombo is actually going to get the kill. I mean, that is high value right there. Yeah, it looks like Miyamaika did actually rally a knight to the north side, but he didn't actually micro it through. He was too distracted with this dive underneath the TC. Actually, is that the scout? All right, yeah, that makes sense. This guy's going to do nothing for you.
It's getting concerning for Miyamaika. He's down by 4 eco. He hasn't collected a single relic just yet. He actually has most of his Mounted Samurai pretty badly beaten up after that raid into the enemy base. He's up to 7 Mounted Samurais. He's getting close to cleaning this. But at the same time, Dimu is getting close to going into castle.
Yeah, but the gold getting idle is slowing down Miyamaika's own scaling. He's going to have to react to this army soon. He's close to having enough knights. He should be able to kind of brute force this, but by doing so, as you mentioned, Dimu is going to get his castle age pretty much from no pressure into his base. Spearman, get the initial pinch. That's good micro. Focus fires down the one Mounted Samurai. Now the Lombos are going to bypass onto the villages. So Snipe's coming in. He splits it. He could get 2 kills, but unfortunately, I think that's Textiles is kind of stripping him of the opportunity right there. It will just run through, finds additionals. No Textiles. Okay, yeah, he just didn't have enough Lombos. He might be able to snipe 1 or 2, but unfortunately, the Mounted Samurai saved 2 additional workers there. It's still a 7-worker lead. Dimu is actually yet to start his actual tech up here.
Yeah, this is the window that Miyamaika has been waiting for. This whole game was about him tanking up that aggression and then just saying, okay, now I'm ready to fight. He needs to make something happen with these Mounted Samurai. If he doesn't, Dimu's going to get to castle and he's going to have so much better of an eco. He could actually think about going up with the 2nd town center landmark just so that he can progressively build an eco lead, and indeed, King's Pass is going to be the landmark of choice. But right now, Dimu doesn't have a lot back at home to defend. He's got quite a few spears, and some of these Mounted Samurai are badly beaten up, though. Looks like it is going to be enough to hold them at bay for the time being. And I just want to go back to that final engagement we had inside Miyamaika's base for a second. Dimu didn't focus the Mounted Samurai, he focused Vils, and he also picked off another Shinto priest. So there aren't very many Shinto priests out there for Miyamaika. He lost 2 in total, and he hasn't yet collected a single relic.
No, Shinto for nothing right now. It's looking pretty much a word that would be a few letters removed from that one. Miyamaika really needs that accelerant because now that Dimu has reached the next stage, he's maybe considering adding in a monastery straight away. I've seen it sometimes from English players in this position because the attack speed spears is good enough to keep your opponent away. First priority should definitely be veterancy. After that, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dimu just goes monastery and rushes the south side relics.
Yeah, I wonder what's next for Dimu, though. Like, what's the composition that he's going to head towards? That is a weird thing to consider on a wide open map for English. Normally,
hold up. We have an interesting switch from Miyamaika, though. This has been a growing build, Ledicor. Mount Samurai into Yumi.
If Miyamaika goes Yumi, I'm actually happy with the Knights for Dimu.
Yeah, but like you don't do Knights is the thing, right? Like Dimu's making the right choice. Crossbows is his best option here. You can't do Knights because Knights are just worse version of Mount Samurai. It's just factual, right? Like with the deflective armor, with the extra melee techs, abandonment eventually, like you'll lose that engagement every day of the week. Add in the fact that although your opponent went Yumi, he could switch this into Onimusha like that. Dimu's only option is to hunker down. So all of a sudden, the race for relics could favor Miyamaika because with Dimu going crossbow spears, I don't think he's going to be rushing out the base anymore.
Yeah, that's the big problem here in general for English. You have a juggernaut economy, and when you play English on wide open maps, usually you leverage that food eco from the farming and you play heavily into knights, so you have mobility. But as you said, you cannot really do this against Mounted Samurai, especially if Miyamaika keeps adding Mounted Samurai. Now, if he, for whatever reason, stops and goes very heavy into Yumi, that's an opportunity for Dimu. But for the time being, it's just Mounted Samurai running circles around the enemy base, looking for opportunities. It's kind of a diversion in a way to just secure the relics. It's still 0 relics technically for Miyamaika, but he brought 2 close to his base. So it's more about him just making sure that he gets them close to his base first, and then he's going to garrison them all. This is a very heavy Yumi switch here. Looks like Miyamaika is going to continue adding Mounted Samurai, though. I'm starting to like this composition a lot for him. And if you're me or Micah, you're probably just sitting back, gathering the relics, securing map control, and just waiting for Dimu to break out of his base.
I mean, Dimu isn't going to rush, though, right? This is classic English now, where it's just like hunker down. Just carry on, as we like to say. Spears are going to try to wrap around the back. Nice little grab there. Should be able to get one, almost 2 kills. But the Yuumi transition is coming right in force. Dimu needs to scale the crossbow count further. The good news is, if he wants to, if you look at his spawn, it's actually really good for defensive play. He essentially can wall in 3 gold veins with his start.
Yeah, the Dimu is so heavy on Spearmen, and now one thing to highlight here is that a lot of these mounted samurai are super heavily damaged. So, sure enough, you have 9 mounted samurai from Mio Micah, but those could evaporate in an instant. I don't like this move for Dimu, though. It feels a little desperate, like moving out with this small army, mostly just spears. Part of this might be the fact that he lost his scout and he's got no idea about the Yuumi yet.
Monster is coming in now. And the Yuumi are going to reveal. So Mio Micah catches him trying to be greedy. The crossbow count isn't that big and not ideal against the Yuumi. The Mounted Samurai are going to be able to dive in here. The Yuumi can easily just cull the injured targets. Instead, he's going to focus fire down the spears. This is going to give him access. Mio Micah may be able to force Dimu to go full idle at this rate. It's 17 spearmen, but with this many Yuumi, and they're all in the wrong location, he's going to try to trade. But against rapid moving archers and heavy cavalry, surely this is nowhere near as good for him.
There's no way. Dimu has just spearmen inside the enemy base against the Japanese TC. Look at the other side. Dimu didn't lose a gazillion villagers here, but
he's not even moving. Look, are you watching these villagers?
He's got 30 idols.
Yeah, they're just standing there. They're like, okay, there's no room. But they're doing the classic English thing. Let's just politely queue up and wait, right? So at this stage, Dimu has well over half his eco not working. Mio Micah is kind of mirrored the same way. But at the tail end of the fight, like, who's left with more here? Dimu's entire army is evaporated. Mio Micah still has 7 mounted samurai and a group of Yuumi to rotate with.
Exactly. Dimu sacrificed everything he had for that counterattack and got minimal returns. Granted, he is up by 12 eco still, partly thanks to that King's Palace. But at the same time, a lot of his villagers are badly beaten up, and as long as these mounted samurai stay active and stay alive, I think Mio Micah's position is just so much better. He's down in eco, but he can make up for that with the relics, and he just needs to continuously apply pressure to Dimu and force a lot of idle time.
I get the idea from Dimu, you know, like, let's kind of look at it from his POV. If this wasn't the dive point, if Mio Micah was at home with the next wave, maybe it looks a lot better, right? But it was just the timing was perfect. Mio didn't even skip a beat on that, and all of a sudden it kind of feels like he's in the driving seat. Now, admittedly, it's still a 10-worker lead. Dimu does still have 2 TC versus 1. But now he lacks an army to really hold with. And on top of that, you mentioned the relics coming home. Like, look at the state of things. I think we're staring down the barrel of a 5-relic Japanese game with the current positions of the players.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. And let's not forget, like, Dimu had so much idle time on his eco in the last few minutes. So sure enough, he had that eco lead, but half of his eco was idled. And if this batch of Yuumi can once again put pressure on this eco, you're not going to see the effects of that 9-worker lead, because those 9 workers will be garrisoned inside a TC. And now with the farms being exposed all the way at the back, gold miners have to flee, the farmers at the back have to flee, and many of these villagers have been beaten up in previous engagements. Even
if they weren't, the Yuumi can easily snipe them down. The craziest part about this play, Lidicor, is that the second time the Yuumi are just sticking to him, but they're sticking it to him with plastic arrows. Those are feudal Yuumi.
Oh, no. Remember, like, Mio Micah cannot afford to just keep grinding units against these defenses, though, because eventually that lack of villager count is going to catch up to him.
I mean, you say that lack of villager count, but look at what he just killed.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I was gonna say that, right? Like,
this is crazy. I think if Mio Micah had veterancy, that would have been GG right there. Like, it's the only thing that's missing for him, and I think it's because he doesn't realize.
At the end of the day, he cannot sustain grinding units against those defenses unless he gets villager kills, and that is exactly what he was able to get. He has gotten a lot of villager kills, and Dimu doesn't have a magnificent resource bank. It's not just the vill kills, it's also the idle time. Behind this, you're going to have a 4-to-1 split of relics, and Dimu's actually moving out mid-map, leaves his slow-moving army very exposed. Mio Micah still has 6 mounted samurai somewhere looking for a raid.
This is bad, though, because the spearmen are about to die before the veterancy comes in, so Dimu's going to think this is a good fight. Yeah, it just triggered. Like, this is now a bad fight. if he turns around, Miyamika can win this engagement. So Dumu's lucky he actually isn't chasing instead. The Mount Samurai diving. And you know, the crazy thing is, like, why did he get away with Feudal Yumi so much there? It's because you just use them to bypass. They're so fast moving. The other interesting thing is when you dive with a huge trash heap of Feudal Yumi, their health pool is so small that TCs, crossbowmen, they're all going to overkill, right? There's just too many entities to kill. It's kind of like the opposite of, like, if a Gilded Archer in Age Behind goes in, yeah, I'll just focus fire him down. It's worth 100%. Yumi is just all about the swarm, which is fitting because Miyamika, I'm pretty sure, was a Zerg player.
And now the slow-moving English army is getting caught off guard here. That is one of the big weaknesses of English on open maps like this. Their composition is slow-moving. If they get caught in the middle of the map, there's just no way back. And I do want to highlight, Dimu lost that scout early on, and he hasn't remade it. He was basically in the blind with this force, and he gets cleaned up as a consequence.
This is like a poor man's HRE comp because the marching drills type effect, right? That just mopped the entire core of Dumu's army. He has got Lombo scaling behind. In theory, the answer, but in reality, like, these Yumi just get on top of you too fast. And also, with Men-at-Arms switch coming in, you know, if Miyamika even scouts this for a second, all he has to do is now double down again on Mounted Samurai, which should be doable with the amount of farms he's added in.
It's now almost a 3-1 lead here for Miyamika. This is looking really grim for Dimu here. He's got so few longbows, and sure, he's got a couple of men-at-arms, but actually most of his army is going to be to the north. Archers, Yumi can just dive the south.
Oh, it's happening for the third time in a row. Dumu never done the full complete wall in, which actually would have saved him against Mass Yumi. But this might just kill him. These ones are vetted up, and they are going nowhere in a rush. He's on the farms. And Dumu, it's not just be the farms. Both gold veins are a little bit tight together here. Yes. Great if you can defend. Terrible if these Yumi Japanese archers get here so easily.
It's going to be a cleanup. Two groups of Yumi now splitting up, and this group hitting the gold mine. That might be the final nail in the coffin. Dimu is just pinned inside his base, and there's just nowhere for him to go. It's not just the villager kills, it's also the idle time. Even if he cleans this up, there's going to be another layer behind this for Miyamika. And it's never a good sign when you're neck and neck on villager count, despite you having a second DC and your opponent not.
I mean, the easy way to put it is never a good sign when you've lost 18 more workers. That's really the simple way of looking at this. This has been absolute annihilation and still continuous idle time while Miyamika is bing chilling, right? There's been zero pressure onto his side of the map in the last few minutes. As much as Dumu desperately wants to try, and it really is just mobility, man. Like, you know, I think this is the year, and I can't believe I'm saying this is the year where we discovered mobility is OP. It felt like that was last year. We're just kind of taking it to a new extreme in 2025.
It certainly feels that way. Especially on an open map like this. If you can leverage that mobility, you can just stretch out the defenses of your opponent, take out their eco, and eventually grind them down. Now, granted, Dimu did a really good job just cleaning up this force behind his base, and now the army count is neck and neck. But at the same time, now Miyamika is at the very least back in this game, and now he's making a pivot back into cavalry. Mounted Samurai are once again on the menu. Horsemen are also coming in. And that's going to be a great composition against men-at-arms.
The Horsemen aren't. The Horseman's kind of a peculiar choice by Miyamika. He doesn't actually
I think he's just lacking gold. I think it's just like, okay, I want to switch to cav, but I can't go full Mounted Samurai.
I really hope that's the case, because like the comp here should be Mounted Samurai Yumi still. Like, nothing at his core has necessarily changed. The men-at-arms will deal with the Yumi better, sure, but the Mounted Samurai should dominate. The other choice for Miyamika would have actually been Yumi Samurai. But then he loses that mobility, right? The reason he's taking a dump on Dumu so far is because Dumu can never catch up to him, right? Like, you know, to fit the player, this is the old man with a walking stick comp. You know, the best movement speed you can do is 1.12. Meanwhile, the low point of Miyamika's movement speed is 1.36.
Mounted Samurai once again looking for a raid here. Dumu did a really good job just getting the walls up to the south and the north, but this middle area is still a little open, and it allows Miyamika to kind of play around with these run-bys. Dumu now looking for a counter-attack, though. He is not going to have the Network of Castles buff, but I think he feels that he needs to make something happen here. Once again, he has a slow-moving army. If he feels like this fight is not for him, he has no chance of escaping.
No, and I'm getting this weird feeling that this fight is not for him. Are you seeing that from the north side? It's monsters riding over the hill. Mounted Samurai come in. And there's actually not that many men-at-arms here. I think he's got about half of them at home. So this is going to be a swarm over. Dimu's going to be shoved back in the hole, but not with much of a standing army at this rate.
Yeah, this is a cleanup, and it's just not looking good at this point for Dimu. He's trying to make a pivot into Spearman, but it's just not going to cut it against Mass Yumi and Mounted Samurai. Though a lot of these Mounted Samurai are heavily beaten up here. The Bannerman goes down. Still, momentum is just shrinking continuously here for Dimu. Remember, he's down 2 Sacred Sites, he's down 4 Relics, and he's taking underwhelming engagements, to say the least.
This is just ridiculous. There's just so many Yumi this time that me and Micah can be like the Scooby-Doo gang. Just split up and look for clues, right? There's enough farms to spread out upon. Like, all you need to do is leave half chasing and half going across. But instead, let's go strong arm in the engagement. A little bit of an ambitious choice considering there are some more men-at-arms coming out. So me and Micah kind of missing a trick to get more economical damage done. As you mentioned, he's got that Sacred Timer ticking. I think me and Micah is a believer in dropping a Yorishiro in the TC. So the scaling lead won't be as quick for Dimu because that means that me and Micah is producing villages every 15 seconds.
Some Onomusha are also coming in for some armor-piercing power. He won't really last long against all these longbows, but
no.
Again, Mio Micah's got a 2-1 lead in terms of troops. And the resource income is just looking so much better. The food is kind of neck and neck, but gold is much, much better here for Mio Micah.
Oh, please don't do it again. He's like, okay, I need to get out. This is me and Micah just threw away everything. This is it. Oh, scrub. He doesn't got any more Mad Samurai. I can take him. No, there's 14 more. They're coming again. I'm sorry. Did someone hit the instant replay? I feel like I've seen this fight before.
Boy, oh boy, it's the same thing over and over again. It's a complete cleanup. And this time around, a lot of those Mounted Samurai are fresh and new. They were full HP. Dimu knows that too. He's going to tap out of this one. And Mio Micah secures game number 1 in a series which will eliminate one of these 2 players.
This boy has been cooking. I mean, Mio Micah, like I said, Japanese usually really are the ones he's most scary on. I know he likes his Mongols and Jean, but for me, it's Japanese and Juji that he's been impressing with. You saw exactly why with Japan here. We'll have to see if he can actually extend this deeper in the draft. I'd still favor Dimu realistically from drafting and executing experience with a wider civ pool. But me and Micah has given a stark reminder when he's given his comfortable civs, he can make you extremely uncomfortable.
And this game looked pretty promising for Dimu going into late feudal. He picked off a bunch of villagers. He picked off a bunch of Shinto monks, as we're seeing right now. This raid in particular, despite the fact that he got cleaned up, he actually inflicted a lot of damage on his opponent. He was successful in delaying the income of relics. He was able to hit the eco and clean up a bunch of villagers, slow down that buildup of Mounted Samurai. But then things started falling apart, partly because Mio Micah did a really good job with those Mounted Samurai, just chipping away at the eco. And at the same time, throughout this game, you felt like Dimu just sent over his army, and they got cleaned up without any tangible results given to Dimu.
Yeah, it just felt like he was in a never-ending cycle of death, right? I think in hindsight, Dimu looking back at that game, his thoughts would probably be maybe I should have walls the center after the initial problems. But you know what? Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on game number 2. Because me and Micah actually just got another good matchup. Delhi versus Rus. Dimu could be on the verge of being in a very upsetting situation. Let's see if me and Micah has spread his wings wide when it comes to the civ pool and can execute the Delhi flawlessly.
Boy, oh boy, Dry Arabia, a classic one. This time around, it's an interesting spawn, and I don't know, like, previous game, we talked about how unfortunate Mio Micah's gold spawns were. This time around, you have to say that for Dimu. He's got his 2 primary gold mines to the front. Luckily for him, he's got a really nice gold spawn all the way to the north in that little pocket. Hunts could also be secured with some walls on the left side, but this is a very unbalanced map spawn for Dimu specifically. Not in terms of comparing the 2 players, it's about left side versus right side. The left side is super well defendable. The right side is extremely open for Dimu.
Well, let me explain why this is a fantastic spawn then for Dimu. Political, he's playing Rus. Who needs to touch a gold vein? Okay, like, you know,
Fair.
When you play Rus, in the first 20 minutes of play, you touch the gold vein about as much as I actually touch grass. You don't. Right, I've actually seen it so frequently. 17 to 21 minutes in the game on average, Rus don't even tap that vein. It's ludicrous what they can do with a double hunting cabin, bounty openings with Golden Gate. They can just swiftly get fast castles. So, you know, this matchup, usually the way it's meant to go is if Delhi go flawlessly into aggression with Spearman opening into Ghazi follow-up, they can catch you as you're going pro scouts and ruin you. Just absolutely destroy the plan. But that's usually with 4 deer spawns. If there was a spawn that gave me confidence for Roos, it's one where both of their deer are slap bang on top of each other behind your base. Dumu could actually make this one work.
It's an interesting setup here, that's for sure. One thing, again, just look at Mio Maika's base here for a little. He actually has a very well defensible base here. It's not like he needs it. He's not the kind of player that's going to just sit back and wall. But both of these players have the option to play a little slower, I feel. I guess the caveat here is that Mio Maika is going to play up-tempo simply because he wants to go for those sacred sites. And the 2 sacred sites that are closest to him are actually rather close to one another. So there is that one sacred site to the far left that might actually get neglected for a while. But if Mio Maika just focuses on those 2 sacred sites in the middle of the map, he's going to be able to always have some forces nearby because that's kind of where the action is going to be happening anyways.
Yeah, and like Mio Maika's goal here for victory, you need to flawlessly rush sacred sites, right? So spin opening makes sense. Ghazi still makes a lot of sense. You just get all 3 sacred sites, and then you try to get castle as quickly as possible. Probably go up to like 10 to 15 spears if the circumstance allows for it. That's going to come down to whether he scouts and gets on top of those double deer stacks straight away. If the first 5 spears reach that point, you can stranglehold your opponent, right? You want to keep some spears in reserve for your side. You pretty much can stop Doom getting food. Sheep count looked like it favored Mio as well, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, if we do a quick check, that's kind of important because usually in this matchup, you don't get the full amount of deer like Roos normally would. Okay, so yeah, 14. He is actually gathering from sheep, which is kind of weird for Delhi. And there we go, 11. So, interestingly close. I have been seeing a little bit of deviation in fort. Some players go double scout, some go triple scout before feudal age. The thing I like about triple scout is it delays your tech timing, but what it does, if you're paying attention, you can focus on scouting the enemy scout, and then your second scout cuts them off ahead, and the third scout sweeps the other side of the map. So what you end up doing with free scout play is starving your opponent of sheep instead.
Yeah, it's always an option, although when it comes to sheep, obviously some of these civilizations are less reliant on it. I always do like to highlight the fact that sheep is always a great fallback option. So if you have the means to take it away from your opponent, it's a nice little extra. But nevertheless, for now, we are heading into feudal age here. Pro scouts on the menu for Demu. No surprise on that side. Whereas for Mio Maika, he's just going for the classic scholar build here. So really as standard as it gets when it comes to feudal age openings.
Yeah, Mio, I hope he knows how important pressure is in this one. Like, because I've said about the recipe for success, right? Because it is pro scouts, should definitely be fast castle. I've seen players open Ghazi first here and lose to Roos. It's really weird, but it's about the presence on those deer straight away, right? It's like if you go spear, you can actually just stop them. If you go Ghazi, they kind of don't care, right? Because like, how many Ghazi would you need to stop a scout realistically, right? 5 or 6? You might actually need 8 to just pinch this close to base. And we already have a pretty defendable base, right? We've got Wooden Fortress up. We've got nice funnel points. Like, there's no way you're going to be able to dive this if he gets to that hunting cabin.
Yeah, this is looking like a very defensible base here for Demu.
That was kind of interesting as well, actually. I don't think Demu tried to shove the deer at all. Because, like, normally what you can do here, when you get a type of spawn like this, you can just start pushing those first deer close to base. So your initial drop-off is just so rapid, you just then follow up and get all the food safe. But it is going to be Ghazi for Mio Maika. Peculiar. We do also have Delhi prioritizing the Bloomery Blacksmiths. You're looking for a really clean timing here, Lidicore. Like, you know, as soon as Sanctity is down to about like 20 seconds, you want to be able to pump out 3 scholars to each sacred site. Because at least one of the benefits you get of being up against Roos doing this is they aren't going to contest you, right? Realistically, these scouts have one job and one job only.
It's exactly just like that. Big info here coming in from Mio Maika. He sees that Demu is moving on to the stone, so he knows everything that he needs to. It's a pro scouts build. He also sees that Demu is prioritizing the carcasses close to his base, and as you said, he's got the Ghazi Raiders out there. He's going to have the Scholars out there, so he's going to try and contest all 3 of those sacred sites. At the same time, I think the question becomes what's next for Mio Maika, because for the time being, he's going to be the aggressor. This is actually a nice low angle to torch that hunting cabin down from. And with all these Gaza Raiders around, he's going to try and at least contest these deer carcasses. For now, Dimu doesn't seem to care. He's just bringing in carcasses and nothing else. Heading towards Castle Age, it seems.
Like, oh no, you've beat me with a stick. Well, I was raised in medieval roost towns. I was used to that, all right? They've done worse things to us historically, so you better get safely home. Looks like you might actually end up losing one of the scouts, but it's close
famous
enough.
last words, better get safely home.
I mean, he's safely into the afterlife. I mentioned that brutal time being a serf in the Roost Kingdoms and medieval. He doesn't have to worry about that anymore, Lidicor. All right, oh my god, what is going on?
Ever since you said that he's just being beaten with a stick, he lost 5 scouts. Okay,
It's just a stick, Lidicor. What's it gonna do?
yeah, it's a stick with a pointy end, and you just get stabbed with it a gazillion times.
It's a stick with a blood end actually, because they use maces, right? I mean, technically, it has loads of pointy little sticks, so maybe that's why.
Well, the lance that they are stabbing him with actually has a pointy end.
No, they have like they bludgeon. Okay, you mean that, right? So initial poke, and then you bludgeon. It's death by concussion. And I mean, I feel like Dimu looks a bit disoriented here. That was a lot of scouts being lost, but he did get the first haul home. The next load is close enough, and High Trade House is on the way. Miyamika, instead of trying to blow a few more troops, maybe go a few spears to wall in the sacred sites, he's just naked sending it into castle now. So he's trying to mirror the timing.
I don't like this for Dimu. Looking at Miyamika, if you are able to mirror that Castle Age timing, considering that Dimu has absolutely no forces on the field, Miyamika is looking at 3, 4, potentially 5 relics being taken away. He's going to try and grab all 5 of those relics, one of them being tucked away behind Dimu's base.
You self a 4.
It's going to be
4
difficult. Yeah, because you're going to have some horse archers out there, so he might not get home with every single relic. But at the same time, Miyamika's going to have a decent timing on those relics altogether.
Yeah, but it's also like these initial horse archers can't do crap, right? Like, they can try to gamble on which relic's being picked up. And at this pace, they'll win because everything's being picked up. But the reality is they're gambling that they run to Ghazi. If they run to Ghazi, they're just going to die. So, like, do you now risk those first few horse archers or accept this for what it is? If you accept this for what it is, you're in trouble here. For a start, like, Delhi is at the point now where they would have got pro scouts for free, so he could bring Deer back himself to stay safe. And then there's the follow-up conundrum, Lidicor, where this starts to get a little bit tricky, is Knights into War Elephant. That can really put a dampener on the Roost plans, especially if you get into Tower Elephants, where the horse archers are only going to tickle.
Yeah, horse archers now coming in here for Dimu. Looks like 3 relics will be on the way back home for Miyamika. He won't be able to yoink away the one behind Dimu's base. But the 3 relics he picked up are the ones that were furthest away from him. There is one right next to his base as well. So realistically, unless Dimu pulls something spectacular here, we're going to be looking at a 4-to-1 relic split. Plus, essentially an even-steven type of a Castle Age timing, which is never a good sign against a civ like Delhi. Because this means that Miyamika clicked all these upgrades instantly. Once the scholars are back at home, he's going to get those stacks in very quickly, and he's going to have a substantial tech advantage.
And there's the initial interception. The Ghazi do find the small group of horse archers. And as a religious French baker once said, holy crap, I mean, this is getting a little bit worrisome, right? Like, that many relics home, that's denial to your next objective. Then you have to consider that in Castle Age, that really is where you hit the crap store in Delhi. Like, the amount of free text they unlock at this stage and the accelerant to do so is what makes this civ look so broken in a lot of people's eyes.
And horse archers in small groups aren't enough. They just don't have that individual prowess that lancers do. At the same time, if you can find villagers like this, that could be huge.
Huh?
And Miyamika was a little careless with his veils right here because this is a prime opportunity for Dimu to punish.
But there might be a reason for that. We want to check the mill in this moment because I'm starting to think he didn't get pro scouts, which is crazy. You get it for free easily at this stage, right? Like, there's nothing else to queue up, surely. No, he didn't get pro scouts.
Not even survival techniques, for that matter. And this is getting worrisome now for Miyamika. He's going to clean up these horse archers, and he's actually doing a decent job trading off many of these horse archers. But the thing with horse archers is that they escalate exponentially. Once Dimu gets up to 15, 20, Miyamika's going to be in trouble if he's trying to face them with lancers and horse archers.
I feel like Miyamika has put himself at a critical disadvantage here, right? The whole logic in why the Roos just flop dead at this stage is because Delhi get the Pro Scouts for free on a delay. They drag back a few deer. They just keep their economy safe until they're ready to fight, right? Well, your economy isn't safe at this stage. He's shuffled back to the deer, but he still hasn't even walled up yet because he doesn't have infantry to do it. He's going full cavalry comp, which means that the only people who could build those walls are workers. Right now, everyone needs to be working on getting an army pumping out of the Delhi Empire.
But it's not working, that's the thing. When you look at the buildup of Miyamika, it's slow. He just dropped 2 more stables, but the buildup of army is very, very slow. It's 17 versus 18 overall, but 8 of those units are scholars for Miyamika. He's got 2 Lancers, 7 Ghazi Raiders in total.
Oh my god,
and at the same time, Dumu is now getting out a decent amount of Horse Archers, once again stretching out the defenses of his opponent. And once he gets to that critical mass of Horse Archers, he can just stand and fight against a couple of Lancers.
Well, once he gets that critical mass, you trigger Boy's Fortitude, right? Which adds over 25% more health. That's when it just gets a really be a ludicrous thing to experience. We do have a decent amount of Ghazi coming in, so this should be enough to scare him away. But if he wants, Dumu could just circle towards the deer and take a few villages with him, which just extends the lead when we get to the next wave. But in the meantime, Miyamika has bloated a good solution. We're up to 15 Ghazi here. This is where things can get scary.
Those 2 stables with scholars inside are coming in clutch right now. Because,
he needs to counterattack,
as you could see, you had that clump of Horse Archers just picking away at units, and if Miyamika is struggling to replace them, Demo is just going to escalate his army a lot quicker. But now, the Ghazi Raiders are pumping out quicker than the Horse Archers do, and I think one of the big differences is that for Horse Archers, you need to be in one large cluster. So as Demu starts losing more and more of these Horse Archers, it's going to be increasingly difficult to take good engagements.
Yeah, and there's the Boy's Fortitude we mentioned before, so it is triggered on the way. Needs to have it, but the guards just wallop him down so fast. I mean, at this stage, Dumu could benefit from just adding in a few knights. I actually think the crazier, simple solution is just add spears. Right now, your opponent doesn't have a solution. There is a little bit of a risk that Delhi could add in war elephants, which, funnily enough, actually beats spears. I know that sounds stupid, but welcome to Delhi life. And there we go. Dumu is switching into the spears now.
Is it going to come in time, though? That's a lot of Ghazi Raiders. And you also have a couple of Lancers mixed in here. And once these Ghazi Raiders start rolling, they can start potentially focusing down villagers, kind of offsetting that eco lead that Dumu has right now. They're, for now, focusing down all of these Horse Archers. The HP buff hasn't yet come in for these Horse Archers. They're still fairly fragile, and now the Lancers are finding their way onto the woodline. The casualties are just so big here for Dumu.
He's only got 1 worker kill so far, make it a second, but he's just discovered that this is 2 TC play, which is going to light a fire underneath Miyamika's ass. It's not enough to do chip damage. He needs to find a way of being relentless on his bushes now. The first one is already starting to shrivel up, though.
Now, this is a really good raid over here. Dumu isn't even pulling the villagers back. So many of them fall victim to this raid. Villager count is neck and neck, and for a moment, Dumu had 30 idols. But he's on 2 TCs. He needs to make up the difference in relics.
Now, admittedly, the high trade house is going to make up a difference of about 2 relics. I imagine it's sitting about 148 or something at this stage. Oh, there we go, 138. So, you know, pretty ridiculous. Even when you don't look like getting a great high trade house, this makes up for it. He's also getting an extra 35 gold because he's gathering the deer there. So it's not too bad on passive income. What's more important, actually, is to stop Delhi from now getting the sacred sites. That's the real kicker here, the accelerant they need.
It's also big that Miyamika can now focus on getting these techs with the scholars. So far, it was relic collection, sacred site secured. He also had to commit quite a few of his scholars to just buff the production of the stables. Now he's on 11 scholars and he's getting all these Castle Age techs in. So we're going to start seeing that tech advantage come into play for Miyamika soon.
Archery range is coming down now as well. So Miyamika is actually going to be switching the archers. Smart choice here, considering it's spear, horse archer. However, it's not online yet. In the meantime, Dumu can still find more damage. Is that... I think Leo still doesn't have textiles.
Oh, that would be such a slip up with Delhi.
Yeah, no textiles.
It's a free tech. It's basically 1 villager's worth of time, and he already lost 9 in this game.
It's kind of crazy, like, especially, like, even before the first raid, it makes sense to get against Roos. You know they're going to turn up at some point. If you're playing Pocket Economy, the crazier part to me is me and Mike tried to play Pocket Economy without even outposts, let alone walls, right? And usually that's the play you see from Delhi. When they give these berries, 1 to 2 outposts is a justifiable investment for what you protect. But not much protection on the backside
is
here.
even wallable.
I mean, yeah, long term, right? But definitely that backside should have been easily wallable. So the Ghazi are going to be able to shuffle in. No textiles for Dimmu makes a little bit more sense usually.
Oh boy,
it's starting to cost him a pretty penny.
That's a lot of kills there for Miyamika. He actually takes over in the villager department, which is never a good sign. That mobility with the horsemen or Ghazi raiders against the horse archers, well, not the horse archers necessarily, but the spearman plus horse archer combination, that mobility advantage that Miyamika has is starting to show. And now the archers are standing and fighting, doing a decent job against this combination of troops.
Yeah, the spearmen aren't being stepped away from those. The horse archers are trying to do their best to snipe out what they can. The issue is going to be after this fight. Like, Dimmu, he may have got a few worker kills.
Yeah.
But now look at the difference in military. Yes, Miyamika does have 14 scholars, but at the core of it, he's blobbing the archers, which is now forcing Dimmu to switch over to MAA.
Now, Miyamika did lose most of his cavalry here, so he's missing out on some mobility. And let's not forget, Miyamika did lose quite a few villagers as well. But at the same time, he's sitting on a lot of passive resource income. Especially the 4 relics. If he starts taking sacred sites again, that's going to be a big factor. For now, one thing that we gotta give Dimmu credit for is the ability not only to decap the sacred sites, but also secure them. He's actually in control of 2 sacred sites out of the 3.
And now the other interesting thing is how he can leverage his spawn. I'd love to see him move out to wall off the 2 tree lines on the left, because if I'm not mistaken, he's taken this moment to start building farms in the northern corner. Great idea, but currently still a very raidable area of the map for the Ghazi.
Yeah, I think both of these players, considering how the forests have spawned, they should invest into some small walls. It would work wonders, especially for Miyamika. Dimmu has all these horse archers. As long as the map is open, they can get a lot of villager kills very quickly. As long as you have walls up, they are totally useless when it comes to raiding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still shocked that he's playing so open still this deep, 18, 19 minutes into the game. Scholar count is starting to blow up, so something we have to be conscious of is as time goes on, Delhi do have this ability to slip into the Imperial. I don't think we're necessarily going to see it in this game in a rush, simply because Miyamika is kind of exhausting flank resources a bit too fast, and I don't think he has a single farm set up yet.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, there we go. We've got 4. That's going to carry me all the way to... Oh, okay, that's getting a little bit better now,
That's going to leave him very exposed very soon, because right now he's kind of committing his resources into a farm transition. Dimmu, at the same time, actually captured all 3 sacred sites, even though it's not going to last very long. But now he's mixing in men-at-arms, and there aren't very many crossbows right now for Miyamika. He's got 3 Ghazi, 4 crossbows. It's not a lot when you have to deal with 15 plus men-at-arms.
No, and we also have Dimmu just snaking his way into horsemen also. I mean, he's early in the farm transition, right? But like, if he's able to kind of creep his way up to the count of about 20, this could just overwhelm and kill everything Neo has. Neo is not aware. You can tell by the fact he hasn't gone for spears, he hasn't added in additional Ghazi. Like, he's going raw maximum range DPS.
That's still a lot of archers from Miyamika, though.
It is.
And remember, he's got a lot of healing power, too, and men-at-arms aren't particularly fast when it comes to killing archers, so...
It's not about the men-at-arms, though. It's about the horseman play, right? Like, this is the whole idea.
You mean the 4 horsemen?
Yeah, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, right? Because they're gonna bode the future. Is it 1,200 feet income? If he can sustain that and hide the horseman play, all this does right now is convinces Miyamika he's doing the right thing building crossbows. It sets him up to get countered on the next step. So Miyamika, if he wants to make this work, it's not enough to just win this engagement. He then has to plow past and into the base to catch Dimmu in the middle of this switch.
Yeah, Dimmu doesn't have a lot of horsemen, though, and
he
he actually shows
them.
his hand early here. Has to show the horsemen. And now, Miyamika knows fully well what's going on, and it's 70 army against 20 from Dimmu. Fair enough, a lot of that is scholars for Miyamika, but still, he's got a respectable force of archers and crossbows out there. And when you look at Dimmu's army, it's just not there.
No, it's kind of crazy. He felt either desperate or the other possibility is that was a select all army. I'm not sure you really want to reveal the horseman. Like, he revealed 2, right? 2 isn't going to change a battle against 40 archers, right? It's just not going to do anything different. So now, like, realistically, Miyamika should be prepping into, what, say, Raxus here? just get a few bad boys in. Even just men-at-arms of his own would be good enough to protect. Dimu now needs to buy some time. The good news, at least, is like Miyamaika is unlikely to just commit these archers into the base, into spawn, knowing that there are going to be horsemen.
You say that, but I'm not so sure. Miyamaika might feel like, okay, I know about the second TC of my opponent. Sure, I have the relic lead, but he's got the high trade house. I think Miyamaika might be willing to commit. It's a bit of a gamble, but if it works out, he could do substantial damage, especially if he feels like he isn't facing a lot of horsemen, which kind of is the case. Dimu is just not building up that horseman mass.
I mean, we're up to 13. Yeah, like 13 could be enough to push this away. He needs to be on point with the start step away. I don't think he actually has the forced march, which would be a sick way of disengaging if you do get swarmed. But the push comes in. The horsemen are on top, and the men-at-arms are even starting to reach here. Is this going to be enough to hold? He's down to just 8. Miyamaika is back out the base. And I think we might have a stay of execution here.
Yeah, the reinforcements take a long time for Miyamaika to come in. He still has a huge nominal lead in terms of army, but it's just not there on the field. They're just now walking across. Now, with all the horsemen, all the men-at-arms being gone, you have to be careful not to lose these horse archers. And I feel like at the end of the day, this just ended up being an even-ish trade or so. But if you're Miyamaika, you're thinking twice about diving again.
I don't think Dimu spends his evenings watching reruns of My Little Pony. Like, this man is obsessed with horse archers, but now just layering the horsemen. I mean, if Miyamaika does at any stage, just say add in spears or, yeah, elephants could work as well. Curious that he went tower elephants here, Lytical. Those things will melt against horsemen. Usually, from this position, war elephants is the giga play. And that's cheaper as well.
If you're Miyamaika, you're starting to get worried. You have a huge army lead on paper. But it's not really an army that you can dive a base with, at least not without taking some substantial risks. But the eco is now looking so fragile for him. He's down by 17 workers, and again, a lot of the relic differential is offset by the Rus high trade house. He does have all 3 sacred sites, but at the same time, Dimu is now essentially set up late game Rus. He's got 4 farms set up, and he's getting to that stage where Rus is really unlocking its power. I feel like there is a bit of a timer in here for Miyamaika.
I mean, Mio, I kind of like this idea, just capture the sacred sites, but I'd like it a lot better if you at least wall in. Even better if you can start to keep dropping, right? Because then you have your own TCs at work. Instead, it just feels like Mio has captured the sacred sites, gone, right, that'll do it, and then walked all the way back to his base. That's not usually a solid sacred site win condition plan. I'm still confused by the tower elephants.
It's a weird choice. It feels like it's more of a, okay, let's try to kite and let's try to essentially mix a ranged unit into my ranged army already. But Dimu is now making a strong pivot into horsemen, and one difference between the players is that Miyamaika still hasn't walled a bit. Dimu, at the very least, walled off that little, I guess, avenue between the 2 forests that he started with. So he can focus most of his attention towards the front of his base. But here, if you're Miyamaika, you're exposed in all directions. And you're exposed because you also have a very slow-moving army. It's just archers and elephants.
And because you're allergic to wolves. Yep.
If the moose starts getting larger and larger horseman raids in here, Miyamaika is going to struggle to keep track of them.
Yeah, the interesting part about this is, like, in a weird way, these tower elephants get value for Miyamaika. Maybe he assumed there was going to be a crossbow transition. I don't know why you would. Like, to me, Dimu is expecting more elephants. That's why he's building crossbows, right? And also, just, you know, you can replace horse archers with crossbows. It'll feel better in the exchanges. This is a lot of archers from the Delhi. Now, the risk you run is if this hits Imperial
He's going to
Age,
go. He's 200 pop right now. I think this is the go sign for him. It's worrisome for him, though, that he doesn't have a direct answer to horsemen. And it's not like Dimu is down by that much population. So at the end of the day, Miyamaika might just say, okay, I'm 200 pop, let's go. But at the same time, I don't know if he's got an answer to all these horsemen. Probably against the horsemen alone, it's fine, but...
I mean, that's early info. Look at what Dimu's doing. This should be a Sky Tower, right? Because there's a risk you get dove, but he'll be an Imperial. That's the most important thing. Ideally, you want high armory. He's going to go high armory, isn't he? Like, yeah, you can see it by the location of the Siege Workshop. So this is a little bit greedy. There will be a dive point for Miyamika, but he needs to be standing outside of the base when the time comes and check what Dumu is doing. He flank raids to try and force Miyamika home.
I don't think Miyamika should come back.
He's not. He's heading.
I think this is actually good for Miyamika. Dumu might do some eco damage, but let's be real. At this point, this game is not decided on ecos. If Miyamika doesn't make something happen in the next 2 minutes, it's game over anyways. But at
Keep in mind, though, his whole army is
Does Dumu
ranged.
have enough to stop this?
The thing is, Miyamika's whole army is ranged, so he has to kill the villagers, right? You can't necessarily kill the base. I mean, yes, he's got these elephants, but that's not a quick, like, landmark solution, right? So as long as Dumu's got some reserves and resources, he should be able to stand his ground here over time. Meanwhile, on the backside of this, villagers are being flopped down on the farm. So dive comes through. Miyamika, at this point, has to be aware. Mangoes are coming out. That's going to be enough to scare him away. I don't think he glanced the high armory at all. And more mangoes are on the way from Dumu. So yes, the horseman been cleared up. But now you're mass range diving into choke points against your direct counter.
This is do or die for Miyamika. He's not going to leave
really
this base alive.
TC.
The more mangoes that are built, the smaller his chances. But he still has a huge numbers advantage, and horse archers aren't good when it comes to standing and fighting. Imperial comes in for Dumu. Miyamika now knows that he's gotta go, but he doesn't really have the tools to snipe those mangonels with.
You've got a Michael Phelps this. Dive. He spent so long sitting on that TC, virtually doing nothing, and now the punishment comes in. Mango's moving up. The archers bunch up for death. Dumu is not going to die to this, and he is going to get an ability to rush the map afterwards.
I feel like Miyamika was trying to wait for the cavalry to arrive. He built a bunch of Gauss Raiders and Knights to protect his base against the cavalry. He cleaned them up, and I think he was waiting for them to arrive before diving, but he missed crucial seconds. He was standing there, and by the time he started committing, it was just mangonels and choke points. And really, this game comes down to the fact that he had a gigantic army for a while, but it was simply unused. He was standing back at home or at the middle of the map, but Dumu was never threatened by this huge force.
No, and like your army is forced to desperation dive into mangoes and choke points. That's never a recipe for success here. That's why it just looks so gruesome. And now we reach the hyper late game situation, at least for Dumu. And the classic law of the jungle remains true, Lidicor. Gun beats elephant. Streltsy are now on the way. Miyamika doesn't have an economy to get him up in age. So instead, Benny Boy is going to be locking in game number 2.
It's one apiece here, and it's an elimination match, KP. One of these two players will not make it into the remaining portion of the tournament. This game was just clean from Demudo. I do want to take a look at that military graph, though, because I think that tells you the whole story. Throughout this game, Miyamika, the only thing that he was doing is massing army. He never built a second TC. He was just one TC, relics plus sacred sites, and full army buildup. But because that dive just completely collapsed at the end, all hope was lost, and it was just a complete, I guess, dismantling of his army from Demu's side. And from that point onwards, there was just no way back. Demu played a very patient and slow game, and he just waited for Miyamika to commit, and that commit just didn't come together.
I'll warn you now, this thought process, this execution, you're going to see this a repeat pattern for Miyamika. If you think back to game 1, that's exactly what it was there as well, right? Attack, 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 attack. This guy's only ever interested in attacking Lidicor. I've cast him doing Zhuji, Zhuginu all in rushes, even though he scouted straight away against Night Sieves. I've watched this man go for full monk strats in Castle Age. He doesn't have a chill pill. He will always look to play pressure. It's quite interesting to watch, because I did mention Miyamika's background in StarCraft. He's a Zerg main. Right, and if you ask most Zerg mains, the way you're meant to play, you're meant to be all about macro, right? More than the other two factions. It's almost like this guy is playing the OG idea of Zergs, where you just spam crap tons of units and rush the enemy base. Because just as you saw towards the end of this one, it's all he's ever interested in doing.
And that is something that the opponent can leverage in a way. If you know that your opponent is going to try to aggress you, you just play very defensive. And Rus is a great civilization to do that with. You do have all these static defenses. You have an extremely powerful economy. And I would dare to say that even in the previous game, English versus Japanese, if Demu wasn't facing Japanese specifically, such a strategy would have worked. kind of anchor down with the English, leverage that strong economy, and wait for your opponent to dive. In that case, things didn't work out because Japanese were just Japanese. They secured the majority of the relics, and Miomaika picked up too much momentum. But this is something that Miomaika might need to reconsider going into the remainder of the series. If he's always the aggressor, Dimu can use that as the basis of his strategy choice.
And, you know, I think Age of Empires 4 hits a bit stronger with that idea than other RTSs, really. Defender is advantageous at the absolute highest level, right? If you're able to execute cleanly, it is an advantage, a very big one, the game that already sets you up with a nice hunkered position. So me and Micah really need to take that to heart. You know, I think we have a different game if there's some walls early on or if there's some keep drops on the sacred sides. All of a sudden, Dumu can't just thread the needle in this Imperial play. But we move ahead. Four Lakes is up next. Mongols versus Order of the Dragon. Ben has been grinding OTD Lidical. I think in the last few weeks, it may actually be his most played Civ. So we might be seeing more acts of inspirational creativity from the Dragon Boys.
Oh, back to Four Lakes we go. I absolutely love this map. I know some people dislike it, but it's a classic. I think there are very few maps in the Age of Empires franchise which are just like uniformly there in the competitive scene of almost every single Age title. And Four Lakes is one of these. It's one of the most classic AoE 2 competitive maps, and it has also been a competitive map in AoE 4 for a while. This time around, Dimu is going to be in command of the Order of the Dragon in purple, and Miomaika with the Mongols in yellow.
Definitely a blast from the past. Four Lakes kind of fell out the rotation some time ago, but as we return to it with new civs, I mean, it's interesting because it used to be the new civ that would appear here all the time was Japanese. OTD, I don't think we've really seen it more than maybe 2 or 3 times in competitive. So curious to see what they can do upon their return in 2025. Miomaika's picking the Mongols can make more sense on Four Lakes. It also makes more sense for him. This is Mio's most played civ by far.
And it kind of plays into that style that he loves to play with. This whole aggressive and dictate the tempo style approach that he likes to take. That is exactly what Mongols are all about. Japanese is not an option on this map, by the way. It's something that has already been used up on Himeyama.
Yeah.
And Japanese would have been a very intriguing pick here for Miomaika as well. Opts to go for the Mongols, racks opening, gets scouted immediately by Dimu. So Dimu knows fully well that there is going to be pressure coming towards his dock here.
Yeah, curious to see what he does to address that. I mean, there is a short wall opportunity there just to the south side, but you then also have to connect north as well. That could be good enough, and probably would have been the option in the old meta, but since the changes to wall build speeds, it feels a lot less like optimal than I'd say where we're at before, and there's actually still a risk of interception, right? So instead, it looks like he's just going to rush out to the gold. I think that's 5 workers, if I'm not mistaken. Might actually be 4. Should be able to get enough gold before the pressure arrives.
Yep, that's actually a very exposed gold mine. He does have a reasonable-ish back up to the north, also one to the south. This might be as safe as gold, actually.
Yeah, I think you just wall the south side gold, and then you have gold later on. But instead, he's just going to get the 1 grab there.
Is that enough?
No, that's definitely not enough. He's going back again with the beefy villagers. Remember, these ones are more tanky than standard villagers. 15 extra health.
And Miomaika is not prioritizing the gold mine, though. He spotted the villagers for a moment. I mean, he should know that there is going to be gold mining being done.
The spearman saw it, right? But like he didn't see it, I think, is the issue. Otherwise, you'd be kind of dialing in on that. Instead, Dimu with the double dock drop may have just baited Miomaika off his real target here.
I don't know if this was a bait, though, because at the end of the day, you do anticipate your opponent to go for gold. I wonder if this was more about Miomaika just saying, okay, I don't care about the gold. My target is the docks. Whichever way, I do agree with you. Dimu dodges a bit of a bullet right there because he gets cut off from gold in Dark Age. That would have been terrible. He is going to lose. No.
Yeah, he definitely loses the village.
Okay,
no. Stabby. Definitely gets the kill. They're tanky buggers, but they will fall. Miomaika is going very aggressive, by the way. We're up to 8 spearmen now. Good lord. Well, the negative for Miomaika is he doesn't have an outburst yet, right?
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Every time you look at a hybrid map, if a player commits to docks and Dark Age fishing, it delays Feudal Age. And when you go for Dark Age Rush with Spearmen, it does the same thing. The key thing here is that because we are looking at fishing here for Demu, he's not going up the Feudal Age yet, so he's nowhere close to getting a couple of archers out to clean this up. In fact, you could argue that Mio Maika might actually be on par with Demu in terms of Feudal Age timing here. It's going to be probably a little delayed, but at the same time, he's going to have so many spears out here.
Yeah, I'm still surprised Mio didn't go for the outpost play. Getting an outpost on the tree line just feels like a GG move, right? Because now Demu just needs to get into Gilded Archers to mob this fast. So instead, he's definitely going to be able to get the dog. I think that maybe it was a little bit more value here if Mio had just walked the villager over sooner. Like, he's gone up to 12 spearmen. This feels like a pretty overkill commitment at this stage.
I think he wants to make sure the docks are gone, but sure, you take out the dock. If you get cleaned up afterwards, the Demu just rebuilds that.
Yeah, but like 12 spears to clear up the docks. Like, you say it's like he wants to make sure he's got it. It's like when someone's laying dead on the ground, blood spilling out everywhere, and then you shoot them with a rocket launcher just to be safe, you know?
Yeah, Demu canceled that dock out there, but the bounty was still given to Mio Maika, so Mio Maika comes away with a decent haul of resources in exchange. Just to your point about the spearmen, one of the things I don't like is that if he doesn't commit to that many spearmen, he could have been maybe a little quicker when it comes to dropping a stable and getting some horsemen out to deal with the initial Gilded Archers.
Yeah, and the weird part to me now is like with no intent to outpost rush, these 12 spearmen are just kind of weird. Like the only reason this would make sense is if you thought your opponent was going to pro scouts, but
no!
Demu
is trying to sneak a dock to take out the enemy fishing eco. Little does he know that there is none.
I mean, but it's fine because once you realize there's no eco, you just add in your own fishing boats here and patrol the archer ship, right? Like, this is still a good play for Demu. And in the meantime, the Gilded Archer is going to reclaim his own pond. So, you know, we're on 4 lakes, and right now Mio Maika is playing, let me just get my calculator out quickly and find my head again.
0 lakes?
0, yeah, 0 lakes. I think in his brain, it's like the name of this map is not 4 lakes, it's called X.
Funnily, as you say that, because the original map of this name is actually Cross. Did you know that?
I think I recall being told that, yeah.
Yeah,
but for Mio Maika, this is X.
the original script called it Cross, and then when it was integrated into the base game in AoE 4, they gave the name 4 Lakes, which just sounded very lame at the time, but I guess we got used to it.
I don't know, I kind of just, like, I'm fine with Cross. X, like, you know, because X is great, because then you like, X marks the spot where you're gonna die. That's what you type when you get in game, Lidicore, and then you build 12 spearmen and you rush their dock. Oh. And now we have Keshex. So, Demu, one of the tricky things with OOTD is like you can easily overblow into a certain unit type and then just get beaten down by 1 or 2 of the counter plays. He has got spearmen coming in, but like it's 12 spearmen already. Yeah, the way Mio Maika wants to fight is more poke based. He needs to kind of make sure the position's right, because if Demu gets to stand still with these machine guns, the Gilded Archers will mow everything.
One thing I don't like about the 12 spearmen build is that if you, let's say, just go 10 or 8, you could have actually started building your stable as you were going up the Feudal Age. You can do that with the Mongols, so you might have gotten a little head start when it comes to getting the Kashik out. Now, credit Mio Maika for having a lot of map awareness. He has a spearman right next to his gold mine here. He's trying to contain Demu's expansion towards gold. And he has actually hidden his spearman in that stealth forest to the south for quite a while. He's just now moving towards this gold mine, though, and I think Demu is anticipating that because he's looking for intercept.
If this spearman just runs to the south side and brings the villagers with him, it could be a massacre. Looks like the Gilded Archers are going to react to the first one, but actually the Keshiks could just get in here. Scout does see it.
You do have Gilded Spearmen, and Gilded Spearmen just shred cavalry.
They free hit Keshiks. It's pretty ridiculous.
That's good. That's what I would call shred.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would say shred as much as completely just full-on Leonidas impale the spear through his face. You know? It's pretty brutal. I mean, Kashyyyk struggle usually against spears, but this is like the most painful engagement. So, Mio Maika, you know what? I'm wondering, is there a world in which he tries to go archers here? Probably not against Gilded Archers. Instead, he's just going to blob and go. Kashyyyks going to be able to find a kill or 2. But it's difficult. Like I mentioned, the Gilded Archers, just higher base damage, a ridiculous attack speed. The risk right now for Mio Maika, he only just started fishing, so he doesn't exactly have this disposable level of income yet.
Mio Maika actually expanded towards the southern pond here. I don't think Demu knows about that. Dude tried to contest his original pawn. There is nothing right there. And frankly, there is a 6 eco lead here for Miyamaika. Of course, some of that is the weird math that you get with the Order of the Dragon Wheels. But you lost 3 of those OOTD wheels out there if you're Demus, so you did take a bit of a beating in the early game.
Yeah, and well, the problem is the fishing is going to complement. And oh wow, he tried to sneak on the western pond. I think the archer is there an archer ship out there that saw him? Yeah, so Miyamaika ends up losing a worker trying to get on the west side pond. Loses Keshix here as well. Does at least get a worker kill.
Nasty.
It's a double worker kill, even better.
It's so weird that Demu doesn't know about the pond to the south. He isn't even contesting that. At the same time, it really feels like Miyamaika had no idea that his pond got docked by the opponent. Loses 2 workers, and that hurts a lot because he just killed another villager on the other side on the gold mine. Eventually, Demu's going to get back to that huge clump of archers, and this whole group of spearmen will become obsolete. I think we're getting to that same stage that we had in the previous game where Demu is stabilizing, and he's getting to the stage where it's going to be Miyamaika's job to attack him.
Yeah, Miyamaika just doesn't really have a real eco upside here, right? It's 2 pawn versus 1. It could easily be 3 pawns because Demu's already at the gold on the north side. Just drop a dock and Bob's your uncle, right? Like, all he needs to do is blow Gilded Archers. It kills everything that Miyamaika has. Like, God forbid this man ever gets his hands on a blacksmiths, because then it really is just GG.
Yeah, Demu didn't have a lot of gold to work with so far, so he's actually severely behind in terms of upgrades.
The crazier part to me as well is, like, Miyamaika, that attempt to get on the west side ponds, dock was, what, 90% complete? Surely it's worth pulling 1 more villager, just try and get in there when the archer ship isn't looking, or you just force the archer ship to stay there long term. Because, you know, if you force a distraction with, say, the Keshix and you get that pond going, all of a sudden, you know, you have a competitive game. But, like, right now, you just have a blocker on your own economy scaling, and you're not really slowing Demu down anymore, right? Like, we've got a shuffling now with the Keshix. High health should protect the Gilded Villages for the most. In fact, is he going to... Yeah, he will at least get 1 kill, but there we go. The Power Leonard is coming through. Just ridiculous how easy it is for 1 Spearman to take on multiple Keshix.
Gilded Spearmen are some of the craziest units in the game, I feel. The bonus damage they get for cavalry against cavalry is so bonkers that you just need 1 slip up from the opposing player and you obliterate like 20 cavalry in a second.
Yeah.
It looks like Miyamaika is going now. I just feel like this is too late.
Yeah, the best part is when you say, it feels like Miyamaika's going now, and then we just have no pack-up tech, really slow-moving Deerstone. He's sending it, Lidicor. Give him a few minutes, but he'll be there soon.
It's like... looks like public transport in downtown DC.
It's like waiting for the old lady to walk over the road. Like, she's almost there, and you know, you get to the point where, like, is manslaughter worth it? So, Deerstone has now arrived. That will give him the mobility to pivot left and right. But he needs the Khan Hunter to even contest this. Because those Gilded Archers, by default, already have more range than you.
Yeah. Army count is a little deceiving because Demu does have 2 galleys that do get counted towards that. But I'm not a fan of 23 ordinary archers against 13 or so Gilded Archers. 8 Gilded Spearmen will absolutely make mincemeat out of these Keshik. And you also have the ability to reinforce a lot quicker here if you're Demu.
No problem is he didn't get under mesh first. Right, so these Keshiks actually have plastic shielding. Remember, Gilded Archers have longbow damage by default. So yeah, we're still down in the way. Demu's Gatling guns are about to go insane in this engagement. And arms as well.
Miyamaika is looking for an angle once again, but diving this base is getting more and more challenging. And once the man-at-arms start coming in, it's going to get increasingly difficult to deal with this. Upgrades will be in for Miyamaika, but at the same time, Demu is getting so much time to build up his own numbers and also grab his own upgrades as well.
Yeah, it just feels weird that, like, Miyamaika, considering he's got Demu on containment protocol, like, why is he not just taking wider objectives, right? Like, he must know his opponent's ponding. He knows he's on the west side at least. Like, you know, maybe peel the Keshiks, poke a little bit there, because the reality is all the Dragon don't have marching drills, right? So if you see them coming, just run away. Pressure coming that north side again. It's once again about the gold. Handful of Keshiks.
That's your best objective here. If you can cut Demu off from gold, you can prevent him from going into Castle Age. You do need to find other targets, though. Simply camping the gold isn't going to be enough. Now, if you kill 5 villagers here, that's a good pickup.
Yeah, kind of surprised that Dimu. He had his Gilded Arch second wave a little bit too far away. He's going to commit now. The shoreline fishing.
Oh,
He'll pull
that's
him
a little
away.
sloppy from Miyamaika. He could have gotten all 5.
Yeah, but I don't think he was expecting it. So it's like, oh, you don't really anticipate the Mystic. The crazy thing there is Dimu, he was trying to be really greedy. He was waiting for Undermesh before he took that engagement. Hence why he essentially was sacking the villages. Unfortunate as well, because if he just had like one house between the archery range and the mining camp, he would have had emergency repairs, which would have saved him.
Mining camp getting casually dropped right next to the deer stones. It looks like
my
Miyamaika
me.
is looking to fight once again. He's a lot more patient than he was in the previous game, but he's also trying to deny resources a lot more aggressively. This time around, he's not just posturing mid-map, he's trying to actively deny resources.
It kind of feels like that patience is somewhat killing them, though, because he's so paranoid about the threat of the big army, he's not, like, going on the flanks at all, right? Like, these Gilded Archers should be able to carry the engagement. That's just going to start coming through. Men-at-Arms really want to be heading in, so they absorb shots. Looks like Dimu not getting the best of exchanges there. I think he maybe hung around a little bit too long, burning instead of diving. Miyamaika does still have those Keshiks waiting, so like if this spear count goes down to 0, Dimu is in a pickle.
One thing that we haven't really talked about is that Miyamaika built a substantial fishing eco to the south, and he killed a lot of gilded villagers now. It's actually a 17 eco lead in total.
It's pretty nuts, yeah.
Yeah, it's now a substantial lead, and we're getting to the stage where Miyamaika might not actually need to dive hard in here. He might just be content cutting his opponent off from gold. As long as the Mu is cut off from gold, he cannot go into Castle Age, and that's why he's heading towards that third gold mine to the right side, which is completely uncontested.
Yeah, we do see him walling it off now, right? I wonder when we're going to get to this, because it looked like the safest one of the 3 options. Keshiks, in the meantime, are just going to stock up their health and get a little bit of burn bounty. But it's going to come at a cost. That's Deerstone down. Now, the reason why that fight was looking so good over the Deerstone for Miyamaika was the movement speed, right? You were able to move in, poke the archers, move out before they can respond with their own attacks. Not easy to do, but he was finding the way. Now, with the mobility removed, Miyamaika needs a new solution. Maybe a new aura, per se. Maybe one that you get in Castle Age.
Indeed. I absolutely love this. Keep in mind, he knew fully well that Dimu wasn't on gold. And because of this, he knows that he can go to Castle Age and Dimu is not going to be there. Now, Dimu moved out to the gold quite recently, but he sent like 20 villagers, so Dimu isn't going to be that much behind in Castle Age timing, but you can just see how much Miyamaika wants that Castle Age timing. He was willing to push up the Deer Stones for aggression. He's now going up with the Coral Die. He wants to finish this before Dimu gets to Castle Age.
Miyamaika's like, I'd do anything for Castle Age. Anything? Pulls 29 villages. Yeah, he desperately wants this. Dimu is going to have to rapidly follow suit. The worry is the timing here. The good news is the Kurotai is back at home and mobility isn't in yet. If Miyamaika kind of skirts his timing, doesn't actually rush, Dimu can win the next fight because although you have a damage buff, Dimu will offset most of your base damage due to scale armor on these Gilded Archers.
That's a lot of Keshik though, and if you're Miyamaika, you're looking for opportunities to hit the eco with the Keshik. You know that Dimu has a slow-moving army, and you also know that he lost a lot of eco. If you can get some more villager kills, things will get very ugly for Dimu very soon. Dimu himself, rushing up that landmark with 18 vills, knows that he needs to catch up. But there's going to be a window here for Miyamaika. He's getting his veterans in.
Right now, these are Kekiks, though. Like, he isn't getting the veterans in for them, right? So, like, Dimu could fight him directly. It's kind of crazy he's not. He's paranoid. He thinks that advantage is coming in. It only just got queued. He repairs on the house, but the Kurotai is about to park itself right next to the TC. It's not your base anymore.
Tell me you're looking at a Miyamaika game without telling me.
Mongol players, man. They rate as what, like a 10 out of 10 on aggression? Well, I mean, this is 10 out of 10 on aggression, right? It doesn't get more aggressive than your landmark next to theirs. Not allowed to put the TC there anymore.
Dimu's going to get housed over here, and that is going to be huge. He loses a couple of houses, he doesn't have E-repairs, and that will make it a lot more difficult to get new units out. Sure, he can get the upgrades, but even that is going to take some time. He's not going to get the Archer attack upgrade here. Kurota is redeploying once again, and there's just so much that you can run. I think this time around, Miyamaika has a much better dive than in the previous game.
Yeah, Dimu has to avoid the plague here, right? But the problem is, like, what are you going to lose for it? Because he's got a scale armor coming. That's a minute-long tech. That's the way you can potentially win.
You could have actually taken the production buildings and stopped the upgrades. These are the only 2 production buildings Dimu has.
I mean, for some reason, he just wants the TC. He's like, emergency repairs OP, something, die. He's going to be taking out the priority TC. So Dimu, it don't need worker kills, but you can't build additional, right? It's good enough. And the burn rate is good enough to stop E-repairs from really changing anything. Dimu has to commit to the fight prematurely. Veterancy for archers is coming in. Scale armor is still 15 seconds away. The men-at-arms, however, are upgraded, but the Kurultai buff makes them look like normal men-at-arms.
There is no shot here for Dimu. There is just no shot. I think he wanted to commit to prevent the TC from going down, and he did just that. But he simply doesn't have the troops to fight this. Maybe if it wasn't for a Kurultai, but it's just too much. These are fully upgraded costly units for Miyamaika. Dimu is still lacking the ranged attack upgrade. And at the same time, these units are also being buffed by the Kurultai.
Well, they're out of range now, and scale armor is a pretty big deal here, but he needs to just commit the Keshiks. Once that's in, this should just be GG.
Yeah.
Dimu, he's actually building Springle chips. He's praying that water can protect him against the Mongol horde. Now, historically, for certain countries, that was pretty damn effective.
It did work at some times, but it didn't work for the Order of the Dragon here. And now, if you don't stand and fight with the archers, your villagers will suffer. Dimu has to just make an emergency gate out here. And there's a second layer behind us. Horsemen are coming in from Miyamaika. New Keshiks are on the way too. Maybe he's a little overzealous. I don't really love engaging against this position.
I mean, your entire economy is here, right? Like, if you're just idling Dimu out, it's worth it. Like, this is absolutely fine right now. And he just peels back. He's like, okay, you maybe have like got some villagers hiding behind the base. Let's check on them. He didn't finish the town center, though.
No, he didn't.
The E-repair just came in.
Dimu committed to the fight when the TC was at 50 HP and it was still being E-repaired. So it survived that initial push, and because Miyamaika pursued, Dimu could actually get himself a second E-repairs to get it back to normal health.
He's actually moving the Kurultai down to where the tree line's gathering now. And surely this should be the dive that just puts Dimu in his grave. Villagers are going to try to run away. They can actually go outside, but the problem is the Mongols came from outside. So if he just rallies that next wave that's sitting in the center of the map to the south side, that's curtains closed on this game. It's all he needs to do to win this.
Yeah, this is looking grim for Dimu. Remember, a lot of his villagers were idled, so replenishing these expensive units is just so challenging for him. And every building that gets torched down gives a bounty to the Mongol player as well. I would actually love to see some rams here for Miyamaika. There's just so much real estate that he could knock down because Dimu simply doesn't have the power to take rams out right now.
Whoopsie. Boats may have hung around a little bit too long there. The throne ship and the Gallier is going to go down.
Boink.
Most of the cavalry's been cleared. Dimu is just trying to hold on for dear life with the Gilded Archers got left. There is no Kurultai buff here. But the numbers... I think the Gilded Archers might win if the Keshiks stay out of this.
Yeah,
stay out of this.
I love this fight for Miyamaika. Like,
they've
he's
just
in a
ruined
really
the
good
experiment.
spot, but he should not throw this game away from this position. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, your opponent has 2 of his landmarks basically in your base, right? I mean, the Deer Stone's on your starting gold. It's dead, admittedly. The Kurultai is basically at your TC. We have Dimu pretty much playing the role of the Mongols, a nomadic civ moving across the map, and the Mongols taking routes.
Yeah, but then again, Miyamaika hasn't finished all those villagers off to the south. Like, this game should be over by now, I feel.
No, I reckon we've got another 10 minutes in this one, to be honest with you, Lidical. What's going to happen is he's going to almost kill the town center again and then walk away. And then E-repairs will come off cooldown. And then we'll just be out here again in 5 minutes, I think.
Dimu still doesn't have an army, though. He's got 14 Gilded Archers, that's basically it. He's facing 43 archers on the other side, plus a bunch of Cache, plus the Kurultai buff. And now I think Dimu has finally been found out to the south. Oh, no, it's just, you know, casual wildlife. If he's too busy microing, he's gonna get all his villagers killed by that wolf, by the way.
Well, I mean, I think Dimu, if he can't beat a wolf with those villagers, then we really have a real problem here. That's at least a fight he can win. That might actually be the only fight he can really win in this game now, though.
Probably. This is about to go down here.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Nope, it's not gonna happen.
Wait for it. No, we don't trust him to stop throwing torches. All right, there we go. TC's down. Now we should just be able to end the game. GG comes out. Mio Micah now leading against Dumu.
Wow. We are seeing a pattern in this series. Every single series, or every single game, I should say, Mio Micah is the ultimate aggressor, and Dimu just needs to stand and defend. And it did work out in game number 2. It didn't work in game number 3 here. Mio Micah just went absolute crazy with the level of aggression he put up. Just starting from the 12 Spearmen. And then, essentially, this military graph that you see right here is almost identical to the one that we've seen in the previous game, only that this time around, Dimu wasn't able to just go up to Imperial and get a couple of mangonels against mass archers. I think if you're Dimu, you really have to think about, okay, how do I throw off the build? Okay, what? Okay, there we go. Production just showed us the actual graph from the previous game. It's copy-paste the same except for the last 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think when you're Dimu, you have to start thinking about how you could potentially throw off the early game build of Mio Micah. Because I think the difference between this game and the previous one was the fact that in this game, Dimu wasn't able to stall long enough to have a strong defense ready.
Yeah. I think the thing that really matters as well is maybe the gold choice. We mentioned that south side was kind of the most defendable location for Dimu, and he didn't try to take it, right? Like, it felt a little bit weird. After Spin peeled away, I thought he'd walk out, wall off. He eventually ended up there, but I think it was too late. You mentioned that stage in the game, it was some like 8 or 9 worker kills already, which is just insane when you consider how valuable each Order of the Dragon villager is. But credit to him, man. I mentioned Mio Micah is an aggressive player. He never lets go. And it pays off this time with one of the most aggressive civs. So good signs of life for him. Dumu definitely not dead just yet, right? We've still got potentially 2 more games in this series. And I think we do have some maps that still offer up favorability to a more defensive angle of play.
Do we?
I think so. Trying to remember what we actually got now. So we had Dry Arabia already. Game 1 was Himayama. Himayama was one of the more exposed maps. Did they draft Hill and Dale?
We have Hill and Dale and Gorge, yes. So
okay, yes.
One that's still rather open, and then one that's very well defensible.
Yeah, so Hill and Dale.
If you're Dimu, I think you go Hill and Dale.
Yeah, and you know that can thin the herd. It depends on the draft selection, like what maps you've got left in conjunction with what civs you got left. Because if you can see your opponent has a very linear line, you can try to bait him. But you know, Mio Micah right now has to be rolling his eyes and thinking, you know, I'll try and end it in Hill and Dale. But reality check, if we go to Gorge, if you have one of those more aggressive civs, like a French one, you know, you can kind of just send it into your opponent quite rapidly.
Yeah, I just wonder what the mindset is going to be here for Dimu. Because from one perspective, you could say, okay, it's match point for my opponent. I need to bring out Hill and Dale because that's probably the map where I feel more comfortable against this playstyle. But at the same time, you have to win both of these games. So maybe Dimu is going to be like, okay, let's bring on Gorge first. And if I have to really play a decider game, then let's have it on a map that I feel more confident about.
Oh, we're only a minute away from finding out how Game 4 could go. Yuji versus Iobit. Yeah, so we're going to Gorge. And that leaves... okay, that makes sense, actually. It leaves them Chinese/Ottomans against French Jean.
French. French or French?
French or worse French, you know?
I love Dimu's final Civ combo against what Mio Micah has for Hill and Dale.
Yeah.
If you're Mio Micah, you need to finish this series right here. Because if Dimu takes you to the decider game, I think Dimu has a huge advantage.
But would he play Ottomans?
I don't think it matters. Frankly, I don't think it matters if he plays Ottomans or Chinese because I love either of those against French or Jeanne d'Arc.
I mean, if you can reach Castle Age, right, Otto's feels really good because you start getting Janissaries. But, like, China is a weird one as well. Like, China sucks in very long feudals against French because French scales their eco too. And the whole idea is when you get loads of knights and you get loads of Juganu, the knights can just take turns tanking the Juganu shots. So, like, the archer's the MVP for the French, right? So, you know, you don't really want to play a long age, but I've seen Chinese just bypass that age issue altogether. Just open with Spears Horseman, go fast castle. But you know what? Let's focus on what's ahead of us. We head into Gorge, this deep ravine, this deep valley, to see if Dimu can force a deciding game number 5 here. Mio Micah leads, Iobit pick coming out, but Dimu, channeling his inner balls, has gone to the Bald Boy Civ. It's Yuji time.
This is an interesting choice from Demu. He is one loss away from being eliminated from the tournament. At the same time, as we talked in the pregame, if he takes this to the game number 5, I think he's starting with a huge advantage. Every single game, Mio Maika has been the aggressor, and Demu had some success defending, especially in game number 2, and some of the other games he did not. Hill and Dale game number 5, with the civilizations that are still available, that should be a huge advantage for Demu. He could have gone to Hill and Dale in this game, but I feel like he just didn't want to make or play a decider on a map like Gorge. So for Demu, this is really all about, if I can secure this game, I have a really good shot at winning this series. But this map in particular might play into the hands of Mio Maika in terms of playstyles.
I'm sure Demu's like, man, I don't want to do that to people. We don't need a 2-hour game just me to then lose. So we're going to make it possible that it would win me the series. Because let's be totally real. Hill and Dale is that game that definitely favors defenders a lot of the time, and it is the type of map that can drag the latest average game length. I think any map we have here in rotation. But yeah, let's talk about Ayus a little bit. You know, very kind of awkward matchup for them. Ayus usually like to open with a little bit of pressure. Not great against Yuji because of the potential for Shiganu. The thing that might give you a semblance of pressure point, though, is that Juji are going to be looking for pro scouts here. Really good spawn for them to optimally drag the deer back, both being on the east side. And then also, I'm looking to see if we got any good meditation gardens here. I think there's an okay-ish one maybe on the east, but nothing crazy here. It might be the 8 stack of berries. So yeah, he just plays it safe. He's going to get the gold, berries, and the stone. Stone's really nice here because by the time you get into Castle Age and you've got all the relics, you know, you're close to basically having the stone for a TC drop if that's the play you're looking for.
Not the best meditation gardens ever, but it's probably the best that you can get on a map like this.
It's fine, right? Like it's 25 gold, 25 stone, 36 food. Yeah. So it's 86 resources.
I do want to say though, this landmark creates a nice little choke point at the front of the Moose base, and I think that's going to be a big factor. One thing I've noticed in terms of differences between this game, or between the previous game and game number 2, is that Demu... Oh, wow.
I don't care what you have to say now, Lidicor. I want to talk about this.
Wow. That's an interesting start here for Mio Maika. Now,
is this the proxy-based builds? I've seen this from a few players.
I think so.
Yeah, like you rush your villager full, but he hasn't moved one yet, right? So if this is like double archery range, you want to be building them near your opponent. He hasn't, though.
Yeah. Most of the time when you see this choice on the House of Wisdom, you see it because you want to have a huge influx of wood that you will turn into TCs. But knowing Mio Maika's playstyle, there's no way we're seeing town centers here. So the question is, what is he going to spend a bunch of wood on? Makes a lot of sense to think that it's going to be some sort of a proxy build-up or production buildings of some sort, that is for sure.
Yeah, but he's late then because he's got Wheelbarrow coming in now, but that means you're going to have to wait like we're almost a minute into your tech timing to do anything with that extra wood. And to the whole idea of like 2TC, I don't think the 2TC works with Industry Wing. Like I think it's it's terrible in the current meta. Like, you know, 2TC sucks.
It's actually more common. You see this with the Castle Age up, and you get 2 TCs for that. But the point is, this is the most common time you see this extra influx of wood being chosen for the age up.
Wait,
and it's just gonna be double stables.
He doing what I think he's doing? Is this the Mass Desert Raider build?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Could this be full Desert Raiders?
But
that would be terrible against Jugenu.
It's really bad against Jugenu. It's really good against the Horseman timing because the whole idea is like the weakness of Desert Raider scaling is it takes 35 seconds, same as like Camel Archers, right? But there you go.
It's not a good frontline unit either.
He's balancing though. He's got Horseman plus Desert Raiders, so this is a little bit better.
Fair.
And this is his idea for how he stops Pro Scouts because you can already see by Dumu's macro like this is very clearly heading towards Pro Scouts. Obviously, from the scouts alone, it gives it away. So, you know, with that in mind, he should be able to maybe block the second deer retrieval. But I'm always very reluctant about these type of plays. Like stopping the second deer retrieval means you've let one group of say 5 scouts through. 5 scouts getting through is still, what is that, 1,750 food for your opponent safely underneath the TC. That's a crazy amount of food to work with.
I think the trick here for Mio Maika is that he won't be able to take direct fights for an extended period of time against Jugenu. Like, short, Demu doesn't have a lot right now. And Demu actually opens stable, which will delay any kind of a Jugenu build-up. But once Demu starts getting Jugenu out, this composition is not going to be able to dive the Moose base. And remember, it's one thing that Miomaika contains his opponent. Eventually, he needs to get some sort of a massive advantage from this huge commitment to army, because right now he's committing very heavily into his army.
Yeah. I mean, archers can come in quite delayed here for Dimmu, right? Like, you can just go for, like, the double archer range build. Supervise if you're really desperate. If not, you can actually just get a blacksmith instead, right? Because you can supervise Steeled Arrow. So, you know, I think his timing is fine here. But Miomaika, this is wild. Miomaika, the tricky thing here is, like, you know, there is a little bit of a weird behavior with animation canceling, and obviously you're not meant to do it. And it's against the rules. But it's like... As a result, you have to be extra careful. So why I think a lot of players have actually been reluctant about doing like mass Desert Raider builds is, you know, at what point have I crossed the line? At what point am I in breach?
I think now things are getting dicey for Miomaika, though. Because, look at this. Dimmu is already massing Jugenu from double ranges. Jugenu are not particularly pricey. At the same time, as you said, Desert Raiders will take a long time to build up. And Horsemen will be fine as long as you don't get to the critical mass of Jugenu, which, when you have double ranges plus Jushi buffing them, it doesn't actually take a long time for them to get to that critical mass to start essentially one-shotting Horsemen.
Shug already arriving. I don't know, man. This is... He has got Horsemen coming, so like in theory this can be good. What could be sick for Dimmu though? Like, it's a slept-on tech, but this might be the perfect game for it. Is the new Dali horses that gives attack speed to Juji.
Could be considered. For now, he's actually making a mix of Horsemen and Jugenu. But you really feel like the Horsemen are just essentially a tanking unit right here. With the Desert Raiders in the mix, they're not going to have substantial combat value. Nice micro by Miomaika, kind of trying to stretch the attention of the opponent. And Dimmu already lost one villager on this gold mine. A second one almost fell. Right now, you kind of have this play from Miomaika where he's poking on the right side and poking on the front. And he's just trying to stretch out the attention of Dimmu because Dimmu has a much slower response to that with the slow-moving Jugenu.
The tricky part, though, is like he has a very easy play to just go east, right? Because both deer stacks are on that side. That's the weird thing about this type of strategy. Like, in theory, very good, but like in practice, this type of spawn, incredibly hard to execute for Miomaika.
Oh yeah, he needs a perfect micro for this. One slip up and he's going to lose the game. But remember, he's on match point. And he's just so good when it comes to micro. If he micros this correctly, he could potentially steal the series right here.
Shug just target the back line, though. They kind of just ignore the Horsemen, right? He's holding back the primary wave. Yeah, but like the Horsemen are just wasting Miomaika's time. He needs to actually be on the unit he's countering here. He also doesn't have Undermesh because he's really trying to get towards Castle. So like this wasn't that bad of an exchange because Miomaika, he done that classic blunder that we see almost every RB player do. They don't like building blacksmiths. It doesn't feel like there's a good build order for it. So against the Jugenu, that's a cardinal sin.
I don't understand Miomaika's idea here. If you want to rush Castle, I think you want to retain this army and just, again, use your mobility to stretch out Dimmu's attention. You don't want to fight. At the same time, if you don't want to go to Castle, just double down on this aggression, take a fight, and see where it goes. I think this time around, the exact thing happened that Dimmu wanted. Dimmu wants a direct fight because the Jugenu will absolutely slaughter all these expensive Desert Raiders.
Yeah, things are getting worrisome because at this rate, Dimmu could like just catch up on the tech up and even go and do some damage. So you can see Miomaika's about to trigger his tech, but look at Dimmu's resources, right? Like after this fight, if he doesn't see a lot more horsemen, he knows what's really happening. And we've just seen how aggressive Jushi's timings are. They get the 15% discount on age up, and then they build it ridiculously fast. And okay, dude, he's played way too many team games. This is a team game strat.
Yeah, I think Dimmu by now knows fully well that this is going to be a costly timing, and it's likely going to be Camel Lancers. You do have double stables ready already, so nice little sneak by Dimmu, getting a couple of carcasses in. Really, if you're Miomaika, you need to slow this down. If Dimmu has access to gold, if he can continuously fearing carcasses, your chances will just not be great. Camel Lancers are expensive, and if you don't have any support units to them, Dimmu can just deal with them using Spearmen initially.
I mean, Dimmu, it just looks pretty cozy right now. You know, the idea of what Miomaika was doing here was cool, but it just doesn't feel like he actually locked enough food from getting home. And now he's in a reluctant position. Horseman also able to shuffle over onto the workers. We'll force a bit of idle time there. Miyamika is about, what, 40 seconds out from the tech up complete? Dumu, meanwhile, hasn't really focused on that timing. He's actually scaling even more juke here.
I think he is going to go for the timing, but I also think that he senses an opportunity. The timing is going to be near perfect. You're going to hit your opponent just when he reaches castle age. But at the same time, Dumu doesn't want to go all in here because he's afraid of Camel Lancer. There's a great opportunity to, worst case scenario, trade armies, get a couple of villager picks, but Dumu is going to be up to castle age soon as well.
Yeah, and Dumu knows it's a tech up for sure. It's kind of obvious at this stage, even if he doesn't see gold workers. That's because Miyamika preemptively took the gold necessary. Problem now is getting the units out quick enough, and oh, I mean that.
If
that
you have to do a
good.
farm transition just now, you might have just lost the game, because this is the window where Miyamika needs to hit timings. He cannot have food shortages, because then he cannot get the Camel Lancers out in time. If you have to make a full farm transition right now, it's disastrous for Miyamika.
Good news, at least for Miyamika, is Dumu hasn't got all the deer, right? Like, he's taking his safe stacks now.
Fair.
Miyamika, as a result, has his own to munch on. But Shaolin Monastery is now being rushed up by 14. Miyamika can't even risk coming out, right? Like, if you check his vision, we can see everything. So he'd be like, why is Miyamika not close to the base? For all he knows, Dumu isn't necessarily attacking up straight away. He's getting ready to dive you. So you have to play ultra defensive until the first Lancers and your veterancies come through.
And Miyamika doesn't have a scout. Dumu actually has multiple scouts out there, so Dumu knows fully well that there is nothing coming towards his base. At the same time, Miyamika had no idea. Miyamika is so deprived of vision that he just now realizes that there is no one in front of his base. He's got the Camel Lancers out now, but by the time he arrives to the opposing side of the map, you're going to start seeing the veterancy come in for Jugenu, you're going to start seeing crossbows come in, and it's going to be increasingly difficult for Miyamika to breach this defense.
Veterancy only just a few seconds away, so Miyamika making the right choice not to go in. We'll just back away. What he needs to be looking for now is the Dervish timing. The first Shaolin Monk's already out. You know, the real objective for both players now is relic grab. For Miyamika, I don't think we've seen him drop a mosque yet.
No, I don't think so either. I think he's a little strained on resources right now. Remember, he had to start dropping farms, so this is a commitment he had to make. He actually dropped the blacksmith, but techs aren't coming in just yet. So he's actually quite a bit behind in terms of blacksmith techs on all his troops. And it's getting worrisome for him. Dumu is actually outnumbering him 3-1. The one saving grace he does have is mobility, and he needs to leverage that. He needs to start stretching the attention of Dumu. Try to intercept the monks as well, but more importantly, try to hit the eco and just force Dumu to chase you all across the map.
The worry I have right now is Dumu. Has he got relics on the way home? I think he has, right? He's at least picked up one. Looking at where Miyamika is positioning, he's kind of just going to one location at a time. So these monks are starting to sneak out. Relics are coming home. It doesn't feel like the containment protocol is really working. And I think matters worse, Dumu's even snatching additional goodies from your side of the map.
And remember, Miyamika doesn't have a lot of farms. So when he depletes that one pack of deer he still has, things will get very troublesome. Shaolin Monk will get sniped over here, Novololo coming together. But at the very least, now Dumu knows where that army is. He just now started mixing in crossbows, though. So he's been actually rather slow in that regard. He does have a full force of Jugenu, but he's actually facing quite a lot of horsemen and camel lancers. Needs to be careful not to get caught in the middle of the map.
Lance is definitely a curious thing from Dumu. In theory, with Dali horses, you can kind of not care about camels to a certain degree. I guess he just wants one or two to raid with. We do have mass racks, so you'll likely be seeing some spearmen getting added in, considering the amount of lancers. Also good for a PG switch, kind of just a pseudo raider unit. Miyamika just doing a very good job of skirting this fragile state of the game. He knows he can't really commit to a main fight. As soon as I say doing a good job, he actually does just run straight through the Jugenu.
A lot of his horsemen are badly beaten up. And now Dumu is making a pivot into spearmen, and that could be disastrous for Miyamika. He's actually making very expensive units, and he doesn't have the strongest of economies. So making full tech switches will be challenging for him. If Dumu starts flooding spearmen with the Jushi, it's going to be difficult for Miyamika to respond to that in a short amount of time.
It's a very brave lancer. We'll at least be able to push them away a little bit. But yeah, Dumu really just starting to get to the stage where he's likely going to have to take risks on economy to a certain degree. You know, there's only so much deer left to hoover up. If we start seeing him going up with the flanks of berries, without walls, Miyamika is going to feel like it's Christmas. So Dimu, before that point arrives, is going to try to force full defense from a full cav comp.
Army count is 2-1 right now for Dimu, but the army value is neck and neck. So it's really about the quantity versus quality setup right here. And Miyamika might have enough to hold this. One key thing here is that Dimu has a slow-moving army. And we've seen that in game number 1. If he gets caught mid-map with a slow-moving army, Miyamika is really good when it comes to exploiting that.
This boy's a pain in the ass with these Desert Raiders. You at least have more relics coming home, so that's not going to be free. I can't believe with this map control, Miyamika has never tried to go for relics himself.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if he was just like, okay, I was, you know, I didn't have the map control when we hit Castle Age. Maybe my opponent already collected the relics and he kind of just gave up on the whole thing, or maybe he was just too busy microing his troops. I don't know, but you're right. He didn't actually go for any of the relics.
And now we finally actually have Veteran Seaver Horseman. The weird part is he's done it after the Spearman transition came in. And it almost feels like we're reaching a stage where Miyamika is not quite sure what the next move is meant to be.
And here's the problem. He's got a lot of mobility, but I think Dimu's playing it smart. Dimu is just waiting for his opponent to make a move, because Dimu is sitting on the majority of the relics. He's got the Jushi economy as well. And at the end of the day, he doesn't want to be the aggressor in this series. We talked about this numerous times. He just wants Miyamika to commit. And the moment Miyamika commits, he gets slaughtered. His army is not good enough to push into Dimu's base against that composition.
You remember when we had the earlier Juji game where like all you have to do is sit here, pagoda up, and let them come to you? It's that again.
Exactly.
He's got a 4th relic on the way home, by the way.
Exactly.
It's easy peasy. And now we see the chef's kiss, right? The Nestor is getting added in.
Miyamika still doesn't have a scout, by the way. He's actually very short on vision.
Lancers see pretty far, right? If you check his vision, Lancers are kind of surprising for their ability to see from Melian. Lancer, it's on the backside.
It's a little weird, though, because he really doesn't see that far away. So
no, if we look at Miyamika's vision, oh, there's the bees. There's a thin front line of Spearmen.
Yeah,
the Knobs
nice
really want to be going after the Desert Raiders here. If you hit that back line, it should be able to support. But instead, it seems like it's more focused on just getting rid of the Horseman Lancers. And he finally
it's way
switches
too
over.
many crossbows, though. It's way too many crossbows, and all the Camel Lancers are now gone.
Yeah, this is starting to look over. This is looking cooked. Dimu even has the stone necessary for a keep if things get a little bit too desperate. He just stands his ground in a staggered formation, and he will force a Game 5 decider against the Vietnamese Rising Star.
And we talked about this, KP. If Dimu wins this game, he's going to have a perfect setup for game number 5. He rolled the dice a little. He said, okay, this is the more concerning maps of the remaining 2. But I'm just going to play it here. If I lose, I lose. I'm out of the tournament. But if I win, I'm going into the decider game with a substantial advantage. Throughout this whole series, he has been the defender and Miyamika has been the aggressor. And this series will be decided on Hill and Dale. There aren't very many more well-defensible maps compared to Hill and Dale. And it's going to be China versus the Jean d'Arc. So we might just see a very similar setup then compared to what we had in this map.
Yeah, this might end up being the quickest game of the series, to be honest with you. Jean, if you don't do something very swiftly in this game, it's almost just curtains closed. You know, maybe we see something like Chamber of Commerce because China isn't known for their aggression, but with the Pro Scouts builds they've been going for, I think you're going to get sniffed out a bit too quick. Let's head into Game 5 decider here on the most defensive map we have in this series, where Dimu's defensive strategies have led to substantial victories. Can Miyamika bust him with another one of his comfort picks in the Jean? Or is Dimu going to look too cozy on what at one point looked like his main civ, the Chinese?
And just looking back at the previous game here, the one that Dimu just won on Gorge, he had the Jushi there, and the setup was so simple. It was a matter of just waiting and waiting and waiting until Miyamika runs out of patience and starts pushing into your base. Of course, Demu, in order to make that happen, had to be really active in terms of bringing in extra food, securing all the relics. So expect that to happen right here as well. But I would be shocked if Demu was the aggressor in this game whatsoever. Now, when you look at Miomaika, on the other hand, one thing that we shouldn't forget about is that resources on that little well-defensible hilltop are quite limited. So Miomaika could try to play a similar game to the Four Legs game, where he was very active denying resources and just trying to make sure that Demu cannot really access a lot of resources at a time.
Tricky part is the opener. You need to make sure Dimun doesn't get a lot of sheep here. Otherwise, he will just camp on that high ground long enough. The thing that makes China probably the most obnoxious civ in my eyes on this map is while other civs you can argue, yeah, they've got limited resources. You know, they're going to run out quickly. Well, China, yes, it's limited, but it's 20% more than the limit of everyone else, right? Like, it's one of the more obnoxious things about China that when you dig deep and think about it conceptually as a civ buff, makes them kind of more broken than most, right? Like HRE, 40% gathering sounds nuts, right? But I'm getting through my safety 40% quicker. With China, I'm extending my safe resources by 20%. So, you know, if there's a civ that can kind of get away with it, if you get enough sheep, you're not going to see Dimu necessarily with urgency rush off the high ground.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's going to come down to how much reserves you have, in essence. The gold and the wood lines are both to the front, though, for Demu, and that could be a bit of a concern for him. Imperial Academy coming in just now. I would not be surprised if we saw an early Barbican towards the front of his base, though, because he really needs that level of safety just to have something in front of his key resources for the initial portion of the game.
Yeah, well, you start off just by poor man barbicaning, right? Like an outpost does the same. In fact, if you look at his spawn, Dimu got an incredibly favorable wood spawn here. They all bridge the front of his base, so if he just goes for like 2 small walls, there's no quick breach point for a Jean player at all. I mean, backside's still exposed, right? But like, I think the interesting thing here is you could probably just barbican the south side to get the stone covered, and then quick wall the east side, right? And then Dumu's just hunkered in. At which stage, like, what is your move as Jean? I guess you could rush Castle Age. Not really the best civ for rushing Castle. It's not like French where you get extra villages. In fact, do you know what your big reward is for getting Feudal Age, Lidical? You get to go -1 villager.
Well, for now, it's just the classic Dark Age build here for Jean. And on the other side, Demu started pushing into Deer. It's actually going to be a nice and easy push for him. He's going to have the mill situate towards the back. And just looking at Demu's base, it looks like he actually got the majority of the sheep on this map. So he's going to have a lot of reserve food to work with.
Yeah, and you know the interesting thing, he just gets the deer shove right. Obviously has the efficiency on the mill here, so it'd be nice for Miyamaka to intercept, but instead, all right, that was overly ambitious. Like, especially considering, I get the thought process from Mio is like, oh yeah, he's out in the mill, he won't be able to just dive into the TC, but that was incredibly overzealous. Now it's kind of risky because, like, you know, Miyamaka, you're going to be blind punting in with your first night. This is where things like Outpost can really surprise you, and wouldn't be surprised if Dimu goes for it. Instead, for the time being, he opts for the village. Really smart play here. It just gives you a safety point that no small count of knights is going to be able to breach.
Yeah, it's a nice and tight base for the time being. And again, I'm curious how Miyamaka is going to approach this, because it's very clear how Demu is going to play this game. I just do not know how Miyamaka intends to break that defense.
Yeah, it's a conundrum. Like, I'm scratching my head because the reality is, even if this had been Ottomans, it wouldn't have been any better, right? Like, we've seen, if you remember, when Jean first came out, in a tournament we had like Ottoman versus Jean on, I think it's Himiyama. That was one of the most demoralizing Jean games I've ever watched. I think it was maybe Mr. versus Marine Lord or something like that. And he just built one outpost and the whole Jean plan was countered, right? Like, how is this really any different? You got a Barbican down, you've already got a village to protect the gold. Even if you get pushed off gold, this is the absurdity. Ever since China got the Imperial Academy buffed, that's enough gold, right? You can just tax your way to heaven.
Jean comes in as we speak. It's going to be the Archer variant.
Oops.
Means that you can harass the... Oh, that's a nice snipe. It's a beautiful snipe by Miyamaka.
Yeah, I wasn't quite ready for that. So well played, getting close enough to get that double strike out. 2 knights already in the field. I'm not sure if like scaling knights is the way here. You're probably going to want to try to prep archers so you can get into a ram timing. The other worry now is like your opponent can just kind of opt to play very defensive into Juke. And with the Barbican effect, all of a sudden, you know, you feel worse than you would have before, realizing you don't have the faster producing TC as Jean. Now it's even worse. Your opponent has essentially taken the perk that you would have thought the French variant Civ would have.
Yeah, for now, Miyamaika is just torching down at one village out there. But one little highlight here, KP. Miyamaika actually went for quite a few early eco decks here. Mining also coming in, Wheelbarrow, the food upgrade. So he does have an okay-ish eco for a player that's only on 24 vills. And now he's looking to get some freebies on these villagers out here. He doesn't have a line of sight to fire arrows, though.
Man, Jean just takes a shot to the face like a champ, right? Like, bulletproof Jean is what I'm getting out of this. Like, it's kind of crazy, because it would take, what, 10 shots?
She's bulletproof, not fireproof, though.
True, true. That's her weakness. She was just ahead of her time, let it call. If she'd been born in the 18th century, no one could have killed her.
Anyway, one thing to highlight here is that Miyamaika doesn't have a scout right now. So he's actually deprived of vision, and knights don't have great line of sight. And because you don't have that extra scout, Jean cannot just fire over the forest either.
I was just thinking, you'd think with fire being a weakness, Byzantines would be the ultimate counter.
No, I was just going to say you should have played it on water maps.
That's true. But yeah, but once again, Byzantines. You know, just
Fair.
maybe that's the buff we need on the flamethrower boats. Just give them like +5 damage against Jean. By the way,
Anyway.
I love the fact, like, can we just go to Miyamaika's base? Because I'm pretty sure that's a diamond statue.
That's a diamond ram, okay?
What a champ, man. He's like, I'm going to take the loss in this season because I really want the diamonds. Diamonds are forever. Like, and by the way, this is legit. So Miyamaika season 1 was a diamond 1, season 3 was a diamond 3. In season 5, like, he could actually switch to a gold ram, by the way. He actually, in season 5, was gold ranked.
Anyway, for the time being, it's just knights for him, plus Jean. He actually wants to go into castle here. This is just a little pressure being put on Demu. And here's where it gets interesting. He's actually trying to replicate what he has done in the Four Lakes game. Gold denial. Demu, his only source of gold right now is taxing. And that guarantees that Miyamaika beats him to Castle Age. That is the plan here for Miyamaika. He has taken away the only gold that Demu had access to. And that's one of the reasons why being aggressive on this map could actually work out. You don't really have good fallback options when it comes to gold mines.
This is getting a bit weird from Demu. I think this is an overreaction to the play. Like, it's almost like it's assumed Jean is going to go all in feudal. It's the only reason you want to build Duke Spears. Like, you know, this mashup kind of breaks you a little bit in that if you mass Duke, mass Spears, and your opponent masses Archer, masses Knights, you know, the healing factor of Chivalry lets them over time win. So really surprising. For Demu to justify this play, he has to come out. My worry now is the moment he sees the tech up, he's not going to leave his base.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If you look at how this series went so far, every single time Demu was able to build some sort of an economical advantage, like having the majority of the relics or just having a powerful economy of the Bruce, it forced Miyamaika to go into his base and attack, and those didn't work out. Now this time around, if Miyamaika beats his opponent to Castle Age and says, okay, I'm just going to secure the majority of the relics, I'm going to have the majority of the map under my control, that's a whole different story. Castle Age is going to come in for Miyamaika, though, and I feel like, I don't know about this Roll Institute. If you want to go roll Bloodlines, it's an awfully expensive technology for a player that's only on 34 villagers at minute 10. You see, Miyamaika simply cannot afford those upgrades, and he has now invested a bunch of resources going into Castle. I'm actually surprised Demu isn't really punishing him for that. 15 Spearman, 15 Jugenu is enough to counterattack this.
The problem is your timing is kind of late now, right? Like, there could be some archers waiting for you, and then also the veterancy for Knights kicks in really fast. But because Demu isn't doing anything, all Miyamaika needs to do is run around the map with Jean, get 50 XP per Sacred Site, and then I'd say you just rush Monastery here. Like, I don't. Miyamaika has this obsession with doing these type of builds. Like, I've seen his Mass Yuga New Rush. When he plays Jean, he just wants to clump Knights and not add anything else. But at this stage, just rushing relics is the winning play.
Yes, 100%. I think here you gotta go for those relics and force Demo to be the attacker, which hasn't really happened in any of these games so far. Just force him out of his base. The Knights bumped into walls to the south as Demu is also looking to get up the castle age, though. It's very worrisome that Miomaika is still just making Knights. It's an expensive investment. He's just not getting veterancy for these Knights. Royal Bloodline's nowhere to be seen. He simply doesn't have the economy for this. And if Demu gets to Castle Age and he gets to crossbows, if he gets to veterancy on these Spearmen and Jugenu, there isn't really very many things that Miomaika can do against that composition.
Love the Imperial Palace choice as well. Just allows you to see everything around your base. You'll see it when it goes up. The vision it gives is absurd. Another crazy thing about it, sometimes still kind of baffles me, is for how much vision it gives, it's not hampered by things like tree lines. It will just punt out its vision and see pretty much all the way to the sacred site.
Yes, I absolutely love the Imperial Palace.
All right, watch this. Here we go. Talk
what about a way to prevent raids. And more importantly, it allows you to spot enemy villagers with the active ability of this landmark. So you can actually find little pockets of economies. Did Miomaika ever leave his base? If so, you're going to get an opportunity to hit those little pockets. Now, Demo doesn't really have a highly mobile unit that can do that just yet, but the opportunity will always be there to just find where your opponent is hiding.
And the other interesting thing about Imperial Palace here is, like, there is a chance that a Jean player goes trade on this map, right? But now you could scout that. So, like, you know, you can just press the button and go, okay, no trade. I'm chill. So Demo can just focus on getting his counters going. He's now scaling to crossbows. Crossbow speeds is just your bread and butter here. Because Miomaika is just doing the most A-click density build possible. Used to call it the Zertin build, right? I like Knights. Only Knights. You know, it's like the person who will only buy Batman comics. None of the others.
It's going to be Knights with Royal Bloodlines, so they're almost Imperial Age units, but then again, you simply cannot fight into hard counter units like that. 20 Spearmen, a gazillion crossbows, and Jugend on the backline, they will make mincemeat out of you. And one thing to highlight here, Miomaika isn't going for the relics, which I think is a huge oversight. As you said, you want to force Demu out of your base. Remember, Demu actually has an 11 eco lead right now. And sure, you have the sacred sites, but relics would just give such a massive boost here to Miomaika's economy.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, he's at least getting a lot of gold off the sacred sites, but it's just ridiculous that you could double it with a relic pool. I mean, Demu at this rate probably isn't going to get relics because his assumption should be, oh, Mio took all of them. When he sees the post-game, because I've got a feeling that the post-game, no relics would have been picked up. When he sees the post-game and there's still 5 relics on the map, he's going to be scratching his head so hard, you'll be able to see a red rash on his head on Monday. It'll be ridiculous. Like, it doesn't make sense here.
It does not. I feel like Miomaika is, I think, a little too focused on doing one thing. I think he just decided, okay, I want to play Knights, and that's going to be it. But it might be a little short-sighted in a decider game like this. And let's not forget, every single game where Demu was allowed to just chill and, build up back at home, he won those games. The games that Miomaika was able to win were the ones where he was the active aggressor.
He just lost the sacred site. It just got decapped on the south. I can't believe that.
Oh, man.
But wait, more XP for sure? No, that was the win condition.
Yeah, little details make the mile, right? Like, if you started collecting relics, you would have a nice influx of resources now, or nice influx of extra gold. If you hold all those sacred sites, you actually put Demo on a timer. And now Demu is actually mining stone like a madman. He needs to break out of his base very soon. And I don't know, like, I think the big concern for Demu right now is gold. There aren't very many gold mines that he can simply sneak out to. I think he needs to fight for gold here.
Miomaika, I wonder if there's a point where he at least tries to break in here. Has to be tempting, surely. You know, like DD with a red button.
I think he might just be waiting and saying, okay, I know that Demu is going to run out of resources eventually. And he's just waiting. Like, I think he's trying to force Demu's hand in a way. A couple of things to note, though. He's actually short on production. He's got 10 Knights in queue. If you want to play full Knights, you want to have enough production to actually mass produce them. there's a big difference between having 34 knights on the field and having 42, 43. So he's actually bottlenecked on production, which is not ideal. And second, he doesn't have good line of sight. And for all he knows, Demu might have already snuck out, and that's actually the case. Demu is slowly creeping out of his base, and he's not really getting punished for it.
No, and now he has 10 more minutes to work with, and is already up 15 villagers. It's getting a little bit out of hand here. You know, obviously he starts to make that uncomfortable farm transition, but it feels like this game should have ended before Demu could make that transition. Now,
yeah,
he could have it complete by, say, what, 3 minutes left on the clock? Maybe less.
And if this keep goes up, it just gets so much more difficult for Mio Micah.
It's like, wait a sec, there's still relics? Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. Don't mind me, just gonna get some more gold in my pocket.
I just don't understand the game plan for Mio Micah here. Like, what is your win condition? What's the game plan? Because he's not starving Demu out of resources. He hasn't really been very active probing the walls or seeing if there are any units outside of Demu's base. He's also not, going Imperial, making a tech switch. I just don't see what the game plan is. And I think Demu is actually leveraging that. Demu is saying, okay, I know you're making knights, and I'm just going to do whatever needs to be done to deal with knights. Now, make no mistake, 44 royal knights with royal bloodlines is absolutely no joke. It's the level of force that could just break through Demu's front wall and run into the enemy base. But it looks like blacksmith upgrades are severely lacking.
I'm starting to think the plan here for Mio Micah is hope that next time Hillendale isn't in rotation. Like, this is getting a little bit too defensive at this stage. I mean, Demu is starting to shuffle out. The decap is going to come through again. There is kind of that classic saying of crap will get off the pot. Because my worry at this rate is Demu might just skirt into Imperial Age. And Elite Spearmen are going to be no joke here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he needs to, because right now, as much as he has the numbers advantage and as much as he has the counter units, mostly spearmen and crossbows, remember, these are Castle Age units. And Mio Micah has an Imperial Age tech in Royal Bloodlines. The army value is twice compared to his opponents. So, this is actually getting tricky, because I would dare to say that Mio Micah might be able to take a straight-up fight.
I just can't believe he's able to come out like this. I mean, when these stone walls go up, like, what? Okay, Mio Micah has realized relics are a thing. He's been convinced. We suddenly have 3 monks.
Okay. Now, this is a thing, though. Demu benefits a lot from this landmark, providing the vision, because he gets this early warning. But I was going to say that if Mio Micah sees that Demu is to the south, he can just commit against these walls, and Demu is very slow rotating. He's got such a slow army.
He needs more walls. His army is not going to be quick enough for this, especially the crossbow slowing him down. Mio Micah,
exactly. Just die.
He's in.
Now, how long do you stay? How long do you stay? That's the question here.
Until
I don't think
they
landmark snipe is an option.
Dives in, farms being hit. Look at any economy he can find. The problem is Demu, if he comes too far out into his main base, like realistically, Mio Micah could go around both flanks. Are you kidding me? That was anticlimactic.
Okay, now, Mio Micah is out of food, by the way. He is in the dire need of farm transition. He was down to 100 food per minute. I think he realized that he's lacking blacksmith upgrades. He just now started grabbing those. At the very least, he's now picking up relics. But at the same time, he allowed Demu to get out of his base. Demu has gotten so much extra time by getting those stone walls up. He gets a large gold vein, and he gets all the hunt to the south, a bunch of wood as well. And as you said, if Demu gets to Imperial, which will happen soon, he's at 180 population. Next step is Imperial. When Demu gets to Imperial, I think Mio Micah is toast.
I'm just stuck on that raid, man. It's like, let's get him. Let's go down there and mess them up. All right, lead the charge, Sean. Just kills one villager. We got him! We got him! We killed him! Run! Run! Get out of here! I just don't know what the point of that was.
Hear me out. If it wasn't for Demu's expansion to the south, I think Mio Micah would be in an okay spot. He would be just playing resource starvation. But that's not the case. I think that's the big problem for Mio Micah here. Because Demu now has enough safe resources to afford Imperial. That wasn't the case before. And now he's going to go Imperial. And because you have an imp army against essentially a semi-imp army from Mio Micah, that's going to start favoring Demu. And Demu also gets confirmation that Mio Micah is going only knights. It's 60 elite spearmen plus a bunch of crossbows. That's not something that you can stop with 70 elite knights either.
I mean, at this rate, we'll have enough gold still from taxation in the vein in the south to actually just rush EAT, which is the GG. And I think this, by the way, is what me and Micah thought he was going to find. The farms that are now coming in the granary. Like, had that been there, had it been a mass granary transition when he dove in, massacre, right? We're probably talking about 15 villages plus dying. Now, we have quite the pickle. Now, one thing that is weird is this. Dimmu is building the Great Wall Gatehouse to block the sacred site. Normally, this landmark goes on your farms.
I love the stone walls from Dimmu on the flanks. Because now the knights cannot break into your base, and I think this is where things fall apart for Miyamika. I was starting to wonder if he's waiting for Dimmu to leave his base and just go for some janky landmark snipe or something. But it's not gonna happen, because you have stone walls everywhere, except this one location.
No, it's fine. Shh. Just keep tapping your little hammers. Other people running around and panicking, but you little villagers, between you and me, we know that there's no way they stop us building this.
And they're actually right.
Because, you know, the knights that would stop them building this are on vacation?
Okay, but hear me out, because Miyamika wants to go into Imperial as well.
Uh-huh. You still haven't sold me on how he wins.
I'm starting to feel like we're actually getting into one of those scenarios where people just test units. It's like, what will 150 knights do against a gazillion spears and crossbows? And then, you know, upload this to YouTube with such a clickbaity title.
They're trying to
that's
fill
exactly
the
what's
gap.
happening.
The age of noob left in the scene. Smart. It's a smart content move. Crossbow's now on the wall.
Okay,
Congrats on that zero.
What if he goes for Balduquin?
I mean, why not? Like, at this stage, why not? Screw it. Just, yep. Please, build a college volunteer. No, not that. It's gonna be Red Palace.
Nah. As a reminder, it's a tournament life on the line for both of these players.
Elite techs are coming in, by the way. They're ticking in just a few seconds. Miyamika is trying to go for this round. He didn't even get the charge for the counter saddle. Divine Restoration gets pumped pretty early here. But there is the Elite Tech. So Spearman upgraded. And the crossbow is just a few seconds behind in this. Incinerators is also getting supervised. So he will be able to get the Red Palace up. Miyamika is going to lose a lot of knights for it, though.
He didn't even have the first melee defense upgrade from the blacksmith. That is sick. At the same time, somehow this weird mess that he created worked. There is now a Red Palace up. And by the way, there is 7 minutes on the Sacred Site timer.
Yeah, but he should be able to decap that at literally any point. Like the Great Wall Gatehouse, if a villager walks out and decaps that, you don't dive. So, because here's the thing, like, remember Nestabee's got nerfed? Great Wall Gatehouse somehow didn't. If you click on it, you'll see how high its damage is. Because Nestabee's is 6 with +2 against ranged. Meanwhile...
On a side note, can we just talk about the fact that the Red Palace just burned through a layer of stone walls in like 5 seconds?
And that is why of the trio OP. He's like, oh wow, that stone wall died quickly. Guess I better replace it with a wood wall.
Now, here's the thing. When you get to 200 population each, which is something that Miyamika is still exceptionally far away from, but once you do, population becomes a resource. So one thing to highlight here is that Dimmu's army is mostly like low-value troops, and a lot of them. Whereas Miyamika has a gigantic horde of knights, and again, imagine how good that previous fight could have been for him if it wasn't for the fact that he's still severely lacking blacksmith upgrades.
I'm sorry, I'm just enjoying walls being destroyed by crossbows. I mean, it's not like the 15 knights are going to do anything else, right? And then we'll replace it with another wooden wall.
And apparently Jean is getting XP for that.
Wow. I mean, that's definitely going to get level 4 quickly, the 2 XP. So we do have siege coming.
Elite Knights.
However, remember that fight happened, there wasn't Incinerators, and I don't think there was EAT. Elite Army Tactics, I believe, still hasn't been queued up. Dimmu could definitely get it.
No, he's got Elite Army Tactics.
Okay. So yeah, he's kind of the step ahead of it, really, there, right? He's mirrored it out. Yeah, so he's got the extra melee armor, extra melee damage. The Sacred Site timer is still going, because why would you try to remove the win condition when you could remove the red passes? There we go.
There we go.
And I told you, one villager. There was no way you were going to stop this.
Without looking at the bottom left corner, how many relics does Mio Micah have?
I'm going to guess probably 1 or 2.
He's sitting at 2. Dumu is at 1 minute 26 in this game.
Now, Dumu kind of has an excuse. Me and Mike, not so much.
Okay, as I'm saying that, he picked up another one, okay? So, slow and steady wins the race.
Nice, so by 32 minutes, it should be 4 relics. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like Mio Micah just settled on an idea, and he is refusing to pivot away from it. He's like, I am going to die on this hill. I will play this series out with Knights. And again, this is his tournament life on the line. Same goes for Demon. Whoever loses this game is out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's kind of like the person who, you know, they play AoE 4 for the first time and they experience a Smurf playing French. I'm like, oh my god, Knights are OP. Look at these stats. And it's pretty much him just rolling with that idea. We have Clock Tower now on the way. That's going to be Yuan. And that's also going to be bulky Siege to try and deal with extra threats. And yeah, we're seeing how depressing it is trying to use a cannon to deal with the Great Wall Gatehouse.
Now, here's the thing, and this is where it gets interesting. Demu is up to 200 pop, which is nice and cool. Mio Micah is at 170, but his army value is double that of his opponent. It's a gazillion crossbows and spearmen, but at the same time, 70 Royal Knights with full upgrades are absolute no pushover. Well, full upgrades is a little overstatement because Mio Micah is still taking his time with the blacksmith upgrades, but listen, this is not a pushover force, especially when you consider that you have Mangonels coming in as well.
That's true. Doesn't have adjustable crossbars though, right? And we do have hand cannoneers now getting added in by Dimu. Pyrotechnics is pretty good. The extra range is huge here. I mean, I know how this game should end.
But do you know how this game will end? Because
no, I didn't read the script this morning.
Call me crazy, but I'm starting to be a Mio Micah believer.
Is it the almost 3-digit night count that's maybe convincing you? It's quite a lot.
No, it's the 3 relics at the 28-minute mark.
Oh, you wait until he gets that 4th relic. We actually have flank attacks coming though. Yuan's been activated, and oh boy. Well, you needed a Red Palace to actually break through Dimu's walls. He only needs a handful of spears with movement speed.
Yeah, that's not gonna be enough knights.
It's gonna be tight.
At the same time, if you're Dimu, you gotta be cautious, because one thing with these knights is that if they catch you off guard, they're just going to clean up the whole army here from Dimu.
Who cares? He's already got plenty of spearmen to queue up afterwards.
No, I'm not talking about this army. I'm talking about the army in the middle, which is
the
about
ambitious
to face
ones
down
unguarded.
60 knights.
I mean, they've got like 5 spearmen there to defend them. I can't believe that. He just mopped, was that 20 workers? That was 20 workers just evaporating, no textiles.
Let's be honest, Mio Micah is not playing for workers here. Mio Micah
because
at
now
this point,
he has more room for knights.
you're saying that ironically, but at this point, I'm starting to believe that that's actually the game plan. It's like, we're building this army of knights up, and at some point, I will right-click, and when that happens, I don't know how Dimu's gonna stop this. It feels like we're about to witness a Giga Hail Mary here.
Where's the mass Nestor beast? No, I'm not gonna go there.
We're at 90 KP.
You know, I like the idea of just Dimu in all his bold glory standing on top of that stone wall that no longer can be destroyed by a castle. And you know, speaking out to his Chinese workers and his spearmen and going, many of you will die. But after enough of you have died, Mio Micah's knights will also be dead. Now, there will not be many Chinese people left at that point, but he can't do it forever.
Now, Dimu is out of gold. So, well, he has a decent gold bank, but he is out of mineable gold.
Who cares? Just more spears.
He's going to have to make something happen. These are so suboptimal fights here for Mio Micah, but at the same time, Demu, yeah, as the observers are showing to us, I'm not impressed about Demu's army at this point. And as crazy as it sounds, all that Mio Micah needs is 1 Giga push. If he can just waltz into the enemy base and wipe it out with the landmarks, it's game over. And frankly, the fact that Demu has 100 villagers is a bit of a problem here in combination with the fact that he's got low tier units. He is actually deprived of population. That resource is just not there for him.
Yeah, but so far, Mio Micah has been like that useless friend when your car breaks down. He's the one who's not pushing. He's just sitting inside the car, right? So, you know, you have faith in if he pushes. We've seen him really push once. He kills 1 worker.
But hear me out. We are at the top of a huge hill. He just pushes you a little, and you could just start rolling down hills with 100 miles an hour speed.
We do have Trebs now to try and address that south side. The Great Wall Gatehouse is being rushed up again. This doesn't feel like a rush. Oh, no.
It's looking grim. I'm not gonna lie. I think Demu is in a precarious spot here. Knights are freaking out a little.
Guys, please just destroy the wall next to the Great Wall Gatehouse, please. It's a lie. There's not an open gate.
Him out of his base, and it finally happens. This is the moment that Mio Micah is waiting for. 104 Knights, and he's 200 out of 200.
104 Dalmatian Knights. 104 Knights, and none of them can get through that gatehouse still, by the way. He needs to destroy the wall next.
Oh, man. At least the mangonels can start chipping away at the wheels.
Slowly but surely, he must be getting in here. This is so stupid.
There we go.
We have entry. It'd be a shame if someone stonewalled behind this.
Demu actually benefits from losing villagers here because he needs population space to withstand that assault.
This may be the silliest way to win an elimination series I've cast in a long, long time.
I think Mio Micah is doing every single thing that's humanly possible that's not meant to be done in RTS games, and somehow he's winning.
He's like, well, he's doing every single thing possible to just not finish the game, but also still be in control of it.
It's not just not finishing the game, it's blacksmith upgrades were notoriously late. He was so slow gathering the relics. He conceded the sacred sites multiple times to like a villager or two. He's making the single type of unit directly into the counter units.
He just
yet he's still
up.
somehow in a great spot.
But he's gonna re-wall the Great Wall Gatehouse. Like this entire sequence of the last 3 minutes is gonna be pointless. Me and Micah at this stage, man, are you like, do I want to queue more knights in case, or do I want more actual knights?
Listen, at this point, if you're Mio Micah, you queue like 30 more knights, and you then mass delete your villas and say, okay, boys, we go in.
So what's the threshold? Should we just queue up until we got 120 knights and then delete the rest and send it?
No, just like delete the villas, replace them with more knights. Just bank up some more resources. Now, it's actually fascinating to look at this matchup in a way because, again, it highlights the importance of late-game population. Demu has a counter army to knights.
Yeah.
But a knight being 1 population is just so much more valuable than a spearman being 1 population.
And you know what the sad part is, Lytical? Because Springles get bonus damage against infantry, they can't solve this problem for you.
All right.
I mean, mathematically, like the
121.
It might be worth Springles here.
I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I think the only thing that's keeping Demu alive right now is the fact that he's got stone walls and Mio Micah hasn't managed to figure out how to break through them.
He's like, why is the Great Wall Gatehouse not walkable? Why is this so hard to get through this thing? Yeah, you need to delete the wall around them. And even when he did, he didn't write in. I know why, right? The risk is like, oh, what if Demu is actually Stonewall behind this and then Stonewall blocks me in? Right, that's a realistic possibility there. It could have been a trap. He could have got Akbar'd.
Uh-oh. Now this could be a trap here from the two sides, though. Finally, the 120 Knights are willing to commit.
He's A-clicking the keep. He's not even committing into the army here.
He's gonna jump this, though. Finally, he commits. And it's only 12 Spearmen, KP. There's no front line to this.
Yes, but what there is walls. Many walls. It's not going to be
Some
match
of them
through.
being palisades.
We have Jean de Blast! Level 4 has somehow finally arrived. And yes, you are right. For some reason, there is a misnegotiation between territory and stone walls here. So if Miyamika just burns that teensy tiny piece of wood, he will be in.
Oh man, again, this is his tournament life on the line. He was 2-1 match point. Dimu takes it to Hill and Dale into a well-defensible map. And we talked about this. How is Miyamika going to change his playstyle? I don't think anyone expected to do this. I think he went against every single rule that you follow in RTSs. Yeah. And he looks so close to making it into the next round.
You know, the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Dad, we need to change the plan. We stay the course. Pony power. He's in. He's everywhere. And Dumu is about to be crushed by the one night strat.
It's still tough to push into this position, though, because remember, Dumu just lost a bunch of troops, so he can immediately replace them with a bunch of hand cannoneers. He replaced all the army he had with spearmen and hand cannoneers, and there is no second layer behind this for Miyamika.
Is he trying to landmark snipe? There's so many of those. No.
I'm starting to wonder if he has to.
No.
Because he cannot fight into his choke points anymore. Dumu lost his initial army, but he replaced them with mass spears and hand cannoneers, and this is not a fight you want to take if you're Miyamika.
What is your win condition?
You're breaking every rule in RTS gaming. Is he paying the price for it now?
He just lost over 50% of the knights. Look at all that yellow on the ground. Scoop it up, freeze it, and save it for the winter. There's plenty of meat to go around here. Mio, I don't know how you get back to 100. Dumu won't let you. He's going to rush out here, and with you on, he will be able to chase your ass to the ends of the earth.
This series has been all about Miyamika attacking and Dumu defending every single game. And Dumu said, okay, as long as you're not coming for me, I'm not gonna come for you. Dumu was sitting behind those walls for 40 minutes waiting for Miyamika to make his move. And I'm starting to wonder if Dumu just said, okay, I'm going to throw away that army of crossbows. I have such a huge bank that I'm actually better off losing all those units and just replacing them with spears and hand cannoneers, and that's exactly what happened. Miyamika was so stubborn on this one-unit quote-unquote composition, and now he doesn't have the tools to fight into this. The age of bike and shot has arrived, and the age of knights is finally over.
Calling this a composition is like me getting a drum kit and hitting the one piece of the kit the same way for 40 minutes and calling it a symphony. It feels justifiable that this should have eventually failed.
It should have. At the same time, the spearmen are slowly being thinned out. Hand cannoneers are starting to lose that front line. Dumu needs a second layer behind this. I don't know if the sustainability is there for Miyamika, however.
I think Dumu has the DACA.
Not enough for
this. There's no way. He's been drained to the bone. Pick dry, and now it sets in.
There we go.
3 hours of his life to die like this.
I'm not gonna lie, KP. If Miyamika won this series like this, it would have looked so dumb because, again, he broke every single rule that you're not supposed to break. From the very beginnings, like late on blacksmith upgrades, the relics being delayed, and just slamming a single type of a unit against a hard counter composition for 30 minutes straight. It looked so weird, but it looks like Dumu know exactly what Dumu know exactly what he was planning to do with this. He just wanted to wait until those knights break into his base, and if it took 2 hours, it took 2 hours, but at the end of the day, he just waited, and finally got rewarded.
Unbelievable, but we have, I think, the expected outcome, just not really the expected path to get there. Dimu on the verge, almost being defeated, but he will pull it back 3-2. That means that he's going to be able to match up against Beastie tomorrow on stream. Going to be a really interesting set there. Beastie, been questions about whether he can be the top dog anymore. Dimu, I think, in some ways has been on the rise. This series may put questions in people's minds in some ways, but I don't think you should look at it that way. I think this is more to Mio Maika's aggressiveness, his insanity. Like it's kind of almost Vortex-esque in the way that he played some of these games.
I really don't have words about that play style, to be honest. I feel like he's the type of player that just sets his mind on something, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And fair enough, it almost worked. This has been a spectacular series. He definitely made the move run for his money. But at the same time, I think going forward from Mio Maika, he really needs to reevaluate just making small pivots. Like, I'm not saying that he needs to make gigantic tech switches or just like completely shake up his playstyle. But what we've seen, especially in the final game, that level of, just being so locked in on a single strategy is something that top-level players will find ways to exploit.
I think we are going to be able to get Ben on the line for like a quick little short interview here because, I mean, you have to basically talk to a person after a series like this and see if they actually are still speaking in coherent English or if it's just turned into melty words that don't really exist. But crazy series all the same from both sides. I mean, Mio Maika, it's a player who's been needing to diversify his Civ ball a bit. I think we saw him leaning into a lot of comfort here. He's getting there. I think, give this man a year and you could easily see him just breaching the top echelons. I think he kind of proved that here today. I imagine he's got a lot of new fans after this absurd series against Dimu. But by the way, reminder, folks, I think we're now, 5 hours in and we still have 2 more series to go. Oh, and the Balancing Core one feels like one that could be close. If Corvinus is leveled up, the B Corvinus one could also go the distance. So yeah, still plenty to happen. Reminder, by the way, like Mio Maika has been incredible, but we will not be seeing any more of him. He is actually eliminated from EGC Masters Winters. But it's time to talk to the victor of this series, a man who had to experience, I think, a lot longer of a journey than he had in mind when he agreed to the starting time for this particular series. Oh, blimey. And by the way, this is like a good reminder on why you guys should be subscribed to the channel. Considering I think we're on schedule potentially for a 10-hour day at this rate. It really wouldn't surprise me. Oh, blimey. All right. Looks like it's time. We got him on the line. Oh, Benny boy, Benny boy, Benny boy. We've got to talk about today. First of all, big congrats on a bloody hard victory. I imagine you began this series on 0 beers. You probably finished the 4th game on 0 beers. How many drinks did you need to shot pull to get through that 5th game?
Mate, if I was feeling a bit better, I'd have been absolutely down in them. But honestly, I streamed earlier and I thought, oh, it's been a rough night. Like my throat's bad. But then once the game started, I couldn't think anymore. Like, or rather, it wasn't like autopiloting anymore. I had to think about the decisions, and I was so slow, man. And he's so freaking crazy. Like, I got to give him kudos for being absolutely wild. But yeah, apologies to the fans for some poor performances. I'm just quite sick today, so I'm just happy to make it through.
We appreciate you able to play, man. I mean, some credit to Mio, right? Like you said, I think you hit it on the head there. He's wacky. I described him, anytime you watch him play, you can at least say he's having fun with the way he's playing, right? And I think that can be tricky for a player like you who has all this experience. You understand what the meta is. You understand what you're meant to do. But then you've got someone kind of spitting in the face of what almost seems logical. Does that make Mio maybe a more challenging opponent in these type of circumstances than someone who plays more standard?
I mean, he's definitely challenging. Like he pretty much caught me off guard absolutely every game, and always has done. I know he took a map off Beastie as well, and I'm assuming that something wild happened there too. It's just so weird when so when you're not really allowed to play your own game, and then you play the weird guy's game, and then it's like like I'm just sat in my base the whole time and just kind of like, when's it gonna come? Like you just know something's gonna happen, but you don't really know what. So yeah, definitely problematic for sure. He was very similar in StarCraft 2, where very unorthodox timings. Like there were times in certain games where it's like he's really pressuring me. Like, is he doing much behind this? And I look at the map and there's like no relics being taken or anything, and I'm like, this is so weird, you know? Like, what's he going to transition into? Because I was like, should I stay on Archer? Like, I'm kind of expecting him to go into Arbs or Archers or something, and it just didn't come. But yeah, it was ridiculous. I'm just very happy to make it through because honestly, I felt the way that I was playing, he could have 3-0'd me. I felt so. Yeah, I thought he was playing really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting play. I think it's exciting to have these kind of fresh bloods coming in. I mean, I say fresh blood, like you said, he's competed in StarCraft. He's been, I feel like on and off, he keeps coming and then going. But it's great to see like we've got extra players coming that we've foreseen. From your POV going to 2025 as a player, like how are you feeling about your performance? Like, do you think you're on the rise, right? Because I know I feel like we go through it, right, where you have these rises where it's looking really good, and then maybe the Canadians come in and kind of kick the progress. Are you feeling pretty confident going into 2025?
Right now, no, but like a few days ago, I felt like the last few weeks were going pretty well. Like I've been playing in a lot of these weeklies of yours, and I feel I've been playing totally fine. Like I definitely suck when it gets later and stuff, but yeah, I do feel that in general I'm fairly solid. This series, absolutely not. I absolutely felt that yeah, I was just going to lose the whole time. But I think I'm on the up and up and a fairly solid top 10 guy. But oh man, yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody. I'm gonna have to cut this one short, KP, because I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to go
I
and
know. I was,
lie
I was
down or
about to
something.
say you've earned a rest, mate. A tough series ahead. Obviously, Beastie never an easy opponent. So go rest up, and we look forward to seeing you in that series.
Cheers, thank you.
Ooh. Oh, blimey. Bless him. A long and hard series, but he persevered through. Congrats again to Dumu on a 3-2 victory against one of the most bonkers players I think we've had in here. We're going to throw to a break now, guys. Very short one because we need to get the schedule rolling. We're 5 hours in. We still have 2 series to go. B versus Corvinus in just a few minutes. It's going to be a long Saturday night. 1-0, welcome back. The EGC Masters Winters. We have had 2 series. We're about to see the third. In fact, we're already loading into game threat. B versus Corvinus, and it's going to start with Cliffside. Let it go.
Yeah, you know what else is long? The previous series that we've just witnessed, that was definitely on the longer side of things, but Corvinus versus B coming up here, another elimination match, and we're kicking this off with Cliffside. And it looks like we're going to have a set of maps that we haven't really seen so far today. Moving out potentially a candidate like side. I honestly totally forgot that these maps are even in the map pool. So far, we've just been watching standard classic maps.
Yeah, and an interesting opening game, one that historically Delhi should do pretty good in. Let's find out if Corvinus' creativity can exude through here. We open up B versus Corvinus, an elimination series here. B on the Delhi, Corvinus on the Malians, as a good old return to Cliffside.
Oh boy, Cliffside Corvinus versus B here, and you know, this is also a super tough group for these players to play in. Puppypaw being the champion of the group as things stand, he's qualified for playoffs, and the winner of this series is going to play Vortex in the Deciders tomorrow. So definitely a challenging group for these 2 players to compete in. But at the same time, you never know, especially because, you know, when you take a look at B versus Vortex, for instance, that's usually a, highly competitive matchup historically. We haven't really seen Corvinus play that much against Vortex before, and right now he is the underdog heading into this set. But you never know. Maybe he's got something cooked up, and maybe he is going to be able to surprise B over here. He does have Malians, and I gotta say, I think Malians is definitely a civilization with which underdogs can surprise more, I guess, higher-seeded players.
It's interesting. Malians definitely have the Furumba-esque builds, which can offer some routes to success, but it does feel like Delhi's bread and butter Ghazi can be a little bit dominant here. Even more so when you look at the spawn, Corvinus, he has got a back spawn and gold, great start, but the secondary gold veins aren't going to be feeling very feasible here. So curious how he wants to approach this. Typically, you are going to be looking at Pro Scouts as the just organic play, and he already has 1 safety pack behind. The cool thing about Pro Scouts against Delhi can't really rush it. You end up getting Pro Scouts about 2 to 3 times faster, bare minimum, than the timing they're capable of. Trade-off, of course, being that Delhi will have more military units. Wondering, actually. Yeah, I was about to say, Dome of Faith should be standard. Corvinus, is there a world in which you don't Pro Scouts it? It feels almost impossible. Oh, wow, yeah, so that was the other thing I was looking for. If we were going to get it, it is going to be a Saharan trade network build.
Ooh. Now, one thing I love about Corvinus sets is that he always has something cooked up. He kind of needs it, I think, in many of these series, but Corvinus is definitely one of the more entertaining players to watch because he is just as far away from standard gameplay as humanly possible. It's always some weird and janky stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but for sure, Corvinus sets are always entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it must be pumped up on to just come up with these wacky strategies, but occasionally it does pay off. Then again, B is also just as creative a player. Some of his executions have been ridiculous to watch. In the weeklies, Ben was mentioning that and how, in the KP's midweek musters, he'd been doing quite well, feeling pretty well. B has started the year off phenomenally well. He got 2nd place in the All-Stars tournament in December, and so far has kicked off the year winning back-to-back weeklies. So really dominant force there. Some top contenders are in there against him as well, and you're always seeing very creative strategies out of him, right? So curious to see how he wants to approach this. He is one of the players that can be lured into the beauty of Elephant plus Springald. And admittedly, Malians is a decent civ to do that against if they're going for, say, a Freeborn or Musafadi Flood.
I'm curious how Corvinus is going to approach this, from the start. Saharan Trade Network, interesting landmark to open with, but what's going to be more interesting is, I think, how Corvinus contests the map and how B is going to approach the sacred sites here. Because one thing on Cliffside is that it's actually very easy to just wall off these choke points and make it difficult for your opponent to take away the sacred sites from you. So if you're B, I think that's the direction that you're going. And then, of course, you do have pro scouts coming in on both sides. I think for B, he just queued it up behind all the other eco techs. So it's the classic.
Yeah.
Actually, wait a minute.
Survival techniques first
I
is
think
kind
he
of
just
peculiar.
moved it, right? Because he already started doing the other techs.
Yeah, he did switch them around. Yes, pro scouts coming through now. That's fine though. It makes sense. Like, you know, there's going to be pro scouts from the Corvinus Malians, but like your response now is you just organically get to yours. You can, in the meantime, put pressure on with your own troops. So we will see the Ghazi opening. Likely we're going to be getting a Spimman follow-up. It just feels like a really healthy comp. Ghazi, your premium cav, and Spimman will be able to counter certain things like jab play, and also just do quite well if they're able to catch the Warrior Scouts.
Yeah, you definitely need something to escort your scouts if you're B. If you're trying to play pro scouts yourself, you're not going to do that against Warrior Scouts without an escort. But at the same time, if Corvinus goes exclusively to Warrior Scouts, then Ghazi Raider plus Spearman is going to be a really good matchup here for B.
Sanctity should be ticking pretty soon as well. With such a wide spread and the locations of the deer, I don't think Corvinus can easily block and gather at the same time. That's the whole idea, is the Ghazi should be directing pressure towards your opponent. Cool thing is, like, did he actually shove in the deer? Because I think Corvinus maybe missed a trick here. With the Saharan trade network location, he could have shoved the deer quite close to the gold vein and then just had safe gathering. But I think instead he just sniped them down. So it looks like B got there before he could do anything about it.
Well, to Corvinus' credit, that pack is so close, and he's got a Warrior Scout, so he should be able to carry those in. But indeed, things could have been slightly more optimal for him. For now, B is only 2 Ghazi Raiders, and that's basically it. Goes for scouts right away. He's opening Blacksmith as well. Yeah. So it looks like there is no second production building for B just yet.
Yeah, usually you see people try to maybe block the pro scouts play on the other side, like severely block it, but this was a very casual blocking. So it's almost like he wanted Corvinus to panic react. I think in B's perception, what was meant to happen here is he reveals Ghazi, Corvinus panics and adds in Donzo, and then you're like, haha, I'm actually pro scouting. But he didn't take the bait. You can see what Corvinus is really up to. This is a very aggressive fast castle Malian build.
Yeah, this is... I gotta say, I like this build a lot from Corvinus against B, and I'm actually thinking Farimba here.
Yeah, it has to be Farimba. There's no way.
It's the good old-fashioned Farimba build. I remember back when Malians came out, Farimba was actually the go-to landmark before the cow builds really started to come online. And fair enough, the Farimba gives you insane military momentum and allows for almost all-in style early Castle Age pushes. I think knowing Corvinus and knowing he's probably the underdog in this series, you probably feel like he just wants to hit that early Castle Age timing and say, okay, this game is going to last 15 minutes or less, whether I win or lose.
Yeah, and you know, it should be the freeborn choice, just kind of a flood down the center. There is a possibility for Javelineers in some comps, but against Ghazi, it feels like a death sentence. So just expect those really, really tanky melee units to be coming out for this play. We'll want to be getting extra wood to prep the racks. Scholar is going to get blocked here. Just too many Warrior Scouts for the Ghazi to do anything about.
Nice little snipe. And B is still just going Ghazi Raiders here. He actually was on 2 Ghazi for quite some time, just now started adding more. He himself is trying to get to Castle Age, but you know, the tricky thing is that he doesn't really have a lot of sacred sites. And sure, he's got 8 scholars out there, but initially you're not going to have them use to your research. You're going to start moving out towards the relics.
You say he hasn't got a lot of sacred sites. He's got 2, right? And that's more than enough. Like, if you're stuck on 1, it feels pretty bad. But we do have Rax Rush, so yeah, there's 2 possibilities. Either Corvinus goes for Freeborn, which I think gets countered by War Elephant, or you go for Mansa Musafadi, which might have some potency against an Elephant opening from B.
For now, it's just a little cavalry skirmish. No second unit coming in here for B, but then again, he hasn't yet clicked Castle. He has had those resources for quite some time, but he's just now going to click up. Corvinus is going to have a pretty sizable window here, I would say, in terms of Castle Age timing.
Oh, moment of truth. And it is going to be the Freeborn. So 175 HP units that technically don't really have many counter units, shall we say. Not since they fixed that funny bug from the pup test, where these units that are meant to counter ranged used to have the light tag, which meant that archers actually killed them. Now,
Yeah.
they just come with 5 ranged armor. They have no light tag. They are just a melee infantry unit. So it's very difficult to actually find a counterplay to these things with traditional means.
All right, here we go. Corvinus coming in with the Freeborn. That's another scholar sniped out here. Looks like B is just willing to stay. He's got a lot of scholars out there, so I'm not totally surprised.
Yeah, it's 65 gold loss, right? It's like, it's worth the risk. If you get the capture, it immediately pays for itself. In fact,
And it also
he
buys time.
ambitiously tries it again. Yeah.
I think one key thing here is that as long as the scholars are being beaten up, it's not your villagers, it's not your age up being harassed. It definitely buys time for B to get to Castle Age and just essentially make sure that those warrior scouts aren't harassing him while doing so.
That's pretty greedy from B. Going for the widest relic instead of the closer one. Like right now, he only has 1 relic coming home. Corvinus is pumping the Freeborn. He's getting ready to make his move. B is going to react with the Lancers. Not a bad idea here, actually. A perfect choice to try and counter this. It doesn't get bonus damage against them, sure, but you've got really good melee armor against a low melee base, and you have substantially more health, right? 175 versus 230. Admittedly, you're paying a much prettier penny here. Corvinus, instead of going Donzo to counter this, he's actually going Musafadi.
Yeah, that's a little awkward. I think the problem with the Musafadi against the Knights is that you need to have substantial numbers, otherwise you're just way too fragile. Knights charge in and you're basically losing half of your units already.
Yeah, I think B is just thinking too much about home blades. Like really, genuinely an elephant is just kind of game changing. The problem is if you go elephants, like you just get kited, right? It's like he has to have a justifiable cavalry force before he can then go for something a bit slower, such as those elephants.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of food to work with, but he doesn't have the gold right now. Slowly pushing up the middle though, and he does have 2 sacred sites still. He's also collecting relics. Corvinus wasn't able to leverage this timing really well so far. He's taking the fight in the stealth forest. He doesn't have all his troops near here. He does have a consistent build-up, however, and a lot of the troops from B are beaten up badly, so maybe Corvinus is going to be able to get something out of this timing soon.
And B could be dragging back a lot more beer than this, right? Like the scouts are just kind of AFK on the side of the fight. I think he's got a bit of select all army brain going on. It feels like he's kind of missing the trick here. So pretty much front lines of them. That's not really going to last that long. It's better to stick the guards in the front. Lancers are going to be committing in now. No home blades though, which means that the Mansa Musafadi will run normal Musafadi will be able to melt through. And B continues to just stick it into one direction. I mean, we just had a night-only game, and it kind of feels like we're doing it again.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling as well. At the same time, I think maybe Corvinus is overstaying his welcome here a little. He's kind of getting surrounded from 2 sides. B's got a lot of very heavily injured units here. Corvinus has to finish those off. B has done a really good job with the micro, though, and he's keeping a lot of these troops alive while cleaning up Corvinus' forces.
Yeah, nice clean fight there in the end. Corvinus just losing a lot of the backbone of his force of push here. And now B, I mean, it's only 7 scholars. He can't realistically chain heal that well. And also the scholars are busy right now, bring back more relics. One thing that surprised me is B is kind of skimping on scholar production out the Dome of Faith. Like that would kind of fix his issue, and it means that fight after fight after fight will gradually just begin to favor him more and more due to his heal.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I think Corvinus needs an overwhelming force right now, and that's not something that we're seeing. If it wasn't for this initial force getting cleaned up, it would be a rather promising army. But at the end of the day, you're looking at a substantially higher army value for B. 19 knights is no joke, and own blades are coming in slow and steady.
Yeah, and once those relics return, acceleration of the pace here, right? Like more techs faster. Corvinus, I mean, after all the freeborn play, like B's counterplay has completely disarmed him, right? Instead of even using freeborn, it's simply going to be Musafadi now. Kind of makes you wonder if Donzo's would have just made more sense at this stage. Gives you the brace, gives you a nice counter. Maybe Corvinus's thought is that Musafadi gives him counter raid potential. But right now, I'm just seeing a man struggling to survive. So with that in mind, focus on the defense. Focus on the Donzo.
Yeah, it's just Musafadi so far. I think the problem is that Musafadi are just so fragile.
Yeah.
The knights
they're about
charge in.
zerging, right?
They are, and they have bonus damage against heavy units. But you're not going to get any of that bonus damage if you just die on the spot. Look at this, knights charge in, and you lost half of your army already.
It's just also the difference in health, right? Like, remember, the Knights are high enough base damage that the bonus damage you get as Musafadi doesn't really matter here. Difference in health does, right? Like, one Lance will beat one Musafadi. With Homeblades coming in, it's going to be even more one-sided. Like, this game looks over. You know, Corvinus, he has limited time to work with because, remember, he did go Pro Scouts, he didn't go Fulani. And at this point, your opponent has 4 relics home, soon to be 5th, right? Like, what have you really got going for you as Malians to stay in this?
There's just not much. And it's difficult because this whole Zerking idea might just work if it wasn't for the fact that B was able to retain all these knights, and now he's getting elephants, and he's sitting on 4 relics. He's got at least 1 sacred site, and 30 lancers at minute 15 is just almost impossible to stop.
It's kind of a misconception about what Malians is meant to be, right? I said that like a Zerg Civ, but when you don't have Fulani, it's different. You're more quality-based, right? So like Ember has to win you the initial engagements, or you're just eco-weak for the next play. It's not like when you have Fulani, where you're like, yeah, I'm just going to open Sofa, and then I'll get more Sofa, and then I'm going to add in lots of Musafadi. Like, you're missing substantially high amounts of food from your build order here. And just the read by B to go into Lancers was pristine, man. Like, it just completely counters what moves Corvinus potentially had. Freeborn don't work. The Musafadi can't scale quick enough. Now we have the War Elephants. Even Archers are coming to play at a point where Corvinus is finally saying, okay, let's go Donzo.
Donzos are the right answers to these units right now. But at the same time, B is already prepping archers. He knows fully well what the natural response is. Now, this is good from Corvinus. One thing that you get with the Musafadi is this stealth ability to potentially surprise B. I just don't know if this is going to be enough here. Like, you killed 1 or 2 villagers, sure enough, it's nice, but it doesn't offset the differential of 5 relics to sacred sites. And more importantly, you got to find ways to stop 35 lancers. And even if you have Donzos, you just don't have the mobility to track down all these knights. They're just going to run circles around you.
Well, like, realistically, what stops B from just going into your base right now? Let's just, like, you know, address the elephant in the room. There literally is one here. You know, you have garrison spots for 25 villages. You have 53. Like, if 35 lancers go in, Corvinus is mincemeat.
Yeah, it's 3 sacred sites for B as well. Upgrades are coming in for B. He's going to have full Castle Age upgrades very soon. He already has the eco upgrades. And Corvinus does have a gazillion Donzos. But the moment B starts mixing in some archers, there's going to be nothing that really stops this force. I don't think B needs to rush anything, though. I feel like he's just going to continue running circles around Corvinus and see if he can chip away at the villagers.
Yeah, I think the thing for B is, like, he needs to come to me now, right? Like, I'm just ahead. It's going to take a lot of effort for Corvinus to theoretically get back into this. He definitely needs to start by getting ranches online. But, you know, you need space. You need to start expanding for that. Looks like Corvinus getting ready to march out. This is bold. It's 3 War Elephants. You'd think Donzos would win that fight. You're about to be surprised. He's actually just going to give him space here.
I like this a lot here. I don't think it's a matter of giving space because you're afraid of that army. I think he's trying to lure that army in. Because the moment Corvinus heads to the other side of the ridge, it's going to be exceptionally difficult for him to just pull back and escape those knights. I think right now, B's kind of trying to bait him out.
I mean, I think B's just going to go Imperial Age.
Maybe.
Look at the macro, right? Like, at this stage, Corvinus is the one who has to make a move. Now, it's a bit risky because B is doing some ballsy things. For example, the east side berry gathering. He's literally right next to Corvinus's base.
That just speaks of the level of confidence that he's playing with right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Corvinus will suspect this is the craziest part. I mean, you can't really march your army out there. Like, if you do, these lancers march in, which is what they're going to do right now. Corvinus needs to be quick on the fingers.
Nope.
Right
Corvinus is so far away from this.
He doesn't even notice
in time.
He's got no
one back at home.
Yeah, the pull a little bit late there, so it will be a club down of several villages. Nice raid there, and nothing lost for B.
Yeah, that's it's just so ugly. Now the Donzos are back at home. Knights will just disengage, and we're just going to have this rinse and repeat. He has all 3 sacred sites, by the way. He's at 7.5-minute countdown.
Gee, what's that? You built a full melee army of infantry? Man, if only there was like a unit that B really likes to build that could be really good against that Lidical.
Like war elephants?
Yeah, but I'm like, you know, your war elephants are tanky. So a war elephant is like having a big spearman, right? It's like a spearman is like having
a very big spearman.
Yeah, a very, very big spearman. Like, he definitely ate all the pie in the family home. So, like, is a spearman just a big archer?
Yeah, kind of. It's a very big archer, and it's great against that infantry clump. B also went heavy on the tower elephants, by the way. It's good. That's a strong front line if I've ever seen one. And let's not forget, Corvinus does have 23 Dunsos, but a lot of his troops are still Mustafati. Those will not survive for extended periods of time. And the thing is that he's just going to get killed off way quicker than he can kill the front line of his opponent in any straight-up battle. Yeah,
it's like, who's going to get concussion first? A scrawny guy with a Kanda or an elephant, right? The answer is pretty obvious. And it's crazy. Like, you know, Corvinus could have 50 spears. The war elephants would still almost win that fight, if not win that fight. It's insane that I can even say that, but the headbutt damage AoE is ridiculous on these things.
And even the scholars are coming in. Scholars are sprinting in.
Fight me, you cowards!
What is that speed on the scholars, though? Like, how are they not tripping in their little roads, just hustling their feet like that?
Oh, you know, it's like when you see someone with like one of the tight dresses and they're able to scurry across really quickly, like the small foot movements. That's what it is. You know, these guys, they're probably extras from the Doom set. They know how to do the sandwalk as well efficiently. They can do it all. Just like these elephants that right now are not only a scary front line, but also a ram.
They are. It's essentially your siege to take out buildings with. And Corvinus does have this choke point, and oftentimes I see a cavalry-heavy player just struggling to breach an enemy base when you have choke points and a bunch of spears.
Not this type of cavalry.
Exactly. B is just going to be like,
oh
choke
my
points?
god!
I will just open this up. Same with the villagers and their bellies being opened up.
Oh, Corvinus promised to make this quick. He hasn't GG'd yet, though. The Springles, I mean, this is the perfect place to fight. Like, your base is your tomb here. You are lining up for full penetration. Oi, oi, oi. The Lancers haven't even joined in. I guess that makes this kind of a fair fight. It's basically the big archers and the big spears. But look at how quickly he melts. Delhi versus Malians is a bloody nightmare.
Oh boy, there we go. B with the 1-0. He's just... I don't know what to say about this matchup, KP. It has been interesting, to say the least. Besides that, I mean, I felt like Corvinus had the head start going into Castle Age and wanted to execute a timing attack. It didn't come together, and that was basically it.
Yeah, I mean, well, Marlins being from Africa, this must be very confusing. So I think quite often, like, you know, down that region, lions are meant to be the king of the jungle, but not here. No. Elephants are most definitely the true king of the jungle. And B, looking as good as always in this opening game. Corvinus is going to have to dig deep to even put a dent in this lad right now.
He has to. It's just going to be so difficult because, again, when the dust settles, what are you going to do? Like, what is your win condition? How is this going to come together?
Uh-oh. That's an also pick, and it ain't a meme. So B, Cat, they've been quite obsessed with these auto builds recently. Curious that we're going to be seeing it on moving out, though. I mean, he didn't really have any other crazy options per se, other than maybe English, which I think he wants to say for Lakeside. Usually, B and Cat were playing this on Lakeside, so definitely curious to see what the execution is going to be. We have to remember Ottomans haven't been seen much since their rework, where they got a lot of extra Vizier points now, and admittedly, alongside that, got a lot of nerfs.
I'm just happy to see moving out, to be honest. And this is such a bad matchup for Corvinus in a way, because if it was against anyone else, Corvinus would be like, yeah, let's do moving out. I like to play crazy games. I like to play chaotic games, and my opponent doesn't. But guess what? B does like his own chaotic games here as well. So to a certain extent, you are going into the Lion's Den here. We head to moving out for game number 2. B with a 1-0 lead against Corvinus once again. The winner of this series will face Vortex tomorrow in the group stage deciders. The loser is going to be eliminated. And we will have B in command of the Ottomans with the color yellow, and on the other side, Corvinus with the red Rus.
And it already begins. B is paranoid about a Kremlin rush here, so we'll just get the wall up just to be safe. Actually, you can still Kremlin rush in the center, right? Like, you know, it's interesting. Moving out can usually be dominated by the civ that has a defensive landmark. And I say defensive in the funkiest way possible, because it can be a very offensive landmark with a shared wood line. But B, he doesn't really have that type of option, right? It's Madrissa or Sultani trade network. We're probably going to be seeing the Sultani, but just because you don't really need extra food, you're going to have fishing for that. The gold trickle is really nice as well, because it means if you do get shut off of the mainlands, you'll still have some way of producing.
Fair enough. It's going to be utter chaos, though, and I'm wondering what the game plan is here for either side. B has walled off the south. He did not wall off the north just yet, as I'm saying that. That's going to happen as we speak. And Corvinus plays the hunting cabin towards the middle first and then canceled it. You can actually see the foundations of it. Makes me wonder why exactly he did that. That opening looks very inviting for a certain landmark.
Yeah, we're not letting that through, though. Not on the other side, at least. So, like, the good news is if a Kremlin drop gets done in the center, you can just dodge north-south, right? Like, there's still plenty of wood to go around. And one cool thing as well for B is you have to remember that for him, you know, scaling fishing is cheaper. Lodges are very expensive for Rus. The other interesting part is the dock costs, right? So if you want to go more extensive with your dock play, you do have the 100 wood cost instead of the 150.
Before we go any further, though, I do want to ask you, this is some little AoE trivia. Do you know the original name of this map? Because this is a concept that does exist in, I think, AoE 2 as well. Well, I know it exists in AoE 2. I just don't know if it was carried over directly or this was just essentially the same concept. But do you actually know the original name of this map?
Judging by some of the the names in the past, I'm going to go with plus with a hole in it.
No, it's actually called Hamburger.
Why? I know the tree line makes it look like a hamburger, I get, but why?
Because you're sandwiched together on an island.
Then just call it sandwich.
But no, because it's round.
Yeah.
So it looks like a bun, and the tree line is the meat, and then there's
that's what I
another
was saying.
bun.
I guess that's why they go for it, but like, I mean, if the meat was green, I'd throw it out. You know?
But
I don't know.
You
I know
have
what
red
you're
and
eating.
yellow in the middle, so you've got your ketchup, you've got your mustard. What else do you want?
A patty that isn't green? Maybe I'm too fussy, but I don't know. I might send that back to the chef. So we do have a move out in the meantime. Gold is being gathered. And for Corvinus, he doesn't care. He doesn't need it because hunting cabins plus a golden gate is all that he needs in his world.
I love how B moved out early on. I think you kind of need to do that just to make sure that you don't get into any like super chaotic scenarios here. And I would actually love to see him being maybe a little bit more proactive, moving his lumberjacks out as well. I think if you're looking at Corvinus here, I would expect some level of chaos coming in. This tower is just going to be to boost the lumberjacks, but you know, as time goes on, these towers will get more and more threatening for B.
True, but at least it's not a Kremlin, right? The Gatling gun mode isn't going to be a problem. We do have the dock drops coming in both north and south, and this is the thing I was warning about, right? At this stage, would you like to count the amount of docks that Corvinus has?
Well, I'm not really good at mathematics, but I don't really need to really use my brain for this. Right now, he's sitting on none. And I wonder what the game plan is here for Corvinus, because, okay, you're feudal age, welcome. You're kind of stuck on an island. What is the game plan?
I think he's just going to outpost rush him.
But here's the thing.
It's a ram rush outpost
he's making a
rush.
range. He's making a range.
Yeah, and
so
a
here's what you do
right?
if you're B. You flee. If you're B, you just make 1 or 2 combat ships and prevent Corvinus from coming onto the water. And then flee the central island. You've got your transport, just migrate out, and that's basically it.
Okay, hear me out. You ego chow him. You have got Sipahi. You also have got fishing. And your opponent is building archers and rams?
Maybe.
he doesn't have the food to build spearmen. He legitimately has no food income.
That is actually... What even am I watching?
You are watching a man speed running elimination.
Oh boy, I'm starting to see what's going on here. He's trading on the market. He made a market because his idea is that I'm not collecting food. I have a little gold trickle, but this is all about saying, okay, I have the golden gate, and I will be selling my wood to get all the resources I need, and then I'll YOLO push this.
Yeah, well, he's just like buying his way into food for victory. But like the only way this remotely works is if he pulls all the villagers, and even then, it's a punt and a Hail Mary.
Now, here's the thing. One thing I forgot about when I said, you know, the whole escape idea is that you gotta keep your landmarks alive.
Wait, yeah, but B's rushing Castle Age, so...
I think so. I think if you're B, you're rushing Castle and you're building your third landmark on the outside and say, okay, you destroyed 2 of my landmarks, and then considering that this is an Omega all-in, good luck following that up with anything.
And keep in mind, the gold gathering's on the outer island. He has got fishing. Like, he will get what he needs to go Castle Age. He even has a bunch of sheep waiting here to be gathered later. So...
Yeah, it's a matter of whether he can do this in time, because Corvinus is going to have 3 rams out here.
But, like, do the mathematics on that. 3 rams, 200 damage each. They attack every, what, 5 seconds?
Yeah, now B is fine. Just looking at the resources, he's going to be fine.
Yeah. So, like, the funny
a couple
part
moments
is...
ago, it didn't look that good. But now that he had all the drop-offs, it's looking pretty healthy. And let's not forget, Corvinus, he needs to chop his way through first. B's using that transport just to scout the back of the base, realizing that there is nothing going on. They're all concerned about a potential chop-through. It would be nice to see B's line of sight right now, just to show the viewers that he actually doesn't know how deep Corvinus is into that forest, and this tower is going to be the one that's telling him.
I gotta say, villagers, I mean, in general, units in AoE4 are bloody blind. Like, if we show full vision, there's literally 1 or 2 trees in the way. You think you'd see people running around in full-blown red and yellow camouflage in a green-brown, like, tree line, you know?
And now you build a tower that's taller than the trees, and you still don't see them.
Right?
Having said that, B is aging, which means that nothing that Corvinus does on this little island will eliminate B. Best thing he can do is just completely destroy his base and say, okay, you restart on the outside, and then B's gonna be like, sure, and you just do your thing in the middle, because it's not like there is much to be done in the middle.
I mean, honestly, I think B just
He
ego
just
challenge. No, I want an ego challenge. I want an ego challenge crap right now.
Nah, he's just
getting out of
leaving.
it though. He's like, okay, I mean, you can have the island. There's no food here anyway.
You know what the real Chad move would be? The moment you see the 7 rams close in, you just delete your buildings.
I mean, he's not Mongol, but yeah, I see where you got. Yeah, the demoralization factor. Because like now you just build. All you have to do now is just build a few like archer ships, and keep him on the island, right? Like, congratulations, this is now prison. Welcome to Alcatraz.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? From here on out, all that B needs to do is just chill on the outside and say, okay. What?
Yeah, but he's wait. So, okay, so he's ram rushing. But
is he ram rushing the landmark on the outside?
I don't think so. I think the idea was to Normandy the TC.
I
Yeah, like
wonder if
because the
this is-
walls, because
I think he wanted to chop through. I genuinely think he wanted to chop through, but he couldn't in time, and then he saw the Castle Age. Think about this, KP. Corvinus knows fully well that the 3rd landmark is going to be outside. So he needs a transport anyways. Why wait to chop through when you can just transport your stuff through? And now this makes things interesting, because if you send that 1 ram with the 9 archers to the outside, there's nothing that B can do to stop it. Like, hold on, this is not over yet.
I legit think that the transport ship saved him maybe 10 seconds going around there.
But
I mean,
again, again, you have to get to the outside anyways. So sure, it's not helpful right now, but you have a 3rd landmark to take out.
But hear me out. I now see your rams, and I'm just prepping Sapai. Surely B
Where,
is just going to prep supply.
Can you show that in the queue, please?
Like, just, yeah, right?
Okay,
It's
there
going to
we
be
go.
there in a second. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
So the villagers also can just kind of cheese you out a little bit here, right? Like, you can just dodge the arrow shots coming in. So the archers have to stand here. They have to rush for the TC. There's only 6 of them left. Torch is going to get holds. He will be able to start mopping up the ramps here. And the archers are just going to start dying.
This is so over.
Maybe in gold? Not so much in tournament. I mean, he should get through the TC.
But if he loses all the archers, the villagers will escape. Like, what's the point?
I mean, like, at this stage, yeah, we're just going to leave.
Or just force repair.
Golf clappers. Well done, lads. All right. Big pat on the back, and it's not even going to be Sapai. He's just getting knights ready.
Oh! He's trying to snipe the villagers, though, inside the transport, but the galley in itself isn't enough.
I mean, maybe if he had, like, 5 archer ships, maybe. Villagers are just going to be able to shuffle away.
I mean, if he snipes that galley, this could have been an actual competitive game to a certain extent.
I mean, he still would be playing with no food. But you're right, it would be a lot closer.
Well, wait, there is sheep under the enemy TC.
Wow, there we go. Okay, so bring the scout back. And you know, the Ego Chow, just come over, drop a hunting cabin here, and we got food again. Right? Like Corvinus's people just, like, they ventured out of the fallout shelter, like, we ran out of canned food! Finally! It's been years! We've been eating spam this whole time!
He needs to make a new TC because otherwise he cannot make villagers. That's something I need to keep an eye out on. Luckily for him, Corvinus doesn't have a food eco either, so I don't think he's been making villagers for the last, like, 5 minutes anyways.
I mean, I wonder if B just builds another TC.
Yeah, he should.
This game is so... Oh, dude. This map never fails to deliver.
I love this map. I know some people hate it, but this is the ultimate madness map. Now, here's the thing. Corvinus is trying to snipe dogs because... Corvinus is trying to snipe dogs because B is making ships because B doesn't want Corvinus to ever reach the land. And now he transports the knights into the middle island. I did not expect that, I'm not gonna lie, but that must be it.
I'm waiting for this, man. They've just been sitting there. They're like, soon we will return to our homelands to reclaim it, brothers. And the mango's here too. Wait,
you can't do him like that.
Surely not. Surely he hasn't even built the rest of the wall yet. I mean, yeah, okay, this is a great wall, but wait, what are we doing?
Oh.
And now he's body blocked out. And he's dead.
Well, I think I prefaced this whole series saying that, okay, you know, Corvinus is known for delivering entertaining series. That, I think, we have checked that box.
And we are, you know, we're getting close to being back on track for the schedule. I mean, we're still like an hour over. Actually, I think we're going to be probably an hour and a half to 2 hours over when we were meant to start the final series. But we are getting back to on schedule-ish, and it's starting to look like it's going to be a 3-0.
I genuinely wonder what would have happened if Corvinus didn't commit to like 9 rams. It's tricky because he needed to make sure he takes out the buildings, but this game kind of fell apart when B was able to get to Castle Age on the outside. From there on out, there was absolutely no way that you can landmark snipe him.
But at that stage, you know, you've spent 9 minutes of the game not gathering food, just relying on like trade. You're kind of locked into this play at that stage, Lidicore.
No, I'm just saying, like, okay, he had the ghost signal when he had like 9 rams or so. Could this have been done with like 7 or so to make it tighter? I genuinely don't know. I don't think that's the case. But the point is, B diagnosed what was coming, and the moment he was able to get to the outside area and get that landmark up there, this game was basically over.
So, we are going to be heading into map number 3, Kalauga. Jean versus Mongols.
Kerlogar. It's gonna be some weird John cheese knowing
outpost rush.
Corvinus.
So basically, both sides are going to outpost rush, I think is what we're getting here.
Very possible. One thing is sure, we might just get back on schedule if things continue the way they are.
I mean, I heard Corvinus has a package to pick up, so
He
I
said
guess
that the
that.
drop-off site was 24/7, okay? So he could be playing
Okay.
5 more hours.
I mean, at this rate, it doesn't feel like the package is going to be a T-shirt that says "Congratulations on a win over B." This is looking pretty brutal. 2-0 lead so far. For those just tuning in, you have missed meme extravaganza. We may now reach a new level of memery. I know that Corvinus is quite a fervent believer in Jean on hyper maps, right? So like the whole idea is that if you can force boat on boat action, Jean can snipe them down, and she also gets a lot of XP. I don't think Kalauga is the map that really gets that, right? Like it's not like, for example, Canal, where you could see people adding 8 boats into a fight.
No, I don't think so. It's Kirlogar is a weird map in a way because boats can have an effect, but at the same time, the game might just shape out in a way that they are totally useless. And they are very much offset to the flanks. So if you have most of the action going on in the middle of the map, those boats will be very much useless.
So we won't get to see Lakeside, maybe. I'm kind of curious, actually, because like actually, no, I'm not that curious. I'll be totally real with you. Like French, English have been like some of the lead picks, and Japanese, I don't know, have been kind of falling apart on that map. So if we go deeper, Borderland has some potential there, right? He has got IU or Byzantines. Likely we see HRE. HRE plus IU can be tight. But maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself. Maybe I'm just being a little bit too positive. Political. He has to make it past this right now. Jean, definitely a Civ that I think has been struggling for quite some time. It's really bad when you even see people on Twitch saying Jean needs a buff. Never thought I'd read that. So let's see if Corvinus can buff up his chest and get a point on the board. We head into Kalauga, B with the Mongols, and Corvinus with his Jean. This might end up being the quickest game so far.
That would be quite an accomplishment, considering that most of the games that we've seen were sub 15 minutes. In fact, the previous one was pretty much over in 6 minutes, practically.
I think, like, what was it? Game 1 was maybe 22 minutes. Game 2, I think, was 11 or 12. There's volatility with these particular civs on a hybrid map. We are going to get the dock opening coming in from Corvinus. Meanwhile, B, would you like to guess what he's likely to do?
Rush.
Docks.
No, he's gonna dock. Okay.
Yeah, he'll dock center. And then typically you'll just like fast feudal into Keshiks here, which is pretty nice. Jean hates Keshiks. Obviously, Knights can beat Keshik play, but Jean herself hates contesting heavy cavalry units because they can snipe either form. Wait, has he changed? He's changing his mind.
Okay, he's not gonna dock.
No, he's gonna. He just scouted that Corvinus docked. So he's now going to turn this into an outpost rush.
All right. I kind of like this. Partly because I feel like both of these players just embrace chaos. And I don't know if Corvinus is going to try to play anything standard or this is just going to be some cheese anyways. Let's just say that the dock opening is definitely more on the usual side of things. He does have a front gold mine, though. So that's something that could be challenged by B. Corvinus does have a backup gold all the way at the back. That's pretty far away from the TC, so he would have to walk quite a bit to get to that backup.
We'll definitely at least be seeing Spimman to take out that dock play. You don't really want to contest Jean directly. This is one of the weird things, is like the first 2 spears, Jean doesn't have to care. You can't stop them getting enough gold, because she has 150 HP. So you don't even need to actually fight them. You just get stabbed in the face while you keep mining. So instead, he'll go for what he knows he can deny, which is going to be the long food. And that matters because, you do have the deer that start close to your base. But outside that, usually what you're going to see is players topping out about 8 sheep each. It's actually not that much on Kalauga. It's a very peaceful start for a game that's about to get chaotic.
Yeah, I was going to say that, like, 3 minutes in and nothing crazy happened. That's quite uncommon for a matchup between these two players.
Right, and you've got also the stream running, the river. It kind of gives that very peaceful kind of sound. If anyone in the chat is desperate to go to the toilet right now, that's probably just like triggered them, right? Because of the rush of water.
It's going to be quite a commitment from B in terms of spearmen. He's going up to 6 spears, and, well, considering it's a school of cavalry opening out here, that also means that he's going to have a response to the initial knights coming in. Quite a few villagers from Corvinus committed to this build-up, though. That's not something that you commonly see from Jean.
Well, Khan is going to be annoying. Yeah, so... I mean, I don't know if he's banking a lot maybe the initial knight. It's tricky, though, because the thing with Mongols is they can keep a really tight formation at this stage in the game. There is a trade-off, though, right? Like, because B chose to guard the gold with his TC, his deer that's meant to be really safe next to the town center is far, far away. So, like, there is a risk if B doesn't get a lot of sheep here, he may have a really short life to the push here.
Yeah, B is still in Dark Age, so let's not forget that. But I love how compact B's base is, by the way. He's got save gold, wood, and as long as he has sheep, he also has food under that town center. So it's actually going to be pretty difficult for any knights to hit his eco.
Wait, is B trying to shove the deer with a gur? I don't think that works,
so.
Right? I don't think they react to buildings.
I don't know.
If we check the deer to the left side, because he's got... Yeah, he just gave up and parked it.
The thing is that it might work, but the radius in which the units react might be very different. So, like, scouts actually have a much smaller radius than spearmen do. So I don't know if that plays a role. Nevertheless,
It's archership. The interesting part is spreading out the spearman lets it spawn. It wasn't coming out otherwise. So we better burn down the dock. The archership is now in play. Kind of crazy, actually. B just showing a lot of respect there because he was paranoid that it might be a demo.
Well, the dog goes down. Nice little micro there by Corvinus to do some more damage to the spears. A lot of these spears are badly beaten up now. But at the same time, Corvinus had to commit to a galley first. He still doesn't have a dog to drop off fish to. And at the same time, look at his eco. It's just not looking healthy right now. Jean is still level 1, by the way. And there are no knights coming out whatsoever.
And that's the tricky thing, right? Like, B, he stockpiled enough stone to go for an immediate Keshik pump. And now, because he's got the Khan here, like, B will see you trying to pull a villager. So he's moving in. He's dropping his own dock in the mid-river. Something that Corvinus isn't even looking for, by the way. Is he on the way now? Okay, the scout's going to reveal it, but I think that might be too late. This dock should go up from B. Wait, how did he get out here? B should have been able to see that, right? Because you've got, what, the Falcon plus the Khan himself. He might just dive in for the kill. Yep.
Yep.
He's gonna just
Here he
send
goes. He's looking for the kill. That's a low HP Vil. Gonna be a kill on that side. Question is what he has to concede for that. Villager is still alive.
No one got pulled. I mean, he could rush in with the spears again here. It's definitely worth it. In the meantime, B has just queued up his dock units, right? So we've got Sprinkle Ship coming out. Archer Ship on the way. The Sprinkle Ship is not going to be quick enough to stop this dock going up, though. He needs to commit the Spearman.
And a War Junk is now closing in. Oh!
Wait, he hasn't finished it. He hasn't finished it. This is going to be tight.
He does finish it just in time, but you also have to look at the cost. I mean, he had to pull Jeanne d'Arc to fight off a Springald ship. That's what we're looking at right now.
But the reason why that worked is actually the Archer Ship took the hit from the Springald. If it wasn't for that, that turning shot would have hit it. Demo Ship is now coming out. And we talked about this, right? It's like, this is what Corvinus wants. If you can turn it into a war exchange, you get big wads of XP like that.
Yeah, this is looking better and better for Corvinus. It's also a very chaotic game as things stand, which is once again something that he loves to embrace. Now, he's got level 2 Jean. One knight is going to fall here, but at the same time, Corvinus did have that fishing for quite some time. He still has an equal lead, 1 worker or so lead against his opponent.
He does need to be careful, though. Like, this is starting to turn into a bit of an overextension from Jean because there is now another Springald Ship in play. His Archer Ship is also overextended. He's desperate to get that 23 XP. More knights are going to be queued up. B hasn't added any more land units yet.
I think he's going to get that kill because this junk has nowhere left to go.
The villager's been pulled, but that's way too late.
Yeah, that's going to be late. And there's a demo coming in from the other side. If you damage this war junk a little, you can one-shot it with a demo. The galley's going to go down no matter what, but yeah, there is the demo coming in.
He wants to pull the villager.
That's going to be
He's
nasty,
just going to ignore it.
Oh, no.
No, he's getting baited too hard here, man. He won't die straight away. In fact, Jean can't find him, or she's gonna die. She's actually gonna die. He gets her outraged just in time, but there's no damage on this thing now. It's a wasted demo.
That was a sick dodge. No. What is happening?
I mean,
He needs to
just
commit
move
this
away.
before he loses the ship.
Just move away. What? He might still kill Jean. Divine Restoration, but that was a sick micro bead. Just getting the right angle before turning around. The knight is going to try to burn this. If he keeps running away, I don't think she gets the XP. He's going to go back towards her, though. The archer ship's now coming in, but more XP in the pocket of Corvinus. What is this game turning into?
I don't think I've ever been this confused in my life. I have absolutely no idea what I've just witnessed, but Corvinus comes away with some Jean XP at the very least out of that one. Now, it looks like we are going to have some Khan's Hunters coming in here for B, so he hasn't really been investing into land units recently. That's going to change very soon.
Yeah, I'm glad B is going Magadai, because I was wondering if we were going to see this eventually. You know, it's good at chasing down Jean. There's not many knights. You could just go after land economy while you're fighting water as well, right? That's the big distraction tactic. Spears aren't going to be chasing. The knight seemed to be obsessed with the Khan. Okay. The Magadai are starting to arrive at the base. I think Corvinus might end up distracted by the two different engagements over here. Oh no, not 0 XP. Wait, what? Wait, did I miss a change? I don't remember that one. 12 XP. Okay, that's just kind of outrageous. 12 XP for the Khan is crazy high.
Villagers got a wall up, and that's huge. Little raid coming in here from B. Managed to pick off 2 villagers. Demo coming in!
Demo!
Oh!
But you did just give 16 XP to Jean.
It could have been a lot worse. Let's just say that. I miss the big demos from the old days.
Magadai are now turning up. The archers are starting to scale for Corvinus. B, you don't want to go full Magadai. Never go full Magadai. Your goal here is to try and get a smooth Keshik transition. Unfortunately, so far, these Magadai aren't really chopping away at the economy that well. Bit better now.
They've been picking up villagers left and right.
Oh, yeah, it's adding up now. So 6 worker kills to 1. Corvinus has still got fishing, but he's not got much, right? Yeah, he's gone for safety plays on both sides. So aggressive docks from B means if he gets fishing online, he has 2/3 of what's on the map.
One thing that's tricky for Corvinus is that he's going double docks, and his wood line is being harassed. So it's difficult for him to mass produce wood-heavy units like archers. And you're absolutely right. Mass foot archers will just eviscerate Magadai in an open fight. But at the same time, it's going to be difficult for Corvinus to really get those archer numbers up. Now he's queuing up 4 more, but while doing so, it means that he's going to have to essentially concede making ships for some time. He does have a good resource bank, though, so we might just see Corvinus going into Castle Age here.
I mean, what's the price going to be? The price of admission here could end up being quite high if Magadai keeps scaling, though. And it's one of those type of players that you might get Castle, but then you might not actually be able to do anything with it. He's losing additional workers. That's now 10 worker kills in total for B.
And this map is way too open for foot archers to just cover every single angle. And you can expect more run-bys like that. Maybe, I wonder if Corvinus would benefit from dropping a tower right next to that, you know, that angle from which B is coming in. And look at this, using the little birdie to get the scouting intel.
Yeah,
B is actually
Falcon
waiting for those archers to leave so he can swoop in with the Magadai.
And the tricky thing is he put an outpost up. If you check his vision, like by the time you see the Magadai, they should be in range now with the Khan Hunter to hit your villages. This is really difficult. In fact, the more he chops in this tree line, the more organic the raids are going to be. Jumps in again. Another big hit here. The archers just can't kill quick enough. He can go for the attack speed arrow. He's going to stand his ground and just raid. 11 worker lead now.
That is huge. Magadai are brutally expensive. So taking straight up fights against archers like this is actually super inefficient for B. And when you look at the destroyed value, it's actually neck and neck. But when it's all said and done, you're looking at Corvinus and he's now down by 13 workers. And it's not like he's got a devastating army that he can just counterattack with. I think that's the main thing here for B. He knows that he's going to lose some of the Magadai, so be it. But it's going to be difficult for Corvinus to retaliate for all those eco kills.
It feels like Corvinus, I don't want to say got pulled off of his time at Castle. It just actually feels like his economy has been that weak that he hasn't been able to complete it. And for B, this type of military lead, this type of eco advantage, he could now mirror Castle quite comfortably.
Yeah, and he will. He likely will. He knows fully well where Corvinus' army is at. Corvinus actually gets the blacksmith upgrades for the range attack, and that's part of the reason why he doesn't yet have the gold for going into Castle Age. In fact, he's adding more knights too. He's kind of in that in-between position where he's floating some resources, but he's also investing more into feudal age troops, so he isn't actually aging. I wonder if he's going to change his mind and just say, okay, let's double down on feudal and see if I can punish him for going Castle.
He just added in another stable. I think his only way out now is like he needs to do raid damage and then look for a raw institute play. But B, with such a substantial economy lead, Keshiks can just be the kings here.
Yeah, it's not a lot of Kashik though, and in general, B doesn't have a good standing army. If you can get some more knights out here, you could perhaps dive this position and at least chip away at some of B's eco. You kind of have to do that. You cannot go into Castle Age here down 13 eco.
It's a big ask, right? To have 4 knights dive under that economy doesn't seem real, but Corvinus, he's going around the back. The outpost is going to reveal what he's up to, though, so no cheap and easy shenanigans here. The berry workers should be able to pull away. Now, I mean, this is starting to kind of approach an overextension point, right? With the Keshik pump going. The Magadai are also coming in, so they're going to assist the fight. The Keshiks are just going to try to bait it all, but Focus Fire comes through. Corvinus, he's going to be able to hold his ground here for the time being. We have got the arrow slits getting added in, though.
I don't think B can stand and fight. At the same time, the Mangadai are the perfect units to intercept reinforcements with. So if you're B, I think you just kind of concede this position, use the Mangadai to intercept reinforcements, and then slowly clean this up. We have level 3. Level
3 shot is in. But as good as this usually looks in Feudal, she may have her work cut out for her this time.
Corvinus needs these reinforcements so bad. I think we are really looking at a game where one fight is going to decide who's going to win this.
Nice interception as well. The Magadai do find that second layer. Reinforcements that he was waiting for now. Yeah, I gotta say, if Corvinus does pull this off with level 3 Jean, there's no doubt in my mind they were right, she was a witch. Because this is a incredibly hard position to find yourself in. B, if he's just given 2 minutes of freedom here, the army's going to be too big, even for lower 3 Jean. Keshiks are going to dive in, though. Magadai getting targeted straight away by the Knights, but the Yam should allow them to bypass. The Keshiks should mop it up. Instead, they couldn't waste all their time on Jean. What?
Yeah, I don't like this fight here. Although if Jean goes down, it's a different story, and she does.
Okay, but was that worth it more than, say, killing 2 Knights and killing 5 more archers? I'm not entirely convinced.
You can actually pursue with the Mangadai now.
I mean, you say that, the Magadai just standing on the ground. The Knights are going to dive in. And remember, at this stage, the Knights should never be able to reach you because of the Yam. It just feels like what B was doing there.
This. And this is huge for Corvinus. He pulls back multiple Knights at low HP. B really needed those kills on those Knights, and he didn't get them.
I think what B was doing here is why he wanted Jean gone so badly is so they could just meat grind it, right? Because he should have the better economy. But it's such a high price to pay, man. And now back down to practically no Keshiks. Corvinus is going to continue to scale archers. I don't see a world in which he gets to go Castle Age still, but apparently he has a fighting chance here. It was an expensive buyback, but one that definitely felt worth it.
I think the trick here is that B has the better economy, but at the same time, he's making awfully expensive units. Keshiks are brutally expensive for a feudal age economy, and they're actually fairly easy to kill once the Knights start charging in. At the same time, Corvinus' eco is just so exposed, and we haven't seen this for quite a while from BD's run-bys at the Mangadai. This is exactly how you want to use them. He also appeared to have caught Corvinus in the middle of a Spearman transition here. He now knows that there is going to be Spearman coming out to deal with the Keshik.
Man, I feel bad for Corvinus. Kind of the same feeling of like, you know, I almost forgot about the Magadai because the fighting was on the other side. But we see what happens the moment that Corvinus has to take a breather. This type of punishment comes through. Fishing also now just getting shut out. Like, remember, the Magadai is still here, right? Like, at this stage, you could just keep rotating them around. Looks like Jean is going to attempt to dive underneath the TC. Remember, she has got a lot of missile resistance, but And a Seeker destroying, struggling to stick on top of targets, right? With Yam, it's usually quite easy to kite this out.
You gotta be careful. You don't want to lose Jean over here. Mangadai will be more than happy just chasing her. I think a lot of these knights are still badly beaten up. Is there a second group of Mangadai? I think there must be a second group of Mangadai. Yeah,
they're waiting around the
south.
back. Yeah, at the berries. So like they're waiting for distraction, right? Instead, actually the Keshiks might go in first. A bit
That's
ambitious.
exactly it. Keshik's looking for a dive, and I think B is just looking to clump up those villagers and pull away the knights before trying to look for another dive.
I think ideally you just try to get castle age here gradually, right? Like just make sure you got more Keshiks than there are knights, and then you sneak into the veterancy. Like a Kurotai, because what happens with this type of eco league, Corv has to dive you. So like Kurotai will be a pivotal moment in that engagement. But hasn't quite reached that cavalry comp that makes him feel safe yet. More Magadai coming. I mean, the Magadai, I feel like there's a critical mass number in mind here, right? Where he doesn't care about archers, but this is a lot of
landmark
rams.
snipe? Against Mongols, it sounds very dumb, but it's a landmark snipe. I was going to say it's a huge investment for Corvinus.
Corvinus, please.
But this is his only shot.
Corvinus, Sean might be dead. She's almost down. Final arrow shot, not quite enough. The Rams are going to move in, though, and he is attempting a landmark victory.
Just roll away. That's why you have Mongols out here.
Oh, no, you're attacking me. It'd be a shame if I just moved my landmark. Jean on the back is also still being target fired down here. She has to move away. There's no way.
Yeah, there's the landmark running. You got to run with that landmark because, frankly, the Rams are enough to take this all out, and Mangadai will not be able to stand and fight. But B pulls away the deer stones, and that must be it.
No, the Magadai should be able to mop up the villagers here. In fact, I think we're about to have a peasant rebellion. Congrats, you have 32 workers. I have 68.
Yeah, this is gotta be over. The Knights aren't focusing enemy vills here, so it's not like B's losing very many of them.
I mean, there's only 2 Knights. What do you want from them, right? The wild part
You've got
is
some John's Raiders as well.
Yeah, but they're more for countering crossbows. I don't have that tag. So
I really wonder if Corvinus actually missed the landmark rolling away.
Maybe. I don't think he could have done anything about
because
it.
Because he didn't really react to it.
Yeah, but like if you don't kill the TC, you die while running past the TC, right? Like it's choose your poison at that stage. I don't think he had
an option. I'm just saying, like, it rolled away, so now all hope is lost.
His option was B picking a civ that can't move their landmarks, and yeah, X marks the spot where you die, I guess.
X. He cannot be on the D because of the berries. That's how bad things are right now for him.
So XU. I'm not sure what that means, but okay, cool. However, remember, guys, he may have no economy, no military, but Jean spawns for free. And she is level 3.
Somewhere out there, you still have 7 sad villagers hoping to make a comeback. Or at least finish that XU in the middle of the map. It's not going to be an XD because the berries are blocking it. Oh, look at that. She was on the berries, but there it is.
Corvinus is out. B will still get that opportunity to stay alive. A rematch for him against Vortex. This series that went all the way to 5 games for Corvinus. His chapter ends here.
Sad. But this was the textbook answer to the question, let's be honest. B was anticipated to be the favorite going into this series, and Corvinus getting 3-0'd out here. But to be fair, he stayed true to his standards, and he did deliver us an entertaining series. And, you know, every single time you go into the Corvinus set, you gotta say you're going to see something fun.
Well, it definitely delivers some entertainment value. A break from standard meta. But I think we are going to be rapido timing this into the next one because Core versus Battletune is about an hour and a half over of when they were meant to start. So we are getting that lobby ready now. We should be able to hop in game for that one. A series that theoretically could be quite close. I think Battletune's been looking a bit cleaner. I think I put this down as a 3-2 scoreline. But now that we are 6 hours into the broadcast, I'm starting to regret that. All right, so short break, guys. Quickly go get yourself a drink. Make sure you're hydrated. Should be about 3 minutes, which sounds like enough time to subscribe to the channel. So be back here in 3 minutes or quickly enter your card details. And we'll catch you for the final series of the day, Core versus Baltoon, another elimination series. Oh, hope you enjoyed the show match, and now it's back to the games, the real games, the series games. The memery is over. Serious time, Lidicore. Core versus Baltoon. One, a prolific French Knight spammer in team games. The other, a prolific Fast Imperial HRE boy. Let's get into game one. We don't have to worry about either of those. We head into Baldland for a good old classic Marlene versus Mongol matchup. Let's see if Core is going to be extending a hand of aggression to Baltoon to kick off this elimination series.
This is a big one indeed here in Group A, Core versus Baltoon, and the winner is going to face off against Killjardy tomorrow to see who gets into the playoffs. And, you know, you gotta start looking at these players, and especially Baltoon here, just to kick this series off with. As a player that goes into the series being the favorite, Baltoon took 2 games off of Marine Lord, which is nothing short of spectacular. So if you're Core, you're looking to upset a player that has definitely been hot very recently.
Yeah, and this is an interesting way to start. So you're expecting an outpost rush. It's just given. It's the only reason you really want to pick Mongols on this map. Baltoon, instead of going for, say, like an outpost, which is one way of addressing this, he's going to go for the racks. So this can be risky against Malians, because if Mongols just keep vomiting spears, you do eventually tend to lose out. You have to win the initial micro battle because the issue you run into is like Donzos are absurdly expensive on wood.
Yeah, the problem that you're running into when it comes to this kind of a spearman war is that you only have the edge as Mongols until you're double producing your spearmen, so you're getting essentially 2 spearmen for the price of 1.
Yeah, so like it's the efficiency there for sure. But the other interesting thing is like usually a Mongol player doesn't have the wood conversion issue, in that he will always have access to the big tree line, either because the TC's there or because of his Gur being there, right? Whereas for like Bolton, he'll lose his pacing on scaling spears, and you can't afford to because of the double production you just mentioned. So initial skirmish comes in. You need to be careful because the whole goal here is you need to keep pressuring very aggressively. Otherwise, the hybrid damage will eventually win out for Baltoon.
And Baltoon is playing very, very defensive over here. He's going to have to protect that pit mine, that is for sure, especially because, I mean, he's got an alternative all the way to the north, but it's quite a walk away, so he probably wants to just retain this position.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tricky thing why the Mongol outpost rush feels pretty good, right? I mean, you start spears and then you can just basically follow up outpost if there's a close enough tree line. Admittedly, this spawn isn't good for an outpost rush. You can see Baltoon's tree lines are nowhere near the gold. But yeah, he's just going to calm down. Wants to make sure when he goes in, he's got enough to win the fight.
Core is committing a lot to this. He went to 8 spearmen with double production. He had 2 more in queue. He's going to be up to 10 spears here.
Oh, you can keep going. Like I've seen 23 plus spears in this matchup. I'm not even memeing.
I don't want to see 23 spears, but yeah, this is. I don't know if this is not going to work out in the long run for Core, I feel.
Oh boy.
Especially because, keep in mind, Baltoon has an easier time reinforcing this battle. He doesn't have to walk across the map.
Well, you say that. Look at how bad Baltoon's economy looks right now. Got too much gold. This is problematic. And the outpost rush is coming in. So this is the thing. It now forces you to fight instead of losing the variant attacks. He could try to snipe one of the villagers. Khan is going to go down, but he already used the maneuver speed arrow. So not that big of a deal. Spear mosh pit is going to begin. But the choke point is perfect. Remember, his goal isn't to just beat the Donzos. It's to get the outpost up. And this achieves that goal.
Yeah, a really nice micro by Core, by the way. Pulling back the injured spearman and
Villagers coming.
holding the ground, really.
Baltoon, I think he might have the burn power here. He's going to rush it now. He needs to get on top of those villagers. Can he get run the back? Yes, he can. So Donzo's in position and stabbing. And the burn is coming through, so the outpost is already going to be down to, what, half HP at least here, surely?
Oh, but at the same time, you're sacrificing so much for this. Spearman garrison inside, a lot of
Oh, he
dumpsters
switched
are
the
low
villagers. He actually switched the villagers in. They're still alive. Baltoon hasn't finished them off.
Core is delivering an awesome level of micro in this, I gotta say that. And this is the kind of play style that you need if you want to throw off someone that just took 2 games away from Marine Lord. Core got 3-0'd by Kiljardi. Baltoon, he killed, or well, he almost killed Marine Lord in that series. He did lose one of the villagers as he was jumping outside of that tower. But just to get back to that point for a second, if you are able to throw off your opponent like this, those are the kinds of moves that you need to win a series if you're Core.
Okay, but hear me out. This Dark Age has gone long enough that Baltoon can now just go straight into Pro Scouts. Look at the gold.
I mean, if this continued for a couple more moments, he could have gone fast Imperial with the amount of gold he collected.
Manticore is still going to give him a little bit of runway there. He does have the back gold to work with. Core is unlikely to follow this up with more pressure there straight away. So it's definitely a good start for Core. I haven't really seen this matchup frequently since the Pro Scouts meta took over. Before, sure, crap tons that would come out, usually on places like Dry Arabia, and the goal was, you know, as Mongol, let's build between 10 to 25 spears. And the whole logic there is, like, eventually, Malians just have to give up on the plan. But I'm curious how Core wants to approach this. On a map like Borderland, you are inherently drawn towards Pro Scouts. Mongols have looked kind of sad trying to do Pro Scouts recently.
Some counterattack coming in here from Baltoon. It doesn't really have much, but these Donzos are here to harass. Some of them are low HP though, so it's not going to be an easy fight. Core Spearmen are still chilling around the enemy base though, so that pit mine is still being contested.
Yeah, you could actually spam more Donzos to ramp this up, right? Like, it's interesting because the melee armor on the Donzos makes them quite tanky against villagers, right? You basically take away 20% of the DPS. But yeah, he's just gonna idle the goal a little bit. Won't be able to hang there too long. Pickups coming from both sides. See what the opening play is going to be for Core. You know, yes, there's already Donzo. I don't think you go Keshix. He is indeed going to be going Pro Scouts.
Such a Pro Scout heavy meta that we're seeing over here takes you back to the good old days. And Baltoon actually canceled that last house, or, well, I should say deleted it, to prevent Core from getting the bounty. But at the same time, with that final house being lost, it also means that he's actually housed right now. He needs to rebuild these all the way at the back. And so far, Core has been dictating the tempo of the game. So if you want to play Pro Scouts, that's exactly the position that you want to be in. You're setting the tempo of the game, and now you're going out and collecting all those deer carcasses.
The interesting part to me is that the guy that should be Pro Scouting here isn't. No. No, we've got just Baltoon trying to pump an army together. This is old school Malian build, right? Donzo Mass Javelin. I mean, we do have stables now. He definitely still has the resources to go Pro Scouts, but you'd think he would have queued it by now. There we go. So, very delayed timing here, yeah. I mean, I guess you could argue he needed troops because, you know, he's gone for the second pit mine, is far away, there's spears in the neighborhood. There's also the idea, like, Donzos can be decent at sniping scouts. Because you have to remember that the whole Javelin does get the bonus against Cav.
It actually makes Donzos a very dangerous anti-Cav unit, because you don't even need to have that, you know, gap. Well, you don't need to gap close with your Donzos. All you gotta do is just get sufficiently close enough, and you can chip away with some level of damage on the enemy cavalry. But speaking of Pro Scouts, looks like Baltoon himself is now opting to go for Pro Scouts here. He's going to be a little delayed compared to Core, though.
Yeah, but the Warrior Scouts can be really good on the aggression here, right? Like, quite a chunky front line, especially against Archer play. So you can use them to poke at least. Meanwhile, you know, for Core, he doesn't have that mobility, right? It's your static troops. Khan's going to go down. We've got walls coming in quite early from Baltoon. A little bit surprised by this. You know, it's quite an expensive thing to do pre-10 minutes. I think he just wants to create that funnel point, so there's no sneaky Keshik follow-up play.
I just love how these scouts are carrying the carcasses, but also fighting back over here. Archers are now moving in. Baltoon is slowly mixing in javelin throwers, but you get the feel that he's a little delayed on everything over here. He's just now getting the Pro Scouts in. Jav throwers are just now coming in as well. Whereas when you look at Core, he already has he's got 9 archers on the field. He is getting some more on the field as well. There is still a tower in front of the enemy base, and he's also the first one to carrying carcasses. But at the same time, Core is completely out of food. So it looks like something was like grossly off when it comes to the food influx, because he has absolutely no one on food right now.
Yeah, a little bit odd on the timing. I mean, realistically, when you use the Khan like this, you're not gathering sheep, right? So there might have been a gap there, waiting for the Pro Scouts to return home. I mean, Baltoon's ended up on berries because of weird things that are happening in this game. So it looks like the Pro Scout is going to have to just navigate the weird waters for him there. Stealth Forest makes it awkward, right? Like, these archers, yeah, it's open terrain, they see you, but otherwise they're completely blind, which is why Core's getting a bit funky with the split. We do have a few Khan Hunters coming through. Like, I don't mind the idea of just getting a small group of Magadai against certain opponents. I don't think Marlian is the one to ever do it against, though, right? Because, like, the Javelins just completely tear you asunder.
Yeah, I don't think you can hard commit into archers here in the long run. Donzo Javelin is just such a difficult composition to defeat, and that's something that we've been seeing over and over again.
So I'm trying to figure out what Core's win condition is in his mind. Like, you're usually, it used to be against Malians, you would look for a castle transition after the pressure. And then, like, quality Keshiks can kind of win out before sofa play comes in with fast castle Baltoon Malians, right? But this is now turning into a really long feudal. And we've seen what long feudals do, right? For Malians and Mass Javelins and Donzos, you're kind of just pumping the best infantry comp you can imagine for the age.
Yeah, The thing is that they like being in feudal age. The longer you are in feudal age, the more time you have to build up your cattle ranches, and I think that's going to be a big factor here. Now, all the javelins were pulled away to the left side, and the archers are now moving in, looking for some villagers to pick off, and they do find at least one. Still, a couple more javelins, plus the Donzos will discourage any further attempts from Core. But you get the feel that Core is on a bit of a timer here, just trying to get some eco damage done before this very compact, cow-heavy and bit mine-heavy economy of the Malians really starts rolling.
Yeah, the idea makes sense for Core. The reality of Borderland is most tree lines aren't safe. Right? Like, if you actually check the TC range, you'll see what I mean. Like, there's not really that layer of safety like Dry Arabia where your primary tree line is close enough that it can't be dove. And with the tree lines being as small as the ones on Himiyama, it's very easy to see into them as well. So that's why you're seeing Core just take this very relentless pressure type approach. 21 Archers does look scary. I mean, Baltun, with only 10 Javelins, he really needs to take a poke approach to this. It's just a little bit risky while he's still being greedy, right? There's a risk that Core looks and says, well, that army's not scary, and then just rushes in entirely.
Yeah. Core does have quite a bit of a mobility boost, and that's going to help a lot here, finding a couple more villagers out there as well. He's up to 5 villager kills already.
I think it's 7. Yeah, this is getting a bit worrisome. Baltun has at least got, what, 3 ranches full, so it kind of pads him. But really unnecessary losses, and you see the difference these wall changes made, right? Like, those would have been mostly constructed. Maybe it would have been further, deeper already. So Core is going to keep an opening. His goal now should be to have a secondary wave coming in the other direction. I believe we do actually have... yeah, some archers rotating on the east side as well.
That's exactly what he has to do. Baltun hasn't built up a force large enough, or as large as his is. So if he can stretch out the attention of Baltun over here and just start picking away at villagers, that's exactly the win condition that he needs. And behind this, Core is also piling up resources for Castle Age here. A lot of villagers have to flee here for Baltun. He's down by quite a few, and this could get a lot worse here.
He can't catch him quick enough, so good timing there for Baltun to get out, especially considering he does not have Wheelbarrow. He needs to keep running. So there's going to be at least 2 workers going down. The Donzo Javelin should be able to mop this up now, though. He needs to. This up to 11 worker kill, which means there's going to be a ridiculous... what's that? It's late in the night. 9 villager lead right now. If he threads the needle now into Castle... I think this is a relic rush waiting to happen. And Baltun's army is ill-equipped to block that.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Baltun, I'm not gonna lie. He lost quite a few workers. Sure, you have the passive resource income, but, you know, it doesn't necessarily compensate for all those losses, especially when you consider that Mongols actually get a lot of free units when you double produce. And now the Kurultai is coming in. More villagers are falling as they're building these walls. And once the Kurultai is in, it's a completely different setup for Baltun. He's stuck in feudal age, and suddenly your army is going to be a lot less competent against this Mongol force buffed by the Kurultai than it is right now.
Starting to feel like Baltun has died to walling because he tried to do it right.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, you know, once again, it's a big detail. One of the biggest changes to Season 9. A lot of people focus on the siege. I think the walling is just as important. You know, old meta, maybe you lose like 5 villagers, get these walls up. Now, this is getting unacceptable. Tech up complete. It's 18 worker kills so far. We're running a risk of Core being ahead by 20 villagers. Baltun now needs to get up in age. The ranch is mostly full, but you can already see the archers and Keshiks are diving. He's like, where is it? Where is it? When you're building it? Mr. Baltun? Mr. Baltun? Where is it?
Now, Core lost most of his archers, though. And this is actually pretty big here. Sure, it's not a good unit to build against javelin throwers, so you could just say, okay, they're almost obsolete. But now he's rolling up with the Kurultai, and he's got basically no troops to buff with it. That's a bit of a concern here if you're Core. Sure, you did a lot of eco damage, but there is still quite some cattle with the Grand Fulani Corral, and your opponent does have a standing army, whereas you don't really do.
My worry is like Baltun isn't doing anything though, right? He's just staying here. He's a little bit hesitant to come out after that damage, but you know, yes, you could argue Fulani equalizes the economy again because it's worth 20 villages. Still, like, this was meant to be the moment where you could block a play. Like, if you don't come out of that corner, as I said, Core is going to vacuum relics, and there'll be sacred sites. That type of eco lead is good enough at that stage that he will be ahead of Malians for sure.
it's gonna be a switch up from Baltoon's side as well. He's actually making a pivot into cavalry. At the same time, Core getting some caching going, once again getting the archers out as well. He has a gigantic eco lead in terms of worker counts, some of that being offset by the cattle, of course. I think the big thing is going to be how this Kurotai gets leveraged, though. It's right in front of the enemy base, but Core just doesn't have a huge standing army right now.
Yeah, it's what makes the Kurotai feel a bit weird, right? Like, when you see people fast castles Mongols and they go Kurotai, you just question everything. Like, if you've got 4 units, there's no point. If you have, say, 40 archers, whoa, mama, slow down. But now it means that Baltoon gets a really big stay of execution here. He's going to be able to get all his techs up. He's got his veterancy already in for the javelins. Donzo's coming. Likely, we're going to be looking at Sofas as well, right? Sofas really is the big chef's kiss moment. The reason why you're seeing Baltoon not rush it is normally when you go for Sofa, you have close to 60 villagers at this point.
Yeah, well, he doesn't. That's the problem, right? And that actually throws off a lot of timings for the Malians here. When the Malians get to Castle Age most of the time, with the cattle, with the passive gold income, and the healthy amount of villagers, they can make quick tech switches. You can see a quick buildup of Sofas, or you can see a quick buildup of Poison Arrow Archers. That's not really in the case here. It still allows Baltoon to have quite some flexibility, but he's definitely going to be a little slower reacting in terms of compositions than Malians are, usually.
So Core does have 3 monks outplaying. He should be able to get most of the relics here. Baltoon is at least trying to mirror the play now. And we do have the first Sofa getting queued up. It's going to be difficult to get a lot of Sofa, though. Core's eco is technically quite weak. 800 food is not that competitive. So you'll probably see him just leaning more and more archers for the time being. He's also extending out towards that central tree line. Now, one tricky part about Mongols is when this turns into a macro game, Boldland requires defenses on those big tree lines, and he won't have a good defense. Keshiks are going to make him feel pretty good, though. He gets a bit more chip damage in, 2 more worker kills so far. Still more to be found on that back goal.
Yeah, army count is now neck and neck over here. This gold mine is still being contested, by the way. Let's not forget, Baltoon is also mining gold here. So at some point, he's going to have to start moving towards the front of his base. Sofa is now getting imported armor. But it's only 1 Sofa on the field right now, so it's definitely an upgrade that's going to take some more time to really become relevant. Baltoon needs time to build up those Sofas.
I mean, the core issue here is the archer count, right? Like, the javelin should be able to contest this. The interesting thing is Kurotai makes it a bit more competitive. You do still have a problem of range. And remember, he doesn't have a Khan Hunter anymore. So yeah, you're just seeing him just trying to skirt away from this. I'm not liking the look of this right now for a resident German player. He's just going to brute force it. The javelins, why are they this close? This is ridiculous. He's trying to make it hard for the archers to attack the Donzos. That's what's happening. And it's working. Core just melts.
I think he just closed distance so that his opponent cannot get away. And over again with the Malians, one of the things that we see is that Donzo plus Javelin is just such an oppressive combination. The reality is that there isn't really a good counter to them.
No, it's like the longer you play Feudal, the better it gets for them, it feels like. And, you know, questions are going to be asked about this one. I mean, yes, we can talk about the power of Fulani. Great. Reality is it was still, what, an 18 worker lead at one stage. Now it's a total difference, 21 worker kills extra in favor of Core. Yeah, we have him looking like he's on the ropes. The Kurotai gets pinched perfectly by the small group of cavalry.
No!
That's a huge loss for Core.
That might just be the game. Because we talked about this, the compositions aren't ideal here for Core. But the Kurotai can make up for a lot of that difference, that Kurotai buff, and if it's gone, you're looking at casual archers, some crossbows, some men-at-arms, and some Kashik trying to face off against Donzos, Sofas with imported armor, javelin throwers. The composition is just not there for Core right now.
No, and he's trying to go to mass Keshiks. Sofas can contest that relatively well, especially now with Musafadi assisting. Other thing is, if you think about the comp that Baltoon's now building into, it's not just a comp that can win the main fight. It's fantastic raiders, right? Sofa, great movement speed. Musafadi with the stealth ambush. On a map where Core is going to be exposed, because remember, you don't have these big safe resources. This could spell disaster for the Mongol picker.
And now
That's a
Talk
freebie.
about that eco lead that Core had. It's going to be gone in an instant. Sofas finally find his villagers. And just look at what Baltoon is doing now with the walls. He says, okay, this is a wide open map. You cannot wall, I can. So I'm just going to make sure that you will never get to my base again.
I'm going to wall for both of us. That's the positive angle we need to look for. We do, however, have a counter raid. Keshik's diving in on the gold. It's like he maybe, what was that, 1? Possibly 2. I mean, he's going to bring it all home, right? So he can look to mop up this army. Once it's dead, it's going to be a march towards the enemy base. Because that's the thing. Remember, last time, a few Keshiks went in, quickly got mopped up. There's still a lot of javelins that can tickle away at these. Sofas, well, they aren't going to skip a beat. Paladin's like, sure, I need to address this. I'm up to 22 Sofa. Of course I'm going to raid. Dives underneath the TC.
It's just too much for Core now.
I mean, he's not
The
even
problem
reacting
is
to
that he
this.
cannot wall. So now he's just playing catch up with all these Sofas running around him. And
Core doesn't know. He hasn't even noticed that this is happening. This is like a disastrous way to die.
Oh man, this has got to be over. And
Well, what's that? Well, it doesn't change anything. The Sofas are just chowing down right now. Unbelievable. You would never believe that Core was over 20 villages ahead in this game.
It's just Malians, man. And when they switch into Sofas, this is what you get from them. They're super tanky against ranged, so technically TCs don't do anything against them. Even the archers that Core has don't do anything against them. And they're not atrociously expensive for a powerful Malian economy, so they can just keep running around in a map like this. Keep hitting those gold miners. We're going to see another instance of that. They're heading south to the gold mine of Core once again. And now villagers are just running across to try and torch down walls because...
Sir, you seem to be slightly unguarded. And the Sofas know.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, his army all went west. The entire army went west to try and kill those 3 villagers on the barracks.
Because the villagers from Core on the left side were trapped on this side of the wall. He needed to escort them home.
Hey, look, it's an instant replay of the earlier Sofa dive. Oh, wait, no, it's not. No, we have a reaction. Core's actually pulling away this time. I mean, if he pulls this off, I don't think so. If he pulls this off, it'd be a miracle, right? It's double the military count. Core's kind of scrambling into budget units as well. Archers, spears, crossbows. A lot of moves so far are coming. Like, so far, he's barely been holding on against just the Sofa. What happens when everyone gets it?
Nah, it's got to be over. Now he's losing villagers left and right. And things started out well for Core. He actually got a lot of villager kills. But again, Malian eco is super robust. But it's not just the eco. It was the compositions for a while. Right now, as Core taps out of this one, Core doesn't really have a unit that can really make against this combo of javelins, Donsos, and also the Sofas. But especially the javelin throwers, those are probably the most problematic unit for him to deal with.
Yeah, just a classic build. We don't really see as much from the Malians anymore. You know, with these pro scout builds, fast castles, kind of moved away from mass Donsos and javelins. But just a reminder that they are still kings of feudal if they're able to get that comp online. So game 1 lead for Baltoon. You know, in some ways the expected start, as was highlighted, taking 2 games off Marine Lord, no small feat. Barely actually able to get the win in the end. That one, remember, it's 3-2. Also, we have to remember, like, Core's opening series is a 3-0. You know, I gave him a very generous 3-2 on the predictions. My lean was still Baltoon to take this. Honestly, I thought that was based on whether Baltoon had actually been practicing enough. But with what we just saw in game 1, it's starting to feel like this could quite easily end up being a 3-0.
All right, we got to talk about this. Now that we see all the results from the day, where are we? So Muhodo Scarlet Devil, I went Scarlet Devil 3-1, and well, you did not. You were the one that was right. Mio Micah versus Demu. Apparently, I hit the nail on top of its head. Coordinates versus B, and really both of us predicted Baltoon versus Core to be a Baltoon win, but you're actually anticipating a lot closer of a series than I did.
Yeah, I'm being generous. You know, it's like, let's extend the show. I mean, in fairness, what's more impressive, like getting 3 out of 4 correct on the exact score or getting 4 right? You know, like, I'm the guy who basically put the answer in the maths test and I was right. You know, that's all that matters. But let's see if we are going to be right. We might both still be wrong. We've got a set still to be resolved. Game number 2, already ready to get underway. We head into 4 Lakes. Baltoon with the English, Core with something a bit more standard here, Japanese.
They picked something other than the normal European biome, and I love it. We have the little what is this? This is the Mediterranean or like North African style biome.
I think so. Bit of a funny one. I like that though. You know, I kind of feel like we should be using more biomes in tournaments. Spice it up. When are we getting the snow biome?
I actually love biomes being chosen over here, as indeed we saw the draft for a brief moment. To be fair, the craziest thing about biomes is that players have to manually set them. I wish there was like a random biome button, because otherwise it's difficult to make things consistently happen. Players often just forget about it as they set up the games.
I mean, I want Japanese spring more, man. That's still the prettiest one.
That is such a cool biome.
Mm-hmm. And then we had like, was it the enchanted biome or whatever? I can't remember.
Leave me alone with that.
That one was crazy, man. That was like being in Warcraft. Freaking invading Night Elf territory. Yeah. It's like, hey, we just added Jean to the game. You want to feel a bit Warcrafty? Yeah, I think it adds a bit of character to the maps. It's quite nice to see. The only issue is like, obviously, if you choose a different biome, it does change the way certain maps can spawn. It's a bit funky with the coding. Like, you know, I've had it.
That's a big thing, because at the end of the day, you never want to run into a situation where you pick a biome and you get a glitched map as a consequence.
Yeah,
anyway,
like, look at the spawn here. Like on the mini map, at least, some of these tree lines are donuts, which doesn't happen on European temperate at all, to my understanding.
That's all right. We all like donuts. Anyway, Batun going on with the fishing. There is no fishing coming out of core, so this is straight rush to feudal age. One thing to highlight is that the players can spawn halfway in between two pawns, so there isn't like a necessarily obvious back pawn for each of these players. You kind of have two options. One is a little closer than the other. But nevertheless, that dog that Baltoon opened with, it's definitely open for harassment with the Shinobi.
Yeah. And that's exactly what you're looking for on this map, is you're trying to block on the dock sides. You also can go and delay docks yourself, and the cool thing is you can add the farmhouses in as kind of scouting mechanism for you. You know, just think about the donuts, by the way. Have you ever realized how much of a scam donuts are? You're paying for someone to make a hole in them. And then they sell it as a separate product.
Fair.
And we pay for that.
But to be fair, there are a lot of products like that. Think about belts.
I mean, that one... Like, I mean, glasses... wait, what? How are glasses a scam? Also, when you're going to explain belts to me, would you rather just have a flat piece of leather that you can't wrap around yourself?
I mean, fair point. Anyway, into feudal age we go here, and it's going to be the council hall. 7 villagers being committed to this, so it's pretty clear that Baltoon is trying to intercept that early shinobi timing with some longbows.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, the longbow should be the inherent counter. You can actually, like, now counterplay with horsemen into eventual Yumi. One other thing I'm going to point out is the ultimate scam of the donuts isn't... No, it's not. It's the donuts again. We're going back to that. It's not just that they are scamming you by giving you less food. It's then they follow-up scam you, especially if you're American, when you get diabetes and have to pay for your insurance. It's a pyramid scheme, Lidicore. A pyramid scheme, spammed full of docks in all your corners.
Core going very aggro here, and that seems to be the pattern across this series so far. He's definitely trying to get some early aggression going to throw off the builds of the opponent. Double Wolves joining the fun over here. This council hole is going to be finished on time, but it's not going to prevent this Shinobi from trying to torch down this. Oh, that's a beautiful Shunshin.
Nice little snipe. Now Baltoon playing blind, which is never a fun experience with longbow rush, considering how vulnerable and slow they are. They truly are the old men of my country.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a concern here for Baltoon, and he's trying to get a War Galley out, or Hulk, I should say. He's doing that on a sneaky second dock, though, that I don't think this was scouted by Core up until this very moment. Now he sees it, but I think this is the first time he saw it. And because of this, even if he shuts down the first dock, there is going to be a Hulk coming out. He's actually opening with a galley here, so he's not going to have a direct response.
But he'll still have pressure play here, right? Like, now he can sneak a dock on his own pond, start to get fish. Time being, Core is just focused on being aggressive, though. Altin, he should be able to actually snipe out the Shinobi. A little bit of a pull away, being slow there. The Shunshin just about gets him out of range. And Core is... Wait, Core, no, don't do it. I've seen this too many times. Ah! But I ninja dodged it. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, buddy. We put a GPS tracker on you.
This is okay. Demo coming out here. There is no archer ship just yet for Baltoon. Repairs are coming in to try and make sure this is not a one-shot. And that was beautifully executed by Baltoon.
Now
He's now in firm control over his spawn.
That's a situation where eating the donuts was good. Bulked him up. The Hulk, a little bit too chunky here, means that caused a lot of wasted effort into this pond while getting no economy, right? Like, Baltoon is adding in fishing boats. You have to remember this is also a Coca Township play. So it's not like you have that gradual, safe switch into farms as well.
Yeah, this is an expensive endeavor here for Core. He went into Shinobi. If he no longer uses the Shinobi, as you said, the landmark is almost obsolete. He hasn't had any fishing ecos so far. He lost a demo and a galley on that pond, plus a Shinobi, and he is eventually going to have that dock cleaned up as well. I just feel like, again, it was a very costly endeavor, and it didn't seem to yield a lot of value so far for Core.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Baltoon just has the options on the table, right? You can either go longbow spear here, or you get be greedy with fast castle. I actually like the idea of just pumping out a few longbows and spears. But considering those walls, I think he's going for Call of Duty camper time. Like, we have to remember, we have God Vision. We can see that Core's given up on this. For Baltoon, for all he knows, there's a bunch more ninjas on the way than no kickboxing.
Yeah, longbows are slowly coming across. Now, individual longbows, they will actually get picked off by the Shinobi like this.
Not if he doesn't attack. That was a misclick. He canceled the animation before it completed. So that...
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, that damage was like suspiciously low. But anyway, individual longbows will get picked by Shinobi, but you're never going to see individual longbows again. And I love this from Baltoon. The moment he feels like he's in the driver's seat, he's going to wall. And he has done that in the previous game as well. He's a big waller, and I like it a lot. Now he knows that Core needs to go, because he hasn't had fishing eco for quite some time. Core needs to make something happen. Now, if you're Core, you could actually think about just trying to double down on the eco and try to go double docks. I just don't know if there's any good answer here for Core right now. I think if he's just trying to outboom Baltoon, Baltoon has such a head start. If he's trying to be aggressive, he's just going to bump into walls with a very, very small army.
Well, the interesting thing is walls are incredibly ineffective against Shinobi, but because Core is going Horseman, it's going to be decent to stop this. And it looks like Baltoon is just going for greed. You can see by the macro, right? This is going to be castle. Interesting choice to go castle. I mean, I think you could have probably ended the game. Right? You just get a bunch of spears and archers going, and then you can essentially camp the docks and snipe with longbows. But this works too, right? It'll be like a classic night pump timing. It's dangerous in some ways, because if Core mirrors remotely, then Mount Samurai and Onimusha should win.
The walls aren't complete. It's actually somewhat surprising that Baltoon is only committing one villager to this. Because if these walls complete, it's going to be so difficult for Core to do anything in this game. So you would think that there is a bit more commitment from Baltoon to finish these walls, just to make sure.
I think it's a case of, like, you need to know your opponent's actually doing something for you to wall. Right? You can argue that you'll eventually want walls because of Mount Samurai, so using 1 or 2 villages not bad. Using like 4, 5, 6 villages, that's the type of reaction you have because, oh my god, they're sending knights. So I kind of see where Baltoon's coming from. It's like the horsemen are going to try to poke in here. Might even get himself a villager kill. Yeah, nicely played there. It's awkward because you can't counter early horseman raids with English villagers, right? Because they use the bows instead of shivs. And did he just lose his... Was that scout? Well, no, he lost that early, so it's just a longbow poking.
Yeah. Core's got absolutely no land presence right now. He wants to go into Castle Age, but he's not going to beat his opponent in there. Baltoon is going to match his cost ledge timing and potentially go up with a second TC here. Now, here's the thing. On a map like this, especially if you have a lot of fishing eco and you have a great source of food, normally the English would consider playing knights, but that's not something that you're going to do against the Japanese. At the same time, this is definitely a map where you can play a slower composition if you're Baltoon, simply because the playing field, or at least the area where you're fighting, is kind of condensed.
Yeah, the crazy thing here, good working. I saw you guys slacking. The crazy thing actually is if Baltoon went for an all-in feudal, this game would be over. Have a look at the gold spawns. And you might notice a problem for Core if he gets longbow rushed.
Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe Baltoon just felt like, okay, if Core is rushing cost ledge straight away, then committing to longbows feels like a bad idea. And I would actually agree with that. If you longbow rush here and you bump into mounted samurai, you're kind of toast. Now, here's the thing: the walls are complete, but Core got some docks up on those spawns. So I think if you're Core, you're actually, first of all, you're going to go relics, but then transport ship play actually comes in handy. You could actually just try to sneak a couple of those mounted samurai into the enemy base.
Look at this, already prepping the Bannerman. It's a nice little cheat sheet to get that first night out. So tech up will complete, Bannerman will spawn, and then you immediately start pumping them out samurai afterwards. That was a very long wait though. I think he was missing housing there because Bannerman's only 15 seconds to spawn anyway. We have got crossbows coming out, so Baltoon is definitely going to take that steady, slow, methodical approach to this. And he shouldn't really feel too contested on the opening, not now that he's got 2 TC.
Now, that's quite a commitment from Core, and to be fair, Core expended towards 2 pawns here.
Yeah, but look at what Baltoon's
still
doing.
On 1.
No, Baltoon's on 3.
Is Baltoon... Oh, yeah, well...
he just snuck onto all of them.
I agree with you. I was going to say, in terms of fishing, Core was on 2 pawns versus 1, but Baltoon is doing the right thing now. It's 4 lakes.
He's fishing for kills.
4 lakes.
Yeah, he's got double archership going in the North Pond. He's going to have more coming in the East. This is about to get brutal. Core's got way too much fishing in these corners.
You got to credit Baltoon for changing the pace of the game, though, because really this came out of nowhere here if you're Core. Core was like, okay, my opponent is walling up, he's going castle, and the next thing you know, you have not 1, not 2, but basically all 4 sneaky docks out there. You're challenged on the far west pawn that you intended to take to potentially aggress the enemy. And then you're challenged on both of your own pawns, so your fishing eco is going to be in shambles.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy the way he executed this, right? Because I talked about the gold as a starvation point, but he just made it about the food. Like, what does Core really now have that he's bogged down in each of these pawns? The only upside he's got is that Baltoon is defending that dock he dropped on the east side instead of hitting all the fishing boats hiding in the corner.
And let's not forget, this is a huge thing here. Right now, ecos are neck and neck, but you do have that second town center production potential for Baltoon. If you have that, and Core also loses most of his fishing eco, there's going to be just such a sudden shift in the strength of the economies between the 2 players.
There's also nothing to really stop Baltoon from getting back on the west pond. Like, if you look, Core isn't actually patrolling there. He's just camping the corner. Yeah, so this is just an open goal waiting to be scored. And we got more docks coming over. So yeah, Baltoon is going to be able to dominate north and south. And he already has farms coming on land. Meanwhile, the comp he's building is going to be a healthy one. Spears and crossbows, easy thing to buffer away mounted samurai with.
Yeah. Looks like Baltoon is also moving out for relics, which is not a thing that should happen under Core's watch. Baltoon should be pinned inside his base here because of all these mounted samurai out there. So Core, he really needs to secure the majority of the relics over here. If he does, he's going to be in an okay spot, but Core really needs at least 4 relics over here. It looks like he's not going to have 5 because there is already one that Baltoon picked up.
We do have Warlord coming in. That's at least going to be stopped. So 1 less relic coming home. I mean, Core, in theory, with the mounted samurai, he should be able to dictate that flow. My worry is, we mentioned the gold, right? Japanese need a lot of gold to function. If Baltoon just starts to shuffle out, there's only one real area you want to play towards, right? It is this west side of the map. If you look at the east, it's literally where all the berries are.
Looks like Baltoon is breaking out here, but he doesn't have the Network of Castles buff here. Tower is a little light, and I think some of these units, I think the Spearmen might still be Feudal Age units. Mounted Samurai just chewing their way through them. And now the crossbows don't have a front line.
Yeah, this may have been a bit of a mistiming by Baltoon, like jumping the gun per se. We do have melee text coming through. Core is just remaining one-dimensional admittedly. So Baltoon, you know, if he just double blobs on spears rather, he should be able to break out here. In the meantime, he actually has got a little bit of poke damage coming through. The biggest issue that Core has is because the crossbows did survive, burning through these wolves will be way too expensive.
For now, Core retains at least some of his fishing eco, but Baltoon took the northern pond. He is still fishing over there. And Core could still be challenged on these spawns. He's already down by 17 eco. If he starts losing those fishing boats, he's going to be in a very, very troublesome spot, even with the relics buffing his eco.
So where's Core's win condition? Because what we're seeing right now is survival, but he's not thriving, right? Like, he split the ponds. He's against 2 TC. He doesn't have his own TC escalation. Imperial's not realistically going to happen here. You could think about transitioning to Yumi. Makes sense to get rid of the spears, and then you can munch down the crossbows. I don't think Mount Samurai long-term is his saving grace in this one. And you can really see by Baltoon's economy, it's almost like he's considering slithering his way into Imperial.
I wouldn't hate it. Let's not forget, English do get a lot of benefits from Imperial. You know, just dropping the Bark Shear to overlook the map, getting the extra farming buff, the passive gold income, and this is just Core. He's landing.
Are you kidding me?
But there is a wall out there, but it's not complete.
He's in. Baltoon, he doesn't have many spears either. He thought the walls would keep him safe and put everything in the crossbows.
And Baltoon read this perfectly. He knew fully well that the landing is going to come from that side, but the wall was just not finished on time, so it's totally worthless. Now, one thing that you could do if you're Baltoon is try to sneak and finish it, because if you do, you could actually clean this horde up, but this is just so much damage done on Baltoon. This is the kind of momentum that Core needed.
Like, you say that, it looks like he's getting ready to leave. So this might not be exactly what Core needed. He forced a little bit of out of time, but he's still only building into Mount Samurai. It feels like Baltoon was prepping for the next thing with men-at-arms, right? Because usually when you see mass crossbows, as Japanese, you go Unabigisha. But Core is just holding firm, right? He must have been inspired by Miyamaika's Game 5 earlier.
I'm surprised that Core is not challenging the pawn to the north, though. Realistically, he could torch down any dock that's right there. And there's nothing that Baltoon can do to stop that. I think if you're Core, you have to challenge that pawn, because Baltoon has a lot of his fishing eco right there. You could cut into that worker deficit quite well just by hitting that pawn.
He's maybe worried about skirmishes, demos, right? It can kind of catch you off guard. Also, probably feels like he needs to keep pressure here, because if he backs up, remember, his gold isn't safe. He's gathering in the center of the map, pretty naked, because unlike all the other civs in the game, bar Mongols, Japanese can't build castles in Castle Age.
He has both of the sacred sites out there, means that the countdown now begins. Of course, it's a long 10-minute period, but it's only 2 sacred sites to hold, and especially if Core walls these off, they could become a legitimate win condition very soon. If Baltoon keeps just sitting at home and potentially bracing for Imperial, things could get interesting with those sacred sites, but first, it's gonna be the Mounted Samurai trying to bash their way through.
I mean, that wall low. Wait. That may have been an overreaction. I mean, he obviously can't go in, but he doesn't have to go that far away. So Baltoon is going to buy a little bit of time to arrive with the army. Core once again looking for a breach point that leads to some sort of economical advantage. But once again, he's going to be denied.
Resources are starting to run thin inside Baltoon's base. So this is not a position that he can sustain for a long time. Again, I feel like Core is missing on some opportunities, though. There is still a relic out on the map that hasn't been picked up, and more importantly, I think it just hurts him so much that he hasn't tried to challenge that northern pawn. He's allowing so much freebie of an economy out there for Baltoon to exist, essentially.
Flash is coming in here. The Mount Samurai just need to reach the crossbows. Lines are going to spread out though, and it looks like can't actually get through quick enough. On the upside is most of this army is in attack buffer, but this is going to be a butchering. It's game 2. Baltoon is blitzkrieging his way through the final series of the day.
Wow. I don't know what to think about this series, KP, because there were some really good moments for Core. I just feel like small things didn't really come together for him. Like that early aggression didn't work out. And then beyond that, he was on a trajectory to recover. But Baltoon kind of had his number in most instances, especially expanding towards the other pawns made things a lot more difficult for Core. That northern pawn never got taken back, and then it was just a one-dimensional composition for Core with the Mounted Samurai. Really, Baltoon knew fully well that Mounted Samurai need to do something in early Castle Age because they actually start falling off once walls are built and once you're looking at a large clump of crossbows and spearmen.
Yeah, they need raid damage. It's the whole point in them, right? They're very hard to address, but as time goes on, when you reach max pop, bit of a weird unit to fight with, especially when you consider the attack speed buff of the English, just gives them the favorability in those later Castle Age engagements. And I think the other thing you have to be aware of is, with this comp mainly being spearmen, only crossbows on the gold side added in, having that second gold vein just beyond the wall means that Baltoon can get enough to go Imperial. So for Core, he has to set the pace. I think really Japanese just have to do that no matter the matchup. It's very rare that Japanese can be overly greedy. Of course, you rush the Castle Age, but you need to do something once you are in Castle Age. You can't just be like English, where you go, I am now Castle Age. I will now go Imperial Age. Doesn't work.
Well, we do have a Lakeside coming up here. First time we're seeing Lakeside today. Remaining 2 maps we've already seen today, Himayama and Dry Arabia. And it's going to be Abbasids versus the Rus here. Core is down 2-0. If Baltoon ends up winning this game, he would be facing off against Kiljari in what would be the Scandinavia showdown tomorrow, I guess. And Core would be eliminated. So a lot on the line here for both Core and Baltoon. But Baltoon, so far, he's looking sharp, and he really is looking like a player that indeed took 2 games off from Marine Lord.
Yeah, and last time Kiljari and Baltoon matched up in a top-tier tournament. That would have been on land, King of the North, where it's a 3-0 victory for Kiljari. So could be a bit of revenge story there. But, definitely looking at the way things are squaring off in that group, Kiljari definitely a very big threat. I think he's been leveling up his gameplay. Glad to see Baltoon's grinding has been paying off, as leading to what feels like a swift end to the day. ABBA versus Rus is an interesting one. Rus don't really need the safe gold because they just get enough passive gold anyway. So the gold being close to the TC doesn't matter for them. What's interesting is with being a defensive map, there might be some potential for Basses to just realize the mid-game potential. It will begin with some water play, where Rus historically have been good for the first 2 minutes. But remember that ABBA, they can have this really mean timing by rushing feudal and then dropping docks just to get the boats out, because you can double dock drop rather, because it only costs 75 wood each.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup. It's actually a classic matchup as well. Just to go back a couple of years now, I wanted to say months, but then I'm realizing that we've been doing this for quite some time, KP.
It's been too long.
Yeah, Rus versus Abbasids was such a classic matchup for a long time. There was an era where Abbasid 2-3 TC builds were dominating the ladder. And then, Rus came in and they had this whole full archer ram style push. And I always called that the Abbasid killer. It was a build that the Abbasids simply didn't have an answer to. And every time you went into a game on Lipany whatsoever, one player brought in the Abbasids, and then the other one just went with the Rus. It was such a classic matchup. I actually wonder if we're going to see something similar to that, because generally speaking, Abbasids are somewhat susceptible to early mid-feudal age pushes. And so far, Core has been very aggressive in each of the games he's played. So I wonder if he's going to try some timing-based push here.
I mean, it's a bit tricky, I think, right? Like nowadays, anyway. Golden Age gets done very cleanly. Fresh foodstuffs actually being doable without compromising your economy. Then you've got military wing into boot camp. Add the 15% gathering rate. Add in the fact you've got 10% more health. Realistically, in Archer Blob, ABBA should win. I also think that the issue here is that even if you want to do that old school type of build, you're on a water map, right? The water
Yep.
is irresistible. You'd think just having one tiny fish would be so little no one would care about water. The meta is locked in and people most definitely care about water, as I think we're about to see in game number 3.
Into Lakeside we go. Baltoon versus Core. Baltoon up 2-0 here. He's one game away from facing Killjardy in the deciders tomorrow to get a chance to qualify to the playoffs from Group A. So far, we've seen an aggressive Core in both the games, but the early aggression didn't always come together. It did yield some results in game number 1, but Core wasn't able to finish that game, and then game number 2, the early aggression on 4 lakes just didn't come together for Core.
Well, we have the ambush strat. The whole idea is like you might be able to hide your dock so your opponent doesn't even know you're on water with this play. Unfortunately, it never really works out that way because the scouts always run by. The other trade-off is obviously Core doesn't have to run as far with his villager to the north side compared to Baltoon, who already has gone for that dock drop on the bond.
Yeah, there's not much fish to really utilize on this map, but it still results in the players doing some level of docking here. This villager is actually the one that Core has. It's going to have to walk quite a bit towards that shoreline fish. But I think what's going to be more interesting here is the distribution between the commitments to land and water. Because this is not a map where you can just say, okay, this is going to be full-on water fighting and we're just going to muscle it out and whoever wins is going to have a huge fishing eco and win the game. The players are very much exposed on land. And again, there is a limited value in fishing. So we might actually see a lot more focus from the players on land. Whichever way, the distribution of your resources between the water and land is going to be key to this game.
Well, Baltoon, I'm wondering... There used to be a cool build to block water aggro, which is the Culture Wing play. I don't think it's really worth it on this particular map, but that would give you like a fast castle timing, which isn't necessarily the worst idea, knowing that Roos will likely want to rush castle, right? Like, there's some matchups where you think, oh, Roos want to add knights. Reality is, in the current meta, horse archers are too good to resist. On this map, it is very hard to dive with horse archers, but you already see by the center of the map, you don't really need to go in the enemy base. Most games on this map are actually decided by sacred sites.
That's
Okay,
a pretty substantial sheep haul for Core. I just wanted to say that. Like,
I want you
he
to...
was able to secure the majority of the sheep out there. I wonder how Baltoon is doing in that regard.
I mean, I want you to do a prediction here, by the way. How many minutes in the game do you think before Core touches gold?
6, 7?
16.
Nah, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Lidicor, I say this with the utmost respect. I have watched many more games than you this year. Too many games of Roos. And if you saw what I have seen, you would not think the Civ is reasonable. They don't touch gold, right? Like, because all they want to do is rush castle. And Golden Gate, with a like double hunting cabin opening, gives you everything you need. You don't care for it. Now, admittedly, we're on water, so there's maybe a small potential for that. He hasn't gone hunting cabins, but that's like a byproduct of it being water, right? I think if Core sees what's happening on the other side, he'll probably open Archership and then just shrug away from water entirely.
Second dock coming in here for Baltoon. I don't know if Baltoon actually spotted the dock here from Core. Did he? I don't think he did.
He did.
Okay, yeah, now he knows. But he just now spotted this.
Yeah, but he went double dock, right? So he's always ready for a fight. Because like I said, the people tried to ignore the water at first on this map, but you just can't. It's such a good advantage.
KP, hello. Hello,
Yep.
Did I say 6 minutes or did I say 16? No, we gotta go back to that gold mine.
All right, well,
How was that about watching a lot of games?
He's a rookie mistake here. No double hunting cabin, no greed. So he's going to play feudal against Abba.
Yeah, I was wondering if Core will think about knights here. Because one of the things that you can do on a hybrid map like this is get 1 or 2 knights out just to start harassing the opponent and slow down their resource influx, and that's going to impact their commitments to water as well.
The problem with knights here is if you click on the TC, you'll see how hard it is to make knights work. The range on the town center protects the gold. And the other thing is, like, the moment you see your opponent's going to go raiding, all you have to do is wall that backside. I think Lakeside is way too defensively favorable of a map still.
Yeah, this is a huge commitment here from Baltoon to the water. One of each ship. Scout goes down for a course. He's going to be totally blind now. He's going to try to play into demos here. He doesn't have a Hulk, or, well, the Springle ship equivalent out there. He's just not getting that in. This is going to be a bit tricky, but then again, it looks like Baltoon might be heading towards that alleged fishing spot. Core pulled away from that area, so he's not looking for a fight just yet.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
cool
always heading
concept
out there.
It's a cool concept what he's done here, by the way. Like, Roos is unique on this map. Like, everyone else sacrifices deep water fish. You don't, but that's a big sacrifice. I guess he shouldn't have went on the gold.
All right. That was an experience. How do we wrap this series, KP? What do we say about this?
Hashtag forming gold mine gathering not worth. I've already put in the chat. That's the pasta. I mean, it's just, I think Roos just don't really look competitive on water. I've talked to some of the top pros about this. Like, it's almost it's a residual effect of what they used to be good at, right? If you can't win, the reason why you call GG so quickly, if you can't win that initial exchange of boats, why did you even pick it on water? That is the reality check with Roos, and he completely lost the opening exchange.
Yeah, it really felt like everything fell apart in terms of the build, and just looking back at the first 2 games, it really felt like Core was trying to build his strategy around early aggression, and that just didn't come together for this water map in particular. He lost the scout, and then he just lost that demo out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at that point he knew, okay, he's going to be short-handed on the water fight. He was also 1 dock against 2. So what is he going to do? Any kind of a pivot into land-based warfare is just going to take too much time, and it would just completely shatter that game plan of trying to be aggressive and winning games quickly.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we've seen why Baltoon was able to take 2 games off of Marine Lord, and he really looks like a contender in here, I gotta say this. Clean 3-0. He's going to face Killjardy tomorrow, and that's going to be a banger, actually.
I think
Killjardy, yeah, I just want to say Killjardy 3-0'd Core and then lost to Marine Lord 3-0, but Killjardy has been, a very experienced competitive player for quite some time. He's always been in this top 16, maybe top 12 area. And Baltoon, he's looking as good as ever. So that's going to be a banger tomorrow.
Yeah, so final thing I'll say on this, that map, Lakeside, there have been a few civs that explored pro scouts. I'm wondering if maybe Roos could have tried that. That's my only thought, is like maybe a different angle he could have taken. But yeah, what do you want me to say, dude? Like, it's not the first time this year I've watched Core GG at 8 minutes in a tournament series. This time I think he did look at the map, but 6:52, yeah, no, it was even quicker. But I mean, thank you, Core. He was moaning about the series starting much later than the planned time. He got us back on track. What a lad. Commiserations. That is going to be the final time you will see Core in EGC Masters Winters. As Lidicor was just saying, we will be treated to more of Baltoon. In fact, we can have a look at the state of the groups and how things are going to be cooking up as we go into tomorrow, because we still have decider rounds. Decider rounds that admittedly won't lead to elimination, but it will lead to parking losers in the lower brackets already at risk of... Wait, no, they do get eliminated, right? 1, 2...
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they get eliminated. They're gone. We're not being generous. I thought we were just going to put them in the lower bracket. It is simply going to be win or go home. Luckily, we're on an online event, so you're already home. But we are going to have some interesting matchups. It's going to be Killjardy versus Baltoon. We're going to have B versus Vortex. Last time those two matched up, it was a 5-game series, and an insanely tight one. Beastie versus Dumu feels like a classic. Hoping Dumu is feeling a lot better for tomorrow, so we can get a very close, tight set. Then finally, Anatan versus Mahodo. 2 players that avoided each other in the opening matches. Anatan definitely favored there, but Mahodo definitely on a bit of a rise.
Yeah, Muno had a really good day today. I think he needs to clean up a couple of things because Anatan isn't going to be as forgiving as Scarlet Devil was at times. But Muhodo is definitely not going into that series as, someone that has no shot at this. It's not going to be an easy matchup for him, that's for sure. But, we could see an upset there. I just want to go back to the Vortex B set, though, because that's actually becoming a classic, and it's a
Yeah.
weird classic in a way. Vortex 1-3-2. KP, do you know the history of this series? Do you know how many times Vortex actually won against B in a competitive series?
It's really low, right? Isn't it like 20%?
This was the second time ever
Yeah.
that Vortex won a series against B in a
Oh, wow.
competitive set.
I just checked the stats. Yeah, I was right. It's 20%. 20% series win rate against B, and then 37.5% overall in games. So, like, yeah, a little bit tight on the games front, but pretty brutal otherwise. And, that spans across, like, 2023, I think was the primary, where they matched up a lot. You had EGC Finals, you had Call to
Yeah.
Arms, Elite Classic, Conqueror's Cup, Golden League, all of it, man. Just crazy stats there. Yeah, B, very creative player. It's interesting as well because you'd think like Vortex's aggression would win out against this creativity. It's not that simple though, and both of them honestly have leveled up. I think that will end up being the series of tomorrow, a really tight one between two players that took breaks from AoE4 and took big lessons by doing so.
It's gonna be an absolute banger because again, Vortex has a historically bad matchup against B, but then again, just a couple of days ago, he took out B 3-2, pushing him into the elimination match. So we'll have to see where that goes. Puppy Paw is already safe in the playoffs from that group. Killjoy Baltoon, the great Northern showdown here. Marine Lord has already won that group, but Killjoy and Baltoon are fighting for the second spot in the playoffs. Beast Dimu, two legends of the RTSs. They haven't actually faced off against one another so far in this event. Beastie, of course, goes into that series as the favorite, but you never know. Dimu had some good moves today, so we'll have to see where that goes. And last but not least, again, we touched on this a little. Muhodo, definitely the up-and-coming underdog against Anatan.
Yeah.
But I think he has a chance to deliver a legacy set. If he can upset Anatan there, that's going to be a career moment for him.
It's going to be a real tricky one. Anna's hand definitely was feeling not too well, apparently, early in the month, but I think he's on the road to recovery. He's back on the grind. He's been like, hey, I'm even signing up to weeklies again, as many players should. He's ready, able, and ready to roll. So Mahodo will have to bring out his S-tier game to stand a chance on taking that series. But you know what, Lidda? I think the day has been long enough. We should thank Core for making it a quick one in the end. If we had started when his series was scheduled, it would have been a very short stream. But folks, we're not done for the weekend. That's right. Stream returns tomorrow, same time. Yeah, I'm done too. I'm out of here. But tomorrow, 2 newcasters will be taking the stage for 4 more elimination series. This is a merciless weekend. By the end, we will have our final 8 competitors. But we still need to cull the herd further. Be sure to tune in and be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. There's plenty of hours of ads to avoid, but we're going to get ready to raid through. Have a good evening. And hopefully a fun time with tomorrow's elimination sets.